Is Trump tacoing out on Iran? Because he says, I've instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period. Yeah, because he says the U.S. and Iran have had productive meetings over the past 2 days about a complete and total resolution of hostilities in the Middle East. You're just looking to criticize Trump for everything now. I thought you wanted this war to end. It should have never started, but he sent out the statement an hour before the stock market opened, and it made markets surge and oil to tumble. But the Speaker of the Iranian parliament said no negotiations have happened and that this is just fake news to manipulate the markets, while the Iranian Foreign Ministry said the same, and that Iran maintains its prerequisites for the war to end, including a ceasefire before negotiations, the U.S. to commit to never attack again, and agree to pay compensation for war-related damages. Do you trust Iranian or American leaders? We know that Iran's public statements are often different than what's going on behind the scenes. We saw this during the 12-day war as well, but reports are that the Iranian parliament speaker is the person in conversations with the U.S. and that a meeting may be set up later this week. Trump said there's been like 15 points of agreement with Iran already in negotiations. Yeah, well, I think we all know Trump well enough by now that he oversimplifies and over-exaggerates everything, and that's saying it nicely. But as of today, the war wages on. Israel just did a new wave of strikes across Tehran, and our own intel tells us the Islamic regime is weakened but more hardline than before. So if we couldn't negotiate a deal before the war, I question if we can now. Look, the Iranian leadership who has survived has seen us kill dozens of their other top leaders. We are decimating their military capability. They may act tough, but we have the leverage here, and they need a deal. Do they? I mean, it was Trump on both CNBC and Fox Business this morning, obviously concerned about the markets. The midterms are coming up. The political pressure is mounting. It seems he needs a deal. Iranian leadership knows even if Iran is decimated further, they can probably outlast us because all they need to do is survive, and it's a win. Trump says in order for us to win, we need a lot. They can't have nuclear enrichment, they can't fund terrorist proxies, etc. And I think as Americans, we should be able to agree that those are good goals for the world, and we are continuing the military pressure to force a good deal. Let the process work out before you criticize. I think he's just manipulating the markets, and we know that Trump has the tendency to pretend that the world isn't burning when we can all feel the fire. Today was a step towards peace. There's still a long way to go. No shit.
And all right, guys, we are live. Yo, this is S.E.T with S.E.T Media. Whoa. My bad. Yo, this is S.E.T with S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one. And whoop. But let's go ahead and get right into it with an independent media analysis where we just go to the independent podcasters who, gives us news. So let's get right into it with Piers Morgan. And let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. All right, let's get right into it.
Otherwise, we'll just keep. They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal too. Otherwise, we'll just keep bombing our little hearts out.
My guess is he's working on himself to find a way to pull out of this thing and claim some type of victory, which of course he will do.
We're not going to allow him to walk away, rearm himself, prepare himself, and then launch another attack 6 months from now, a year from now.
Some people think this military operation is going to make Iran more radical and more angry. That's insanity.
No one wants to fight for Israel.
I still feel very concerned about what we're committing American troops to, the cause we are. It's for the greater Israel project. And a key aspect of that project is to weaken the West.
There's so much craziness that I just heard. I don't even know where to begin. Do not interrupt when I'm speaking. I let you speak. Do not interrupt me when I'm speaking.
The media expends a lot of energy talking about the influence of Netanyahu's Israeli government on presidential decision-making. It's increasingly clear that the invisible force of a stock market wields equally outsized sway. President Trump famously waited for the markets to close for the weekend before announcing war on Iran. And when the Dow Jones index plunged 900 points 2 Mondays ago, he called CBS to declare that the war was very complete, just in time for the markets to rally before closing. This weekend, he imposed a chilling 48-hour deadline for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz or face the total obliteration of its energy facilities. This morning, with gas heading up and stocks heading down, the president said the strikes were off for at least 5 days. An all-cap statement on Truth Social hailed the very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East. The 5-day delay would, of course, take us up to the closure of the markets on Friday. And the president was talking up the chances of a full ceasefire, including Israel, a couple of hours ago.
If these talks go well and you reach a ceasefire agreement with Iran, do you believe Israel would abide by that agreement?
I think Israel will be very happy with what we have. We just spoke to Israel a little while ago. I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel, long-term peace, guaranteed peace. If this happens, and I can't guarantee it, but I think it's going to. My life is a deal. That's all I do is deals my whole life. I think this is something that's.
I don't think there's going to be peace for Israel even if we do conclude the war with Iran, because Israel is trying to take over South Lebanon. And the crazy thing is, I had nothing to do with, like, bro, the Ayatollah. That got nothing to do with regime change in Iran or taking away Iran's nuclear capability. Like, Hezbollah has nothing to do with that. And for some reason, Israel just think it's okay to go in there and try to annex southern Lebanon. Like, this is insane, but trust me, us concluding the war with Iran is not going to mean peace for Israel. They're just going to pop off another conflict.
It's going to happen. And why wouldn't it happen?
Well, for its part, Iran is taking a victory lap. A state news agency denied there's been any contact with Trump and says the US backed down because it threatened to hit targets across West Asia and unleash economic chaos. All of this after Iran tried and failed to hit a US-UK base in the Indian Ocean, leading to speculation that its bombs could reach as far as Britain. Well, whether we're really any closer to a total resolution is extremely unclear. It's hard to see how Trump can declare any kind of victory right now. The regime may be weakened, but it's unchanged and remains in charge. Far from complying with the US and Israeli demands, it's still bombing Israel. It's still able to throttle the Strait of Hormuz, and it's still sitting on uranium stockpiles. If the best case scenario is that the same regime staggers on, but reopens the strait and pauses its nuclear program, we'll be roughly where we were before the $20 billion war began. The only side crowing about victory will be Iran. Whether the markets like it or not, it's hard to see how President Trump will settle for that. Well, to debate all this, I'm joined by Anthony Scaramucci, the former White House communications.
And there's the fact that, like I said, Iran's now able to sell some of their oil sanction-free. Russia, they got 30 days to sell their oil sanction-free. So to be quite honest with you, it's almost like Iran is getting damn near everything they want outside of being bombed to hell. But outside of that, they're kind of getting everything they wanted.
Communications director and host of the Rest is Politics US. Hogan Gidley, the former White House deputy press secretary in Trump's first term and senior advisor at Power Up.
Do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen or smashing the like button, depending on how you're watching it.
Brian McGuinness, the U.S. Marine Corps veteran turned anti-war protester and Green candidate for Senate, and Goldie Gamari, the former Canadian MP and host of The Goldie Show. Well, welcome to all of you. Anthony Scaramucci, welcome back to Uncensored. Been listening to your stuff on Rest is Politics US, so I know where you come from here. I got to say, I've been really struggling. Normally, I can see the logic of Trump's big moves. I may be distracted by the rhetoric and some of the contradictory things that he says, but I can normally see an underlying logic. I'm really struggling with the attack on Iran, and particularly with its timing, just a few months before the midterm elections. And the reasons I've been struggling, I think, have become crystal clear the longer it's gone on, is that none of the original war aims appear to have been achieved. And now it looks like, whilst it can't compete militarily, Iran has been very, very adept at competing economically by controlling the Strait of Hormuz, where 20% of the world's oil comes through every day, and by attacking its Gulf state neighbors, both in its refineries and also in tourist areas, which has had the effect of scaring the hell out of them and the people that may want to live there. I just don't see how any of this constitutes any kind of victory as things stand. And yet I also think there's an impending urgent need for Donald Trump to somehow get out of this. And if that means he declares a Pyrrhic victory, well, so be it.
Well, I think, let's be fair to the president for a second, and let's go to the logic side of this thing. I think the pitch to him was, this is a 6-day war, a 12-day war. This will happen very quickly. We'll hit them very hard. And the Mossad told him that there would be capitulation and regime change as a result of riots in the streets and overwhelming the IRGC.
So, AKA, they pretty much went against the, U.S. intelligence pretty much telling Trump that, if you bomb these guys, they're going to rally around the flag. There's going to be no overthrowing of the regime. People are not going to rally in the streets behind, I'll be real with you, America, who's bombing the shit out of them right now. Like, that's just, I'm be real with you, that just sounds crazy to even think that that was going to happen. But what actually happened was the rally around the flag effect. Bro, I'm pretty sure we turned people who was against the Ayatollah towards the regime now because of our actions out there. But hey, that's just me.
And so that didn't happen. And I've obviously asked around, and you're a terrific journalist, Pierce. You've asked around. I think the Mossad really miscalculated on this. I don't think they were misleading the president. So now you're into the second phase of this where I think your illogic starts to happen, because what he originally thought was going to happen, and he also said this, he tipped everybody off a few weeks ago where he said, well, I didn't expect, or none of us expected the Iranians to hit the Gulf allies. And he thought this was going to be like the 12-day war last June, where there would be some retaliation, but it would be measured. So you're now in that overtime period where my guess is he's working on himself to find a way to pull out of this thing and claim some type of victory, which of course he will do no matter what happens here, no matter how bad it is. Just like when he lost the debate to Kamala Harris in September of 2024, he'll claim victory. But I think there's the logic. The intelligence briefings were wrong, and now he's stressed out about how to end the thing.
Hogan, Giddy, welcome to Uncensored. I think the last time I physically saw you was in the bowels of the Churchill war rooms in London.
Churchill's bunker, yep.
Yeah,
100%.
I was just thinking that when I interviewed President Trump in his last term, and it was a great interview, actually, and I gave him one of Churchill's hats as a souvenir, which he loved. But an ironic setting for our last meeting, because, of course, he's been saying that Keir Starmer's no Churchill because he hasn't stepped up in the way he wants the UK to step up, and so on. You were a former Trump White House press aide. One of the big problems I have with what's been going on is the really contradictory messaging that's been coming out here, not just from President Trump, but a lot of his senior aides. To what Anthony just said, we all heard what came out of Marco Rubio's mouth when he was asked, why did the United States attack preemptively? And he said, because Israel had told, we didn't name Israel, but it's obvious who he was talking about, another country had indicated they were about to attack Iran, and therefore Iran would respond by attacking American assets, and therefore we had to get in first, which sounded at the time incredibly convoluted. And then there was a big reining back on that and so on. But, as we sit here to debate this, very little of what we were told at the start of this war would be the immediate after effects of it has happened. We've seen no rioting on the streets at all. There are a number of reasons. Obvious ones, there are bombs flying over the streets. Obviously, a lot of protesters were killed in January, and it's quite clear that the regime remains in charge and that the IRGC remain in control of the people. Otherwise, they probably would be out rioting. So none of these things, to me, make a lot of sense. Make some sense of it for me. If you're in the Trump White House right now, just tell me. General Petraeus wrote a book called How Does It End? Right? And that should be the question he said you ask when you launch every war. How does this end, and what does actual victory look like?
Well, listen, I think there are a lot of factors here that go into these planning military operations. As you mentioned, I was in that first administration, and we gained these things out top to bottom with all the brilliant top brass from every single branch of the military to find.
No, but hold on. Before he goes off on his spiel, I do want to speak to what not Trump, but Piers Morgan was saying, that how does this end? And what's the real goals here? Because, people will say, oh, it's about Iran's nuclear capabilities. Some people will say they want regime change or to either just grind down their military. And I'm just like, all right, great. But, if you want to have any type of control on their nuclear capabilities, there's two options. You either get them back into a stricter version of the JCPOA, or you got to put boots on the ground to secure it. And then, everybody's saying that they don't want regime change, so I won't even touch on that. But if the goal is to grind down their military capability, I'll be real with you. We might have to put boots on the ground for that too, to go down their underground facilities. Well, if we're and that's if we even care about that. We could just only care about what we can see up top, and that's fine, but that's not really stopping Iran's firing capabilities.
About what could potentially happen. These things are all gamed out in real time. The president of the United States, though, I think did.
Hold on, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support.
Clearly state at the beginning of this what he wanted to accomplish, and he has largely accomplished that. You have many people on the right saying, this is done, so go ahead and get out now. And they were clear. You did not want Iran to get a nuclear weapon. That's virtually impossible now, even after bombing the Fordo plant about a year ago. They began to rebuild almost instantaneously. He's knocked that out. He wanted to get rid of the ballistic missile capability. He's done that in large measure as well. And he doesn't want them to have enough money to fund terrorist.
I don't know if we could sit there and say that, oh, he got rid of their ballistic missile capability. One, when they're still firing missiles. And two, when we kind of just discovered that Iran could reach farther than we thought. So, I mean, I don't know. Their ballistic missile capability is kind of the talk of the day right now. So to sit there and say that, oh, we've just pretty much like diminished it, I mean, that's far from the truth.
Proxies all over the world. That's in process as well. So there are some clear victories here that Donald Trump outlined at the outset and has accomplished. The question always is, how long are you going to stay there, and what do you want to happen after you accomplish the things you state you want accomplished? And those things have been done. So for me, you mentioned the people in the streets. Will they rise up and try and take back their government? I sure hope so, because there are, 90 million people there? Those folks should be the ones out there chanting in the streets and getting rid of the IRJC.
Yeah, but they're not. Instead, we got the people who support the regime chanting in the streets while there's literally shit blowing up behind them. Excuse my language tonight. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. While bombs are blowing up behind them, they're still in there chanting in the streets, supporting the regime that we want gone so much. So is it even a reality that the people will stand up against the regime? Is that even a possibility?
Et cetera. I don't know if that's going to happen. But let's be clear here as well. Whether you want this thing to have happened on the front end or whether you didn't, largely the perception or the opinion of this military action will be dictated by whether or not people view it as a win or a loss. And if the wins are racking up and you can put someone in place there that you can actually talk to and negotiate with in Iran to allow them to be kind of a burgeoning economic hub, if you will, or someone that doesn't slaughter its people at the first sign of anger, then I think that will be a win that the American people will understand and root for.
I think you're being quite optimistic. I think it might be a win that the MAGA hardcore Trump base will go along with. But I think the problem for Donald Trump is going to be certainly electorally in the midterm elections. I think there'll be a lot of people who are on the more moderate side of the Republican Party or independents have voted for him in the general election who are just not happy about this. And all the polling shows they're not happy about this. Let me bring in Goldie.
That depends on the outcome, Piers.
Yeah, but you see, I mean, Goldie, I'll come to you in a sec. I mean, the thing is, Hogan, I would say to what you said. Now, you said, okay, the nuclear capability has been pretty much ended, except we were told that had happened last summer. That was the whole point of the 12-day war. And then it turned out within 10 months.
They began to rebuild it.
Right. But why can't they do that again would be the obvious question. They can. Yeah. Right? They could do it then. They can do it again. Secondly, the ballistic missiles being neutralized, they're still firing them. And in fact, they're going a lot further than anyone believed possible.
So honestly, I mean, Pierce is getting around to a point that I don't think he want to make. It's like, look, the way y'all are proposing this, it sounds like you got to either make Iran completely submit and take away every capability they got, or this is not going to be seen as a successful war. Like, if you don't take away their ability to build not nuclear missiles, but ballistic missiles, that's going to be seen as an L. If you don't get the regime out of there, that's going to be seen as an L. And I mean, shit. I mean, of course, if you don't really grind down their military capabilities or get their nuclear enrichment underhand or under a watchful eye, that's definitely going to be seen as an L.
Because the Iranians clearly were lying about their capability. But when they start to reach distances as two did last week, which means they could potentially get to European cities like London and Paris and so on, that doesn't say to me that their ballistic capability has been neutralized. It says to me it's alive and kicking and a lot more dangerous potentially than we realize. Now, a lot of it may have been destroyed, but clearly they are still firing a lot of missiles around. And I think the idea that somehow we've ended that, we can walk away and they won't have any ability to rebuild any of that stuff, I think is for the birds.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on, again, who's installed to run the place. I mean, I think that's kind of the position moving forward. But yeah, they have missiles. Of course they do. And I don't know if we were aware of how many they had, but they're greatly diminished, if not completely eradicated, sans a few here or there. But I mean, that's what the whole point of this military operation was set to do. They're not talking about regime change, although they do.
Well, they did talk about regime change.
They want someone new there they can negotiate with.
Well, no, Hogan, but they did repeatedly talk about regime change. I mean, that's where
Wait, I'm sorry, but that don't really make sense. It's like, well, they're not talking about regime change, but they're looking for somebody new to negotiate there. So basically, you want a different regime to negotiate with. Like, that's basically asking for regime change, except in a roundabout way.
Question here is like, Donald Trump talked about regime change very early on. He doesn't talk about it so much now because it's quite clear the regime ain't changing. The leader's been decapitated, and so have many of the other leaders. But there are plenty more where they came from. It doesn't look like the Ayatollah's son may even still be alive. We don't know. We haven't seen him or heard from him. It seems very suspicious to me. But the IRGC are clearly still firmly in control of the country. So this idea the regime has certainly not been toppled. And I don't know who this moderate Iranian Islamist regime change guy is going to be, but I don't see many of them around.
Well, because he got rid of them. But the one he's talking about in the clip you just played, that's interesting to me because it's obvious Donald Trump decided, okay, hold on, I'm going to pause.
Actually, there was a little bit of truth in that statement. Like, yeah, a lot of the moderates that we'd rather have than the Ayatollah or his son, Khomeini's son. I mean, I'll be real with you. We kind of blew those guys up with Khomeini. So, yeah, the moderates that we kind of wanted to be in power instead, we blew those guys up with Khomeini. Oops.
Just for a minute to see if this negotiation can actually move forward and we can come to some type of an agreement here. And as you point out, with the missile capability potentially being able to hit places like Paris and London, it also makes you wonder, when are these other nations going to step up and join in as well and say, no, wait a minute, we didn't know you could attack us. Now that threat's on.
Well, here's the thing, though, and this is what also people are going to think as well. Like, hold on, we didn't even know they could reach that far. But then also they're going to think, wait. Y'all been telling me that if they had the possibility, then they would do it. You're telling me if they could, they would. Now, all of a sudden, now we're supposed to believe that, oh, well, they've had this possibility the whole time and they didn't strike. So like I said, it's either one, because y'all can't have it both ways. It's either one, these guys are not as irrational or crash outs as you make them out to be, or homicidal as you make them out to be, like, or two, I mean, let's be honest. We've just completely dropped the ball on the intelligence here. And they're, well, I guess, one, not as radical as we thought they are. And two, well, it's kind of crazy how they haven't shot any one of our ships. Sorry, I kind of lost the last point there.
Table, maybe we should actually join with our partner and ally U.S. and do some more maneuvers to protect our interests as well.
Okay, Golden Gamari, welcome back to
crazy. I got to hear that one again.
Places like Paris and London. It also makes you wonder, when are these other nations going to step up and join in as well and say, no, wait a minute, we didn't know you could attack us. Now that threat's on the table. Maybe we should actually join with our partner and ally U.S. And
yeah, but here's the thing, though. Now people, like I said, people are really going to see Iran now as this like murderous regime, because you're saying that, they had the capability this entire time, but they didn't do it. And according to you guys, according to mainstream media and the rest of these guys, that Iran just can't wait to strike. They can't wait to destroy Europe, destroy America. But they've been able to do this apparently this whole time, and they haven't done it. So, like, what is it?
Do some more maneuvers to protect our interests as well.
Okay, Golden Gamari, welcome back to Uncensored. I guess the big question is, people keep asking me, why has there been no uprising so far in Iran? And how much of the agenda do you think is being driven by the Israelis, who have maybe a completely different agenda to the Americans? I think the Israelis would be quite happy just to have general chaos in Iran, whereas general chaos for the Americans would be a bit like the general chaos we saw in Iraq after Saddam fell, which was, it led to the rise of ISIS and many attacks on American troops and so on, and was a complete fiasco and disaster. So, you've got competing agendas by competing countries here.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on, Pierce. Great to be back. So with respect to why people haven't risen up yet, the answer is very simple. It's simply not the time. The United States is saying this. CENTCOM is saying this.
I'm sorry, but like the best time was when y'all had what, thousands of people out there on the street. You had the CIA, they had the CIA and the Mossad backing them up with weapons, and it still didn't happen. So I don't really know what to tell you, sis. Like, you're saying it's not the time. I mean, bro, when is the time? Because we're bombing all of the military facilities, we're bombing police stations. So please let me know, when is the time? Because if they ain't doing it now, they ain't never doing it.
Yes, Israel is saying this. The Crown Prince of Iran is he's a leader of the Iranian Revolution. He's saying this as well. In fact, General Cooper did an interview yesterday with Iran International, and even yesterday he was saying now is not the time for the Iranian people to go to the streets. When the time is right, when the United States has finished their military operation, we will let them know. The signal will be very clear.
Oh, guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by liking the video. Appreciate the support. Push that engagement. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, you can just go ahead and send a super chat. I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it, guys. All right. Appreciate the support. Let's get right back into it.
And at that point, Iranians can go to the streets to rise up and take their country back. So, I mean, that's the very clear and simple answer to that. With respect to your question,
I'm sorry, but how are they going to rise up in the street and take their country back when we're literally bombing the hell out of them right now? Like, we're bombing, like, bro, 81,000 civilian like places, infrastructure has been bombed, 81,000, and a whole lot of their military infrastructure as well. But yeah, how are they going to go ahead and rise up under those conditions? Like, lady, you sound crazy.
About Israel. I'm a little confused about where you came up with the premise for that question. These last 47 years, the only country that has really stood behind the Iranian people against the Islamic regime has been Israel. And I mean, Israel has been the one true.
Israel was the first one to strike your people. What are you talking about? Israel's been asking for the overthrowing and the bombing of your people for a minute now. And here you are claiming to be an Iranian or a loyal Iranian. And I mean, you're literally asking and celebrating. Well, honestly, you asked for the bombing of your people. You got that. You're celebrating the bombing of your people. And now you're over here sitting with this delusional fantasies that, what, we just got to bomb them harder for the Iranians to what? Take the regime? I'm sorry, but that is delusional as hell. And you're speaking about a people that literally bombed your people, and they're your best friend. They're the best friends to the Iranian. Do you hear yourself? That is insane.
Friend of the Iranian people. And, you know, now we have America on our side as well, thanks to President Trump and his administration. But we're very grateful for all of this that's happening. And, you know, with respect to what President Trump is doing right now, he made it very clear at the beginning. He wants nothing less than unconditional surrender. So what I think is happening here is President Trump is setting up these negotiations in a way for this, you know, if it actually is Ghalibaf, he's setting it up so that Ghalibaf can surrender. And then once Ghalibaf and, you know, whatever leadership is left surrenders, that's when I believe he's going to give the signal to the Iranian people to go back and reclaim the country, because the IRGC will not fight back. That's how I see this playing out.
What? Okay, you think first off, we're talking about a country where, I'm gonna be real with you, there's really only the police and the IRGC that has weapons. And the IRGC is like a 1 million man strong army, basically. So that's not even possible. What are you talking about? Like, she's completely delusional about the situation in Iran.
Guinness, welcome to Uncensored. Now, you served in the United States Marine Corps from 2000 to 2004. You opposed this war. And in fact, you were forcibly removed from a Senate hearing after shouting, "Nobody wants to fight for Israel." We've got a clip here. You actually had your arm broken, I believe, in the process of your protest here. Have we got that clip?
No one wants to fight for Israel!
His hand!
Ooh, I heard that.
Sir,
Control your Senate!
I'm stuck in the door. Okay, sir.
A U.S. Senator just broke the hand of a Marine! He's stuck. A U.S. Senator just broke the hand of a Marine! You're a coward. Why do you say that? Senator? Go fuck yourself. You were a shit seal. That's why you got kicked out, fat ass.
So, Brian, first of all, how are you? And was your arm actually broken?
Well, my arm was stuck between those two doors. And as you can see from the video, my arm broke. I'm not trying to talk about it too much because I'm in the middle of the legal process, but I would really like to be able to share my sentiments related to that protest of mine. I still feel, very concerned about what we're committing American troops to, the cause we are. It's for the greater Israel project. And a key aspect of that project is to weaken the West so Israel can be the dominant power in the Middle East. Our bases over there are getting hit with missiles, killing 13 Americans so far, erasing American presence while elevating Israel's dominance. And we're spending $2 billion a day, increasing our national debt, all while attacking a country Joe Kent clearly stated.
I mean, here's the thing. Israel's definitely going for that greater Israel project. I mean, they've successfully, I ain't gonna lie, they're about to take Gaza. Like, yeah, they're about to kick the Palestinians out of Gaza and take Gaza. They're about to kick the Palestinians out of the West Bank because they are annexing the West Bank, by the way. Settlers are literally kicking Palestinians out as we speak. And it's been condemned by, well, international courts. It's been condemned by Donald Trump, but they're still doing it. Oh, yes. And then they also popped off a war with Lebanon under the fog of war with Iran. I mean, yeah, they're going for it, guys. Oh, yeah. And then also their ex-president said that the new Iran is Turkey. So, yeah, guys, it's going to be a very complicated couple of years.
Pose no imminent threat, and that we're doing it because of Israel's influence. Bring our tax dollars back to the Americans who pay them. Instead, the investor class, which includes the Epstein class, profit while the working class watch their sons and daughters, moms and dads, go fight for Israel. Israelis believe they're God's chosen, while our elected officials send them our troops and treasure. I believe this is wrong, and America doesn't want this.
I mean, look, there are lots of people who say a similar version of what you just said. And as I said, what Marco Rubio said clearly pointed to a lot of Israeli influence on this decision to attack Iran. But other people say, look, the United States is the biggest superpower in the history of planet Earth. Donald Trump is not a shrinking violet. These decisions.
And I mean, GC, look, I do appreciate you watching, dog, but I'm gonna be real with you. Usually when people can't debate my stance, that's what they usually say. Oh, you must hate the administration, bro. I campaigned for this administration. Like, bro, are you serious? That's what I'm saying. I voted for Donald Trump. And as soon as somebody stands up and says, yo, this is not what I voted for, and y'all all know this, y'all all want to say, oh, you must have hate Trump this whole time. Then why did I vote for him? Why did I campaign for him? So I'm sorry, but can you actually bring some facts up to back that up instead of just saying, oh, I think you hate the administration? Like, come on now.
Were made, by America and Donald Trump because they also believed it was in the interests of the United States. I mean, I think that is probably true. It doesn't mean there wasn't influence or encouragement by the Israelis to go along with it. But ultimately, the responsibility for American involvement surely lies with the United States and the president, doesn't it?
I think it's a bad idea to believe Donald Trump, a businessman, a man of poor character, over Joe Kent, the National Counterintelligence Director. And he specifically stated why he resigned, because he cannot in good faith continue to support this war.
Bro, and the arguments against Joe Kent is hilarious. Well, they left him out of briefings. I'm sorry, but Joe Kent gets his information on terrorist organizations and what's going on the ground in Middle Eastern countries, not from intelligence. I mean, not from the briefings, but from the CIA. Like, you know that, right? Let's be real, he hasn't been kicked out of those CIA briefings. He got kicked out of White House briefings, AKA he wasn't allowed to bring in his 2 cents. So when you guys say that, oh, he wasn't in the briefing, so what he says doesn't matter, actually, that kind of goes to show that what he said was true, and there is an echo chamber going on around Trump.
That does not, that's against Iran, they did not pose any imminent threats, and it was caused by Israeli lobby influence.
Okay, just hold fire panel for a moment. Let me join now by Shushank Joshi. He's the defense editor at The Economist. Welcome to Uncensored. I need you to do what I've been struggling to do, which is make some kind of sense about all the strategy here that's going on. I mean, take our own country, for example. Initially, the UK Prime Minister said, well, we're not going to allow even the bases that we share with the Americans to be used. Then within 36 hours, a complete U-turn on that. Now, I think they can use some of the bases, but only if it's for defensive and not aggressive reasons. Not quite sure how you take part in defensive bombing. I'm sure someone can explain it to me. So that's just the UK. And you've got similar kind of contradictory positions by a lot of other countries too. What is happening here? I mean, from a defense perspective, what is going on?
Yeah, good afternoon, Piers. Shall I start with the UK side? Does that make sense? I think what's happening is that the belief in government is this is a really needless, counterproductive and harmful war that is destroying the global economy and will result in Iran perhaps emerging more.
Yo, I'm be real with you, GC. That's a little bit ignorant, and you don't know anything about Iran, apparently. Like, out of 93 million people, sorry, dog, but I'm be real with you. Even the Iranians who hate the Ayatollah, who hates the regime, wants Iran to still be called Iran, not Persia. And two, you know that there's 88 Muslims there. 90% are Shia Muslims, and these are the guys who basically revere the Ayatollah as basically the Pope. So yeah, you're not really understanding. Well, I'm gonna be real with you, the demographics at all that's going on in Iran, or you wouldn't be making these statements.
Ideological, more radical, and more of a threat than it did before. But of course, they can't say that because,
like it or not, Iran is a Muslim nation.
Because they also, quite understandably, like any prime minister, have the
relationship. It's actually funny. People actually be thinking that Iran became a Muslim nation when the Ayatollah came to power. Nah, it was one long before that.
With the United States to manage, and the United States is the most important ally of the UK, whoever it's led by. It's absolutely critical to our defense capabilities, our intelligence cooperation, not to mention our nuclear deterrent. And so you've got to manage that relationship. And so whilst they think it's a terrible war and a terrible idea, and that bombing Iranian forces, even along the Persian Gulf coastline, will not open the Strait of Hormuz, only an end to the conflict will reopen Hormuz, they nonetheless have to be seen to be cooperative. And that's why I think you have Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, insisting Europeans are in support of this, when he knows, of course, they aren't. This is very simple. You might call it cynical diplomacy, but equally, you could argue that it's fairly pragmatic management of an alliance.
And in terms of the way that the American and Israeli combined military have gone about this, do you think they really underestimated the way that the Iranians would respond so adeptly in terms of strangling the global economy by using the Strait of Hormuz as a weapon in the way that they have, by effectively closing it to all but a little bit of oil, but secondly, by attacking the Gulf state neighbors in the way that they have, including attacking refineries, including attacking tourist spots and so on. Do you think they just dropped the ball a bit here, the intelligence from America and Israel, in terms of what was going to...
No, the problem is we didn't listen to our own intelligence, bro. Trump was not listening to the head of counterterrorism. Like, that is wild. And that's who Joe Kent was, the head of counterterrorism. So the problem is we wasn't listening to our own intelligence, and we was listening to Israel's intelligence. I mean, and let's be real. Israel's been asking for war with Iran, well, for about at least 2 decades or more. So I'm sorry, that's where Donald Trump made the mistake. If that, well, we can even say it was a mistake. This might be all within his intentions.
Come back at them, because it does seem that they've been taken extraordinarily by surprise, if that is the case.
Yeah, first of all, I think anyone competent in the US intelligence community would have fully recognized the risk of Iran both striking Gulf states and also closing Hormuz in the event that this was a war of regime change, of killing Ayatollah Khamenei, killing the leadership, bombing infrastructure. That's not like the previous wars, of course. That's not like Operation Midnight Hammer last year, where only Iranian nuclear sites were struck. And so in a more dangerous situation, the regime would be desperate and would respond in a desperate and quite effective fashion. But I think actually, Piers, it's even more canny from the Iranians than you've said, because not only have they succeeded in closing off most of the traffic to Hormuz, what they've also done in a way that I think many experts even didn't anticipate is allowing Hormuz to be used for their own tankers. They've managed to get their own tankers out. I mean, don't forget, just nearly 100 tankers have left the Persian Gulf since February 28th, including tankers of oil being sold to the Chinese and to the Indians. And so they've, in a way, got the best of both worlds, shutting off this flow, causing turmoil in global energy markets.
And that's what a lot of people are missing. Like, they don't know that, well, Iran is actually making money now. They're actually charging people $2 million a pop just to go through the Strait of Hormuz. All of their allies that are cool with them, yeah, they're able to get their oil. So when people are saying, oh, China's suffering, no, they're not. No, they're not. They're still actually getting their oil at this moment. There has been no freezing of oil from Iran to China. I mean, And that's what's hilarious when I hear people that, oh, this is hurting China. I mean, do you not know what's going on right now? China is actually getting their oil right now as we speak still. And they're able to buy it in their own currency. And that's what we hate.
Whilst also applying pressure and continuing to get revenue for themselves. So I think there's been an enormous failure here of statecraft. And I think that's really why you're seeing Donald Trump try to scramble around for means to try to reopen Hormuz by military ways. That is, sending Marines to the region, by trying to look at the potential occupation of Hog Island, but ultimately realizing, as you've seen, I think, in the last 12 hours, that there is a diplomatic way that will be much easier and quicker, and frankly, much more viable in getting himself out of this rather difficult situation he's got himself in.
Right. I mean, I suspect, looking at Donald Trump's behavior and his rhetoric, that he's urgently looking for some kind of off-ramp, but isn't entirely sure what one would look like, which gives him a plausible victory, or one indeed that the Iranians would allow to happen. I mean, what do you think is the most realistic way this all ends?
Well, you're absolutely right. I think part of that is an off-ramp of the Hormuz. That is, if this war ends now with Iran successfully in control of Hormuz, I think that looks like a defeat for Donald Trump. So part one of any off-ramp has to be some kind of settlement in which Trump is seen to have reopened Hormuz by diplomacy. And of course, the Iranians will only do that in exchange for some kind of concessions. Concessions, for example, about not being attacked again. Concessions about the future of their nuclear program. Concessions, I think, most of all, which may appeal to Donald Trump, on sanctions relief, on future Iranian sanctions. But the other thing here, Piers, is the reason America launched this war ostensibly, or so it says, is Iran's nuclear program. There is still, as you know, 400 kilograms of highly enriched uranium sitting under the rubble in Fordow, as well as Isfahan, and it was something called the Uranium Conversion Facility, and in Natanz. As long as that material is sat there, if Donald Trump ends the war with Iran in control of that material, which is enough for about 10 nuclear bombs, again, that will look like a very odd sort of victory. And so any deal, any off-ramp must also cater for that nuclear material, but Iran will demand a price. And I'm not sure whether Donald Trump is ready to pay that price, which is why I think the odds of an end to this now are still no better than 50-50.
And it's already the biggest seismic shock to global energy we've ever seen. And the after effects of that could reverberate for many months. I mean,
yeah, because we are in talks. Well, apparently, according to Trump, we're in talks. According to Iran, that's a lie. But let's go with what Trump's saying here. Let's just go with what Trump's saying. And so if that's the case, then like I said, so what are we going to do? Because I'm be honest with you, we had the best terms with them like the last time we sat down with them. They was ready to give up their enrichment and water down their nuclear stockpile. I mean, that's completely out the window now. We're not even dealing with the same regime at this point. We're dealing with the same regime under new leadership. So we don't know if we can even get the same terms as last time. Let's hope we can. But as of right now, yeah, I mean, we're going to need the Strait of Hormuz open. We want to engage there. We want to pretty much have watchful eyes on their nuclear capability, like pretty much water down their nuclear stockpile, water down their missile capability, and get their ballistics. Like, I hope we can get all of those, but it's unlikely.
I'm told that once you close the Strait of Hormuz in the way that's been closed for a few weeks, it can take months for that to properly play out in world food supplies and so on. So we could see real big spikes in food prices, in inflation and so on coming in the next few months. But if this was to escalate or just continue in the way that it is for, say, 2, 3, 4 more months, how bad will this get for the global economy?
Well, if it goes on for several more weeks, you'll see oil at $150 a barrel. But it's not just oil. I think, as you very sensibly point out, it's about all the other commodities flowing through the Strait of Hormuz. And that includes things like fertilizer products. It includes aluminium products. It includes certain types of critical minerals used in manufacturing, in the semiconductor industry as well. So there will be knock-on effects, perhaps not at the same level as those we saw in the supply chain shock of COVID, but approaching that level. And what really interests me, and I'm not a political expert by any stretch of the imagination, but the downstream political impact of all of this, including in the United States, where petrol prices have gone up, Donald Trump, of course, as you know, is 6 months away from midterm elections. We know that the American electorate is always sensitive to input prices of petrol or gasoline, as they call it. And whilst they enjoy considerably lower costs than we do here in Europe, they are still very conscious of how this affects their checkbook. And poor Americans, as you know, drive much, much more.
Yo, what's going on, my man? Guess dude. Wait, what you mean where I'm at? I'm right here. Honestly, I'm just trying to take in everything this guy's saying right now because he's cooking.
Whilst they enjoy considerably lower costs than we do here in Europe, they are still very conscious of how this affects their checkbook. And poor Americans, as you know, drive much, much more than poor Europeans. So they are hit relatively harder by the impact of these shocks.
That's why I do believe it's completely delusional to think that Trump has 100% for this war when people are paying higher in gas pricing. And now, and remember, Trump promised almost promised to take on affordability. So when you're out here making affordability worse for your average American, you think they're going to support that? And like I said, it's like, if you honestly believe that 100% of MAGA supports this war, I'm sorry, but like, yeah, you're getting tricked. Like, could that mean we would literally be a cult? Because there's no such thing as 100 support for anything unless you are in a cult.
The midterms approaching, I think a lot of people around Donald Trump will be saying, you are already in a difficult position going into the midterms and your prospect of holding on to the House and the Senate. What does this do to those prospects? And for that reason, while I'm not confident on an end to this conflict in the next week, I do think it's very unlikely this goes on beyond the end of April, because the costs for Donald Trump economically and politically, forget about those to us here in Europe and to those in Asia, Pakistan is running out of LNG, for example, are very high.
Yeah. Shuza and Joshi, thank you very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's go back to the panel. Anthony Scaramucci, you did one of the shortest but probably most famous tenures speaking for Donald Trump from the press podium. How do you spin your way out of this? I mean, what is, given how potentially cataclysmic it is politically, never mind anything else, but what would you be advising him right now?
Well, first of all, I just want to point out on Friday night, Hogan said I was there for 10 days. But Pierce, I was actually there for 11 days.
I remember.
So don't let Hogan get away with that on this pot.
He diminished your standing in a shocking manner. I have to say.
I think it was generally unfair of Hogan to do that to me. But if I were with the president, and I would say, listen, get it down to three things that in your mind makes this a success. What are those three things? And then when we get to those three things, I would declare a victory as quickly as possible. But as your prior guest pointed out, it's complicated because they're controlling that strait. And so what I'm worried about, because I understand the president.
Yeah, and that is like I said, that's always going to be the real complication here. Controlling the strait while making sure that all of their allies, all their biggest buyers are still able to get their oil. I mean, at that point, I mean, we can't even say we're affecting Russia and China no more.
President's personality, you've got 4,400 Marines in the Marine Expeditionary Forces, two different groups heading for the area. And I know he's been briefed on this, that, you know, one of the ways to clear out that strait is to put ground forces, U.S. ground forces in the area, try to clean up the situation. And so I'm praying that that doesn't happen, because I think that's an escalation trap for the United States. But again, for me, I would tell the president, pick one or two things, pin your hat on that, and let's go home.
What's the best thing he could pin it on?
Well, I think the best thing is that they're not, if you thought they were a threat, I know Joe Kent said that they weren't, but the president obviously thought that they were. But do you now not think that they are a threat? Have they been sufficiently degraded? And if that answer is yes, then I think it's time to go home, and then we can begin the process of diplomatic negotiation. You know, listen, there's one avenue here that I really would love the president to pursue, because he is a deal.
Yeah, I get what he's saying, but you think the War Hawks is going to let that man walk out like that with no regime change? Iran still got ballistic missiles, and what? All we got is a handle on their nuclear capabilities, and them to open up the Strait of Hormuz. So you think the War Hawks are going to let him go with that one just alone? Maybe. I hope so, because that'd be great. I wouldn't mind it. But let's be honest here. I don't think they're going to let Trump walk out with just that. And honestly, I think that the mainstream media is not going to let him walk away either. They're going to go ahead and pretty much say, well, oh, he left them in power. So, like, how could he sit there and claim success? Or Iran is still have ballistic missiles. How could he see this as a success? It's like, trust me, they can say all that good stuff. So and that's why Trump should never got into it, because now even finding an off ramp could be detrimental to him.
Dealmaker. One avenue would be, and it's a more nuanced avenue, but to go to the Iranians and say, okay, we've got you degraded. Let's open the strait together and let's get your oil back on the market, which would be very good for the global economy. I don't think the Israelis are going to like that one, but I do think that's an avenue, given his deal making chops, Piers, that's an avenue I would like to see him pursue.
Hogan, we keep an eye on the prediction markets, and Polymarket has been asking, will the traffic in the Strait of Hormuz return to normal by the end of April? And there's currently a 36% chance, they think, from the money that's come in, that will happen. Do you think that's realistic? I mean, if you listen to the experts, the longer this Strait of Hormuz remains effectively closed, the more damaging everything gets for the global, never mind just American economy. Do you think that will be a priority of President Trump, to just get it open, come what may?
Yeah, of course. Listen, a couple things that have happened in the last 10 minutes I do want to address here. Joe Kent being against this, sure, but he was for it before. So it's kind of a Mitt Romney, I was for it before I was against it thing with him. Second is your journalist you just talked to, Pierce, made the point that some people think this military operation is going to make Iran more radical and more angry.
It did.
That's insanity. They already want to kill everyone that isn't.
Well, I'm be real with you, that, like I said, it's due to the fact that we found out that their missile capability or their missile range is a lot farther than we realized. That kind of goes against what you're saying, because you're saying they're this murderous regime that if they had the capability, they would strike you within an instant. And guess what? We figured out that they could strike these European countries within an instant, and they didn't. Shit, bro. They could have helped Putin in the Ukraine, and they didn't. And that's one of their best allies.
Of their belief. They already want global domination and destruction. It'd be like when you and I were in that bunker and World War II was happening, and you were saying, we don't want to really fight Germany because, after all, they'll hate Jews more. Like, they're already killing them. That's insanity. They're the world's largest global sponsor of terrorism. And everyone from Hillary Clinton to Kamala Harris to Joe Biden to Barack Obama all have said that Iran can't get a nuclear weapon. Donald Trump's the only one really doing something to prevent that from happening. And at the same time, the journalist you just brought on said, but they have all this nuclear material in these different locations. Okay, are we going to do something about that? Was he advocating that we should just allow them to keep it? When that regime was in power, we know the death and destruction they caused all over the globe, whether through proxies or whether through their own capabilities. Diminishing that is important. But here at home, understand, cost is what matters to the American people. And while the American left will say it's all about affordability, I kind of find that a fake term, because what's affordable to you, Piers Morgan, as wealthy as you are, not probably affordable to me. But is the cost up or is the cost coming down? That's what matters. And if Donald Trump's military operation here brings down the cost of oil, brings down the cost of gasoline here in this country and around the globe, that's the victory. In addition, of course, to preventing them from getting a nuclear weapon and causing terrorist threats all over the world and chaos, bringing that rational, responsible, strategic use and flow of oil through that strait is what's going to matter here eventually, I think, to the American electorate and how they decide to vote.
Well, it is, but of course, the damage may well have been done, and it will have been done by Donald Trump's decision to attack Iran in the first place, which led to it closing. So,
yeah, I mean, what was it? UAE and Qatar both said, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar both said it's going to take like 6 months to get oil flows and gas and LNG flows back to normal. So the damage, has already been done. Like, we won't really see a fix in these gas prices for months. That's what I'm saying. Trump need to hop out of this ASAP so we can start the recovery.
So, people aren't that stupid. I mean, they're going to think, well, if in the end it's a messy ending to this, where really any plausible victory is kind of laughed at, not least by the Iranians if they're all still in power there, then, it's hard to see how you can spin rising inflation, rising cost of living prices, rising gas pump prices, in weeks and months of pain to the American electorate. I don't know quite how you square that with, well, now they've come down again, therefore I'm the hero.
Well, they were at record highs under the previous administration, under Joe Biden, of course, and Donald Trump brought them down. This, as your journalist just mentioned, would make prices spike $150 per barrel or more. They predicted that as well, and now they're way less than that, of course. These experts are typically wrong. The question, though, is even if the costs come down, how do the Americans feel about it?
Right.
And that's something that's very difficult to quantify. So, if the price spikes by $2, and then you bring it down $1.50, it's still 50 cents higher than it was before, but still way lower than it ever was under Joe Biden. Then it's a whole messaging conversation and messaging war moving into the midterms, and it's a tough one to have. Don't underestimate it.
Okay, Brian. I mean, I'm just wondering how the average Trump supporter. I think in the polls, the MAGA crowd will always go with Trump. It's almost got religious fervor to it. But Brian, when you look at the overarching thing that I look at, which is this is a guy, Donald Trump. I've known him 20 years. We're friends. I no defense of that. I've always got on well with him. I had a few blips, but I like him personally. But it's interesting to me that he would campaign so vociferously after 4 years out of office on no more taking America into wars in the Middle East because they're so ruinous.
Man, I'm telling you, if you don't believe me, guys, bro, if you don't believe me or Pierce, when we say, yo, this man literally campaigned and condemned anybody who even supported any type of war in the Middle East. He went at Obama for even inching towards a war in the Middle East. But if you don't believe me, check this out.
Hey, President Trump, how are those mass deportations going?
They said, you got to lighten up on this. We have a lot of heart for people. They came in illegally, but they're good people, and they're working now on farms.
I have proposed, and President Trump has concurred, that this surge operation conclude.
Oh. Well, surely no new wars in the Middle East like you've campaigned on for years, right?
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. We should have never gone into the Middle East. Under my leadership, we will turn the page forever on those foolish, stupid days. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. You're not going to have a war with me, and you're not going to have a third world war with me. The United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
Donald Trump issued an ultimatum to Iran: open the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours or America will attack their power plants.
Why is the Pentagon going to ask Congress for an additional $200 billion?
So we're in very good shape, but we want to be in the best shape.
Oh. So why are we going to war with Iran again?
If we didn't do that B-2 attack, Israel would have been wiped out. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks after that.
Because Israel was determined to act with or without the U.S., our commander-in-chief and the administration and the officials I just named had a very difficult decision to make.
Miriam gave my campaign, indirectly and directly, $250 million. She was number one. Miriam and Sheldon would come into the office. I think they had more trips to the White House than anybody else I can think of. But they were very responsible for so much, including getting me thinking about Golan Heights.
Oh. Well, I'm sure there will be zero repercussions for this war, and it's probably only going to go on for like a week, right?
As we head into week 4 of this war. As gas prices climb across the country, President Trump pressured allies to help secure safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz.
A major shipping route for oil has effectively been shut down amid this war, sending shockwaves through the markets, with gas jumping nationwide from an average of $2.92 in Kansas to more than $5 a gallon in California.
Look, gas prices are up. And we know they're up, and we know that people are hurting because of it.
Well, at least we as the MAGA movement still collectively agree that child transitioning is wrong, right? Okay. How about those Epstein files?
So this is a Democrat hoax because they're trying to get people to talk about something that's totally irrelevant to the success that we've had as a nation since I've been president. What this whole thing is with Epstein is a way of trying to deflect from the tremendous success that the Republican Party had. But don't talk about it too much because honestly, I don't want to take it away from us. It's really a Democrat problem. The Democrats were Epstein's friends.
So who gave the order to flag records related to President Trump? To flag any records which included his name?
I'm not going to discuss anything about that with you, Senator.
Eventually, you're going to have to answer for your conduct in this.
Oh. Well, it kind of seems to me like the Republican president has slowly transitioned into a Democrat president. Hey, MAGA, why are we voting for these people again? One thing is certain. We didn't leave MAGA. MAGA left us. But the question is, are we going to allow that? Or are we going to take the reins from the man who started it all, but has sadly become the opposition to everything that we stand for? Or are we going to continue to lick the boot and bend the knee to people who don't give a shit about us? They use us for our vote. They lie directly to our faces. They protect child predators. They want to grant mass amnesty to millions of illegal immigrants. And now they're totally fine with children being mutilated and indoctrinated by their crazy-ass liberal parents. Fuck Trump, fuck Vance, fuck Rubio, fuck the Republican Party as a whole, fuck the Democrats, fuck them all. This is not the shit that we signed up for. Wake the fuck up.
Like I said, man, I ain't switch up. You did. I ain't switch up on MAGA. MAGA switched up on me, apparently. And like I said, bro, got a really good point. Trump walked back a lot of things, bro. And I'm just sitting here like, bro, what's going on? And apparently I'm an American or I support the Iranians. It's just like, really? Really, guys? You telling me I switched up? We're just not going to sit here and, hold our politicians accountable. Like I said, like I always yell at the Democrats for doing. Come on, guys. Don't do this to me. Don't do this. But all right, let's get back to the show.
Economically and on human life, and a focus on America first and the American economy, boosting the American economy. And yet here, in one fell swoop, at the end of February, he launches the biggest war imaginable in the Middle East. And it's caused the kind of ruinous economic meltdown that many predicted would obviously happen if America and or Israel did that. So I really struggle to understand why he would do that now and expect people to come out in November and vote for a Trump-led Republican Party.
I think it gives reference to the power of the APAC, American Israeli Public Affairs Committee, and the great existence of Israeli influence. And Trump is very
but yes, dude, no. I was hoping I wouldn't have to meet you here, brother, but here I am. Apparently, it's like so this is what it's like. And here's the thing, guys. I honestly think I've been pretty fair about my analysis with this war. Apparently, I mean, my guys over in MAGA don't like it, but I got to keep it real. I got to keep it real with you guys. And I'm always going to keep it real with you guys. That's one thing you guys should expect from me. I'm going to give you both sides and I'm going to keep it real with you. And me keeping it real with you is pretty much calling out this war and saying, yo, this is what we didn't want. And right now it's not working in the favor of the American people. For some reason, we didn't want transing on kids, but now it's transing on kids as long as your parents agree. Then the man want to talk about, mass amnesty. I'm just like, whoa. First off, I thought you was just walking back the whole anti-war stance. Now you're walking back the anti-immigration stance too. And I'm the one that switched up. Okay, gotcha. Huh. Sometimes I want, you know what? This is probably why I'm shadow banned. I don't want to say that, but it is what it is. But I'll get through it.
Much susceptible to that. And I think they have the Greater Israel Project. They have everything. They've been wanting America to attack Iran for years. They've said Iran has been 2 weeks away from nuclear bombs for 30 years. And so they finally got Trump to do that, to capitulate. And they've greatly weakened Iran. And this is a win for Israel. But this narrative is so hard to be on this panel. I know it's an economic panel, but it's just not thinking about the many victims of the Gaza genocide and all the attacks Israel is doing against Lebanon and all the surrounding area. And I understand the plight of the Iranians and their struggles, but Iran has been under severe sanctions for years, for decades. And that's greatly contributed to the suffering of the Iranians. And I see you shaking your head, but I don't think militarism by America is going to help the social issues. Iran can help themselves. I respect you in being.
I mean, if we tried this many times within the Middle East and it's failed every time. So it's like I said, it's a bit insane to think that, oh, well, because it's Trump, this time it's going to work. I mean, what's the definition of insanity again? Trying something over and over and over again. And even though it doesn't work, you just keep going. Like, come on, guys. You know, I'm cooking.
That you are from Iran, but this is obviously not the time for American militarism to intervene and destroy this.
Bro, why I say the same thing? I said the same thing. I'm like, bro, they could buy it from Pakistan. They could buy it from Russia. They could buy it from China. And they would sell it to them because it would be in their best interest for Iran to have a nuke so nobody can F with Iran. Just like nobody F's with North Korea. Why? Because they got a nuke.
Infrastructure, affect the global economy, and make this action. The Iranians are a sovereign nation, and Israel's record of destruction in that region has to be pronounced. And I can't tolerate all this conversation just discussing Trump's exit ramp and how it will best suit him. There's so much death and there's so much accountability that must be had. So I really hope that. Well, I demand accountability. Trump has backstepped on his campaign promises. He's throwing us into a war, and I do have concerns about a nuclear threat, and we do have to de-escalate this. And I hope that Trump's negotiations continue positively.
Okay, Goldie, you were shaking your head there. Your response to that?
First of all, there's so much craziness that I just heard. I don't even know where to begin. But where were you when 2 months ago, in the beginning of January, the Islamic regime slaughtered over 40,000 innocent, unarmed protesters?
That's a lie. I mean, look, they've slaughtered maybe about like 5,000 to 6,000, but 40,000? No, that's not true. And here's the thing. You can only find one source that says that. And they're talking about a classified document that they got out of Iran that they have not showed nobody or shown proof that they even have. So this 40,000 number, unverified. What has been verified by reputable sources is the 5,000 to 6,000 that's been stated. So I'm not sure where everybody's getting this 30 to 40,000. That's why I said it's that regime change propaganda. I mean, bro, the IRGC and the Ayatollah, trust me, they're terrible. Like the way they rule Iran is with an iron fist. We all agree, but they did not kill 30,000 of their own people.
Just because they want.
I mean, 6,000 is bad enough. I mean, it's crazy how y'all got to exaggerate it. You'd got me in with just 6,000.
Wanted to live in a free and democratic society. Where were you? Where were you when on Friday don't interrupt me when I'm speaking. Do not interrupt when I'm speaking. I let you speak. Do not interrupt me when I'm speaking. Do not interrupt me.
Okay.
Where were you when the Islamic regime gang raped 2 nurses because they were helping Iranian protesters? They took them, they gang raped them. One of them was gang raped so hard that they had to remove her uterus. Where were you for that? Where were you when on Friday the Islamic regime executed 5 innocent young innocent Iranian men? Where were you?
Hold on now. I ain't gonna lie. I got to give both sides of it. So yes, there was just an Iranian wrestler who was publicly executed, by the way. And I'm gonna tell you what both sides said. Now, of course, on the American side and all over Fox News, they're saying that, oh, he was just protesting the street peacefully. That's all he did. And they executed him and they publicly hung him. And then Iran comes out with like, no, he hacked to death 2 police officers. Yeah. With a machete, hacked to death 2 officers in Iran, and that's why they publicly execute them. I mean, look, you can choose what side you want to believe. I'm just giving you both sides of it.
Don't bring your Israeli conspiracy theories here. No one's buying it. No one cares for it.
There ain't nothing to buy. It's right in our face, lady.
This is something that the Iranian people have wanted for a very, very long time. It's called the responsibility to protect. It is a UN doctrine. Do not interrupt me when I'm speaking. You are insulting the Iranian people's right to self-determination by claiming that this is some sort of Israeli project. What Iranian people are saying inside of occupied Iran is that we are grateful for American and U.S. interventionism. And you would know that, except the Islamic regime has shut down the internet for the last 24 days. The internet has been cut off.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be real with you. Like, sis, that ain't got nothing to do with the Iranian support for the regime. Like I said, while the Iranians that you want to take over are hiding in their houses from bombs, the Iranians that want the regime to stay in power are out there in the streets while bombs are going off behind them. You think that those guys are going to take on them? Like Shia Muslims who like pretty much think it's martyrdom. It's like it's a real, I'm be real with you. It's like it's like held highly to be a martyr in Shia Islam. They're gonna crash out and they're gonna love every bit of it. And you think that these protesters are gonna be able to go against these guys? I mean, we gave the protesters all the guns, the fake support from the president, and they still couldn't do it. Still couldn't do it. So I'm sorry, but that's cooked.
90 million Iranians in occupied Iran do not have a voice. And what you, sir, are hearing is Islamic regime propaganda. So I would suggest you take a step back, open up you open your mind a little bit more, and maybe ask yourself, why did the Islamic regime shut down the internet? Why is the Islamic regime?
Oh God, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Oh God, you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? Go ahead and send in a super chat. Be happy to read it out loud, engage with, unless you're a member. Appreciate the support.
Cut off the internet, silencing the voices of 90 million people. So please, sir, do not interrupt. Do not insult Iranians.
Okay.
Do not interrupt me when I'm speaking. Have some respect.
Okay. Isn't it kind of insulting Iranians when you just sit there and you're okay with, I don't know, any Iranian that supports the regime to be bombed to death? Like, isn't that kind of disrespectful of Iranian life? Just because you have a difference of opinion in them, you think it's okay for them to be bombed? Like, that's wild as hell. But okay, though. Okay, we're the bad guys, though.
Okay, Brian, you can now respond.
That was that they are defending themselves, and I'm sorry for those atrocities. And it's 90 million people. There's going to be atrocities happening like that, and I'm sorry for that. I don't condone any of that. But militarism is not going to fix that. Sanctions by America is just contributing to the suffering of Iran. America's
look, baby girl, I know you don't want to hear it, but it's the truth, though. Like, you don't want to hear it, but that is the truth. I'm sorry. It's just not like you're not going to get that regime change that you've been having wet dreams about, baby girl. It's not happening. Think about something else.
And so,
well, let him speak, Goldie. You didn't like him interrupting you, so let him speak.
Let him go.
And so, my sympathies for those who are suffering in this world. But the militarism is not going to help this. Adding more.
Hey, shout out to Couture for sending the party hat. Appreciate the support, sis.
More pain and suffering is not going to help this. Destroying our infrastructure for the globe is not going to help this. And so this is a big money move that is just sacrificing American lives. If Israel truly wants to get rid of Iran as a threat, why don't they contribute their soldiers? But they're too busy proliferating their land in Lebanon, which they've never held tight to their ceasefire. Israel has a horrible record of not delivering on any ceasefires. They continue to kill the people in Gaza. They're annexing the West Bank. I've been to Gaza, West Bank myself.
They've successfully annexed Gaza. Let's not just play stupid. They definitely successfully annexed Gaza. When they rebuild Gaza, it's not going. Palestinians will not be living in it. Well, probably very few Palestinians. Oh, yes, and they're annexing the West Bank, even though Trump told them not to, international courts told them not to, but they're still doing it. Still. And now they're going for southern Lebanon. Yeah, they even bombed bridges in Lebanon. It's kind of wild. Oh, and they displaced over 1 million people in Lebanon. But, who cares about all that, right? Right.
Experience the cruel, brutal behaviors of the Israeli settlers. What you should be talking about is the Israeli settlers in the West Bank. Their horrid actions. They are the true terrorists.
Well, there's certainly been some disgusting scenes coming out of the West Bank in the last few days, and I think that is extremely clear. And they're being committed by, in the main, Israeli settlers.
You know what, sis? That's a really good question. Like I said, but I ain't gonna stop talking. I'm not gonna censor myself, even at the risk of a shadow ban. Like, those are temporary, and it sucks, but it is what it is. I mean, what you want me to do? Just start lying to you guys so I can get views from MAGA? Like, come on now. Like, I love MAGA, but I ain't going to sit there and lie just to make them feel good. It's like, I can't do it. I just can't do it. But yeah, it does seem like you get blacklisted. As soon as you talk about Israel, mention Israel's influence in the United States, you're cooked. I mean, bro, from podcasters to government officials like Joe Kent, it don't matter who you are. You're going to catch that AIPAC, punishment.
Is attacking Palestinians, and it's been
AIPAC giving them
appalling.
hands to everyone.
Anthony Scaramucci, just what's interesting to me looking at this from the politics again is there's been very little sign of J.D. Vance, for example, in all this. What does it mean for life post-Trump? You know, there's a lot of jostling for position about who the heir apparent will be. How impactful will the Iran war be, do you think, in determining who that is? And is one of the reasons for Vance's relative silence that he wants to keep his name out of this?
Don't be a sucker.
Well, listen, I mean, it's been reported, he leaked that.
I mean, look, man, I would just say, I don't know why everybody's so gun-ho for Vance, because I've been said he never showed no real leadership qualities to me. And I know people thought I was tripping and all that good stuff. And I'm just like, nah, I'm just not sold on anybody Trump puts a thumbs up on. I'm not. And I'm kind of being proven right from this. Look, if he disagrees with this war, then go ahead and show out. Let us know. Show some damn, like, bro, drop your nuts. Show us that you got some damn leadership skills instead you're just going along. And if that's what you want to do, cool, say that. But don't sit there in silence, though. Like, well, actually, no, I'll take that back. He actually has said something about it. He's shown his support for it. So, like I said, hasn't shown any real leadership qualities. And he's willing to get down just to go along. I mean, sounds like Joe Kent's the only guy with some real integrity right now. But yeah, maybe, I don't know. Maybe I just hate MAGA, even though I campaigned for him, but maybe I just hate him.
CBS News that he didn't want anything to do with it. And him and Tulsi Gabbard, Joe Kent, others were put in a separate situation room away from Mar-a-Lago, the people that were dissenting from the military action. So, I know this is a contrary statement to make, but it's not clear to me that Vance is going to run, Pierce. His wife's pregnant. He does not have the support of the Pope. And I know people say, well, what does that mean? He just converted to Catholicism, as you guys know,
which is the most followed denomination of Christianity, with 80 million strong in the U.S. alone. So I see what he's doing there. Like, I don't know. Is he really doing it because he believes in Catholicism, or is he doing it to appeal to the large Christian base that is Catholics? Like, why?
And the Pope has really diverged from the president and from the president's policies and has been critical. And there are 80 million Catholics in this country. He's not going to be able to win the presidency without that level of support. So there's a good chance here he doesn't run, which would make Marco Rubio the apparent. And then you just have to tell me what the outcome of this is. If there's a positive outcome, it'll help Marco Rubio. But if it's a quagmire, this will be a disaster for the Republicans come 2028.
Hogan, there's a lot going on every minute. Even while we've been talking, there's a lot going on. Donald Trump said earlier today there have been very strong talks between Washington and Tehran in the last 24, 36 hours. It was clear Iran wanted to make a deal, but the Iranian parliament speaker, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, has reiterated that no such talks, as far as they're concerned, have taken place. He posted to X, no negotiations have been held with the US, and fake news is used to manipulate the financial and oil markets and escape the quagmire in which the US and Israel are trapped. Now, this is one of the people that we're supposed to believe the Americans have been talking to, and someone that can be they can do business with.
Yeah, it is. There was it, the Iranian foreign minister, and that's the weird thing about Trump's statement. And like, bro, please check me if I'm wrong, but isn't that a bit confusing? How Trump is saying we're in talks with Iran, but Iran is saying no, we're not. And then when Trump gets called out on, he's like, oh, no, we're talking to a different group. Like, what, bro? There is no other group to talk to. Like, what do you mean? And then there's delusional people on X talk about, oh, you talk with the Riva Pahlavi, the king is returning. It's like, bro, shut y'all dumbasses up, bro. No, please spare me with that BS.
Absolutely rubbishing any suggestion that there have been talks to try and end this, and saying it's all just a scam by the Americans or the administration to stop the markets crashing.
Okay. I mean, the same people who said they lied about their ballistic missile capability into hitting Europe. I mean, these people are proven terrorists.
I don't know about that, man. Like I said, depending on how long they had this range. Like I said, y'all been selling to us, and I'm gonna continue getting people on this. They've been selling to us that if Iran could, they would. Am I wrong, guys? They've been saying for a while now that if Iran could strike us, they would. They told us that. They told Europe that. They fear-mongered that around the world, that if Iran could strike you, they would. Well, guess what? Iran had the capability to strike y'all asses, and they didn't. I'm talking to you guys in Europe. They had the ability to strike y'all asses, and they didn't. Shoot, they had the ability to help out Putin in Ukraine, and they didn't. I mean, and that's one of their best allies. So I'm sorry, but that kind of takes away this whole mindset of, oh, well, as soon as they have the capability, they'll strike. Well, according to you guys, they've been had this capability and they haven't struck. So you can't have it both ways now. Like, come on, what is it now? Do they have restraint or do they not?
Lying all of the time, of course, and to sympathize with them and their quote unquote struggle is absolutely ridiculous when you consider all the death and destruction that they've paid for, committed themselves all over this globe. People on the right and the left here in America have been furious at Iran for so long, and only Donald Trump did something about it. Now, how this ends up, of course, matters, and that's going to effectuate voting tendencies for the midterms, of course. But the fact is, there are people in Iran right now who have been oppressed by this regime for decades. This is not something Donald Trump did because Israel told him to do.
Yes, but here's the thing, though. This is what nobody likes to say. You got to look at things like from both perspectives. Yes, there's people that's been living under oppression in Iran for decades, right? Because of their more liberal views about life and Islam. And then you got to think about there's been people, millions of people that's been living under this regime in peace for decades, So you just can't sit there and pretend like everybody in Iran is a victim. No, there's millions of people who've been living under this for decades. There's 61 million people who registered to vote in an election that the Ayatollah chose, not for decades, just for 2024. But that goes to show that there's people living peacefully under this regime for decades, as long as they get down with the process, of course. I know you said, but they're doing it by force. Hey, but they're living peacefully as long as you just don't want to shake the boat. What, man? This ain't America, man. Go take your women's rights somewhere else.
The only people Donald Trump is he's beholden to are the American people. That's it. And if it helps our interests around the globe, and quite frankly, with our partners and allies, including the only democracy in the region, Israel, sure, then maybe we might do something. The America First agenda is designed to effectuate change and support and offer protection for the American people first, but it's not always America alone. He did this in the first term. And while the naysayers did what they did and said anything he does in the region is going to make it break out into utter chaos and we're going to see destruction in the streets, instead he got peace deals that no one thought was possible, several of them in just a few short years. This is on track to do something monumental yet again, because all the people on the left.
I mean, bro, we weren't striking people to get those peace deals. If anything, we were just threatening them with tariffs. And I agreed with that all the way. For sure. Like, make them pay for it. But we didn't have to bomb these guys just to get a peace deal with them. I mean, let's be real. If we did that to every country try to get a peace deal with, bro, we'd have been in World War III a long time ago.
Who complain about these atrocities to women.
And no, I'm not calling this World War III because, another superpower didn't enter the fight yet. Maybe intelligence-wise, but not physically.
Who complain about atrocities to those who voice their own opinions have been utterly silent. And oftentimes in my political debates, Pierce, what I think of is who supports what I support, who's against what I'm against. The only real groups against Donald Trump going in to Iran with this military action is Russia, China, and the Democrats. They're all in league together.
I mean, hold on now, brother. I mean, what about the Americans that don't want to see, Americans' troops' life wasted on, shoot, may not even be wasted. We may just get the operation, but at the cost of American life. So why are you just belittling that? And then why are you framing the people who actually care about that as un-American or working for a foreign asset? Are you serious? Man, this is crazy. This is crazy.
Everyone else sees this as a global good. Donald Trump's the leader who's doing it.
Out of interest, given that Russia and China and North Korea all oppress their people in various ways, It's pretty awful being a woman in North Korea.
I mean, it's kind of funny. You could say anybody's a foreign asset. They could work for Qatar, the Saudis, the Iranians, but God forbid you call somebody a foreign asset to Israel. Oh my God, then you cross the line. That's the last straw right there, mister.
They all have weapons of mass destruction. Would it not be logical then that the United States would also want to attack those countries and neutralize their ability to perpetrate evil? Or is it just one rule for Iran and one rule for the others?
Well, look, I went to North Korea with the president in the first administration. He was able to talk to and have conversations with that particular leader. Iran is a completely different issue.
Really? You think the
sorry?
Iranian regime is any different to the North Korean regime?
I mean, you point to any of the last terrorists?
A little bit, yeah. They are a little bit different. Remember, I mean, like they basically got like a king, and these guys are going off a hardcore Shia Islam. Like one's a religious regime, and the other one is like basically, a real dictatorial regime. That's pretty much it with them.
Activity around the globe that North Korea has paid for or committed themselves?
I suspect the North Koreans are up to all sorts of stuff. Yeah, I mean, didn't they send 10,000 troops to
You
help
can
Putin?
suspect it. What I'm saying is, are they doing
sent
something?
10,000
Iran is
troops.
actively doing it.
Well, they sent 10,000 troops to Ukraine to fight Putin's illegal war on a European sovereign democratic country, for one. That was one of their recent actions.
Sure, but if you're going to pretend as though all of the despots and dictators all over the globe are the same, they're just
I'm
not.
not, but I'm just saying the reason why no one's attacked Iran in the past is because it's so big and the regime is so well armed that and it has control over the global oil supply, that there was always a risk of exactly what has now happening. That's what's deterred people. In the same way that you wouldn't want to start, even though America has the biggest military in the world, they wouldn't want to start a shooting match with Putin or with Xi or with Kim Jong-un. There have been similar arguments, but the argument appears to have collapsed with Iran, and many people are very concerned, understandably, that what we're now seeing is the repercussion of a reckless decision, which has let a tinderbox off.
No, I would disagree, obviously, with the characterization of a reckless decision. But let's be clear. Joe Biden actually said it would be fine if Russia had a minor incursion into Ukraine. And what did the world do? Rallied around Ukraine, led by the United States of America. How come this administration this terrorist organization in Iran has nuclear weapons? Everyone agrees they shouldn't have them. Everyone hates them and says they're a terrorist entity that causes.
Whoa! You're not talking about Iran, are you? Because Iran does not have nuclear weapons, and you know damn well that's a lie. Hold on now. He did not just say that.
Of a reckless decision, which has let a tinderbox off.
No, I would disagree, obviously, with the characterization of a reckless decision. But let's be clear. Joe Biden actually said it would be fine if Russia had a minor incursion into Ukraine. And what did the world do? Rallied around Ukraine, led by the United States of America. How come this administration this terrorist organization in Iran has nuclear weapons? Everyone agrees they shouldn't have them. Everyone hates them and says they're a terrorist entity that causes death and destruction all over the globe. And yet they're holding back and not helping their major ally, the United States, in this. Now I think they're going to come forward and actually start helping because they realize how difficult it's going to be for them in the future. But regardless, having worked in this White House, I worked in a White House with Donald Trump, understanding the global issues that this country faces, they are very nuanced. They are very difficult. They are rarely cut and dry. However, when you see a regime doing what it does to its people, what it does to the American people since the 70s, and paying for other entities to cause death, to cause casualties. We just had several terrorist attacks here in this country alone by Iranian nationals. And not one single mosque, not one imam came out and said, no, this is bad. We're the religion of peace. We're not going to.
No, you're wrong. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, well, first off, I know damn well you don't look at Muslim content. So let's not play stupid here, and let's not pretend like you even went looking for it. No, there was actually imams, there was actually Muslims that condemned what Israel was doing, not Israel, but what Iran was doing. Like, come on now, and also condemned the terrorist attacks, trying to let us know that those people don't represent all of Islam, but you don't listen to them. You don't. Like, not at all. Because you don't show up on your feed, you think it's not happening. And you'd be surprised how much is happening in the world that don't show up on your feed.
Support this. If a Christian came out, a supposed Christian came out and threw bombs at Mondami's house and said, I do this in the name of Christianity and Jesus, every pastor on the planet would come out and say, that is not Christianity. We disavow that. These people have come out in the name of Islam to destroy and kill. And
I mean, shoot, you know what? Yeah, I've seen Christians disavow the KKK. That's good. I mean, are they also gonna? Well, never mind. I've also seen Christians disavow those people who go after Muslims as well. So shout out to the Christians who actually stick up for truth and who low key like down bigotry of any form. Like shout out to the real Christians.
Name and no single
shout out to them.
Mosque, no imam in this country comes out and says, no, that's not what we're about. That to me is quite telling. And again, a global issue here that the world faces. America's taking the leadership, of course, working with our partners and allies, but we're the ones capable of doing this. What happens on the backside, again, matters to the American people and to the electorate. But right now, he's doing what needs to be done to keep this world a safer place.
Okay. Well, I hope you're right.
Here's quick clarification on just a very small thing. The acts of terrorism were not committed by Iranian nationals. They were committed by people hired by the Islamic regime. One of them was Pakistani, yes. One of them was from Senegal. So not Iranian
No,
nationals.
that's an important clarification.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's correct.
Okay. Look, I've got to leave it there. A very interesting discussion. Thank you all very much indeed.
You to be on.
Thanks.
As I said a little earlier, Iran's parliament speaker is one of the senior Iranians reported to have been negotiating with the US through Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. He's now denied that any talks have taken place. Joining me from Iran.
See, now they're trying to say, well, we're speaking to the parliament speaker. Even that guy is going like, bro, we ain't talking to you, bro. We don't mess with you like that, bro. We're over here waiting for you to give us reparations, which if they think America's going to do that, bro, think again. No. We ain't doing none of that.
With his verdict is Professor.
Man, look, man, we got black people still waiting on reparations. You may think we give it to Iranians.
I'm Morandi from Tehran University. Professor Morandi, thank you for coming back on Uncensored. Donald Trump posted this morning. I'm pleased to report that the United States of America and the country of Iran have had over the last 2 days very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East. Based on the tenor and tone of these in-depth, detailed, and constructive conversations, which will continue throughout the week, I've instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings and discussions. Donald J. Trump. What is your response to that? Because all the official responses have been that there have been no discussions whatsoever. Is that your understanding?
Yes, there have not been any talks. The reason it is believed here that Trump made this statement was because he was worried about the markets. And he made this statement, I think, an hour before the markets opened on Monday. And of course, these 5 days would end after the markets close on Friday. I think he's also deeply concerned about the fact that Iran said that it will retaliate with great force if these crimes against humanity are carried out, because obviously targeting vital infrastructure that ordinary people use is a crime against humanity. But of course, as usual, there's no outcry in the West, because for the West, we live in the jungle.
Well, I mean, my response to that would be that I think that there's always been an understood red line that you don't go after each other's energy plants. And that line was crossed. I think it was crossed by Israel attacking one of the Iranian power plants. Iran responded in kind, attacking a refinery in Qatar and threatening to do more of that. And we now get to a place where Donald Trump threatened to blow up huge amounts of the Iranian power plants and now appears to have backed down from that, claiming to have had discussions. So this red line is an important one, isn't it? Because it's in nobody's interest in this conflict that Iranians' power plants get destroyed and they respond by taking out all of the neighboring Gulf states' power plants. That would be energy Armageddon.
So, Pierce, do you condemn Donald Trump for threatening to take out Iran's critical infrastructure, it's vital infrastructure that is targeting 92 million Iranians?
Yes.
Good. We finally agree on something.
I didn't agree with what Israel did in attacking the refinery. I wouldn't agree if America decided to attack more of the power plants. I think in particular, you have an issue here with the Gulf.
Well, I'm be real with you. The escalation ladder would have just been too great. Like I said, when Trump gave that 48-hour ultimatum, like I said, is either he commit to it and pretty much just say F the Gulf region's energy infrastructure, or he somehow gets around to the table. Or, I mean, bro, the worst option would him be backing down on just saying, oh, no, I'm actually not going to do that. Oh, that'd be terrible. But like I said, he gave the 48-hour warning. Now, I mean, hopefully they're actually at the table and, you know, the Iranians may not know what's going on. Hopefully. But as it stands right now, it's kind of looking like those talks may have just been for show to control the oil market. Maybe.
States with the desalination plants, both in Iran, but also obviously in all the Gulf states, its neighboring states there, where having spent a lot of time in the Middle East, I know that if you took out the desalination plants, then the ability of the populations of these Gulf states to drink water would very rapidly disappear. And you would potentially have millions of people unable to get to access water, which would be devastating. That's why it's always been a red line. But many red lines have been ripped up, it seems to me, in this war so far. How do you think this ends?
Well, all the red lines were, of course, crossed by the United States. An unprovoked war, murdering 168 little girls on day one in the first strike, murdering the leader, denying that they carried out the strike against the girls, pretending that it was the Iranians. In other words, pretending.
I ain't gonna lie though, the propaganda to push this on the Iranians was epic. Like they were trying so hard, and even when CENTCOM comes out and says, "Yeah, it's looking likely it's us," and then comes out and said, "Okay, yeah, it was us." Well, we thought it was part of the naval base. Our bad, which is understandable. We ain't say they was doing it intentionally, but the problem is when y'all just sit there and try to blame it on the Iranians and say, "Oh, the Iranians are crazy enough to blow up a school full of girls." I mean, like, bruh. I'm sorry, but that wasn't the case. And it was really obvious that it was us, to be real with you. Actually, all clues pointed to us and people still held denial. People was like, man, oh no, it must have been the Iranians. If you look here, the angle of the tomahawk, oh, that don't even look like a tomahawk. It was insane.
I think it was the victims, but of course, this is the 47-year-old history of Iran in the United States. The United States carries out aggression and it always blames the victim, and the victim is somehow the problem. But I think the war will end in a strategic defeat for Trump. The Iranians are not going to let go until the facts on the ground change and Iran feels assured that this will never happen again. They're going to continue because we already went through this once. We were negotiating and Trump was secretly conspiring to attack Iran with Netanyahu 8-9 months ago. Then again, this time around, as we were negotiating, he did the same thing. So we're not going to allow him to walk away, rearm himself, prepare himself, and then launch another attack 6 months from now, a year from now, or 2 years from now.
Okay, but the argument, of course, would come back exactly the same to Iran. And many people will laugh, wryly at your description of Iran as any kind of victim. Given its activities in supporting terrorist organizations all over the Middle East for decades, given the repression of its own people and the 47 years this regime has been intact. And you and I have debated that ad infinitum. You're never going to give an inch about any of it. I'm not going to waste more time trying to get you to do now. But in relation to a settlement, the Americans and the Israelis will want exactly the same from Iran. They will say the whole point of why they waged this attack. And look, I don't know what they know, but they say that there was legitimate evidence that Iran had been very rapidly rebuilding its nuclear capability, enriching the uranium to a point where it could create a nuclear bomb, and they could not allow that to happen. And that was against undertakings that Iran had given the international community. So they want the same thing from you that you have just asked for from them. So I ask simply, how does it get resolved?
No, there's no moral equivalence between an evil empire and its victims. There never was moral equivalence. Iran does not have terrorist organizations in the region. Hezbollah, which you call a terrorist organization, was created as a result of the Israeli regime's invasion of Lebanon.
Which is true. Yeah, that is definitely true. And it's actually effed up because the people of Lebanon trust Hezbollah to fight the Israelis off more than they trust their own army because they've had success fighting off Israel. So, no, that's actually true. The only reason why Lebanon exists is because of the aggression of Israel. And I don't agree with anything Hezbollah does, but the problem is they were created due to, well, Israel's invasion and their constant terrorizing of the Lebanese people. I mean, like I said, they've just displaced over 1 million Lebanese people through their bombing of Lebanon, southern Lebanon to be exact, over there, low-key in their capital. So, like, man, they're like, please spare us on the Israel is just this innocent actor here.
And the occupation of the capital of the country. It was born to expel this regime that had occupied its country. And in Palestine, all of the resistance organizations were created, every single one were created as a result of occupation, ethnic cleansing, something that you know quite well, but you want to see otherwise. Or the resistance in Iraq or Afghanistan. You deny the people of these countries agency when a foreign power controls their fate, and then you want to blame Iran for everything that happens. Instead of invading countries and occupying countries and murdering people, the empire should just go home and have normal relations with each country, and then we wouldn't have this sort of conflict.
So do you concede? Do you concede quite happily then that the Iranian regime has supported both with money and with arms Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas? Are you proud of that?
Yes, why not? They are liberation organizations. Without Hezbollah, the US regime, the Israeli regime, would still be occupying Lebanon. They would still be controlling Lebanon. The same is true in Palestine. By now, they would have ethnically cleansed the entire land of Palestine. Right now, as we speak, you know this as well as I. They're carrying out ethnic cleansing in the West Bank. And
I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. But I mean, like, bro, you got to at least condemn October 7th. Like, come on now. There's no need for innocent killing of civilians. At least condemn that. But hey, bro, they be standing, bro. I mean, the Iranian officials be standing 10 toes with Hamas and Hezbollah. I got to give them that. They don't ever condemn them. They say everything they do is righteous. And I mean, no, everything they do is not righteous. But I mean, real with you, they are created through the terrorizing of the Lebanese people, which is Hezbollah. That's why they were created. And the terrorizing of the Palestinians is why Hamas was created. It all happened through unfair treatment of a group of people. For some reason, everybody want to forget that and just frame them as, well, frame as what they are today, terrorists.
The West?
Or, you know, some people will say freedom fighters, as you say. One man terrorist is another man freedom fighter, as they say.
It's silent. Not a single Western embassy protests. Why? Because all of the West believes unofficially the same thing that the U.S. ambassador does in occupied Palestine. What does he believe? He believes that the Israeli regime has the most moral army in the world, like in Gaza with the genocide, and that if it takes over the entire region, that's fine. This is the unofficial policy of the United States and its European partners. The official policy is something else. So without a doubt, it is the Palestinians who are the victims. It is the Lebanese who are the victims. It is the Yemenis who are victims. And it is the Iraqis who've been victims. And now it's the Iranians who are victims.
Okay.
Your countries are all, you want to portray them as victims, but they go and kidnap presidents in Latin America. They strangle people in Cuba. They destroy Libya and allow slave markets to emerge. And somehow you're always this innocent bystander and we are the bad guys.
Well, he do got a good point. It's like, y'all low-key go around the Middle East causing dysfunction. You threw about a couple countries into slavery, and you wonder why there's terrorists that hate the United States. You wonder why there's groups of people who chant death to America. Like, so we're just going to forget the whole history behind that. We're just going to snapshot it at today. He got a really good point. I hate when they make that point because it's like, they're right. It's like we do all this actions around the Middle East to stabilize their region. And what? The people of those regions are supposed to act like we didn't do anything, like we're not the cause of their suffering. Like, come on now, guys. Come on. This is why, like, when Trump said we need to get out of the Middle East, he was right, because we've done no good there. The only good we've done there is through our investments with the Saudis and the UAE guys.
To be clear, I've never used the word victim about either the United States or Israel. I don't believe them to be victims, but I understand their arguments for why they do what they do. I don't always agree with them, but I understand their arguments. In the same way I listen to your arguments. My question for you asked me to condemn the notion of America attacking big power plants in Iran, and I happily did that. I think it would be a terrible mistake, because I think Iran would immediately do the same thing to all the neighboring Gulf states, and it would be, as I said, energy Armageddon. Would you condemn the terror attacks committed by 3,000 Hamas terrorists on October the 7th, for example, in return?
We went through that the first time I was on your show, and I said I would condemn them if I were to condemn the French resistance against the Nazis.
Okay, so you don't condemn it, just to be clear. You're equivocating, but you don't condemn it. No. Okay, so look, viewers can make their own minds up. If you can't condemn 3,000 people coming over a border and attacking innocent people who are at a music festival or in their kibbutz or wherever it may be, killing elderly people, young people, kidnapping a baby, kidnapping Holocaust survivors, if you can't find it in yourself to condemn the actions that day by Hamas, people will judge you accordingly. You can be as judgmental as you want against the United States and Israel, and some of the points you make I may agree with.
And that's a really good point that person's making. Is like, bro, I'm sorry, but yeah, I feel bad when both sides, when Israelis' life is lost, when Palestinian life is lost, when Lebanese life is lost, I feel the same way. It shouldn't be happening. Like, the problem with this guy here is that, he agrees with me on only 2 out of the 3. That's the problem. Like, yeah, sure, we could agree on Palestine and Lebanon, but when it comes to Israel, he don't care that they die. And you don't care that innocent civilians die in Israel. You don't. And that's a bit disturbing if you are honest, if you have this so-called care for human life that the rest of us have.
But whereas I'm happy to condemn what would be a grotesque miscalculation if the Americans did attack your power plants, you can't even condemn the murder of 1,200 people and the kidnapping of another 250. And that says a lot about you, Professor Morandi.
I think it says a lot about you, because you know better than to say this, but you have to say this. That's how you keep your job.
Why? Who do you think I'm answerable to?
Oh, well, the resistance.
Who?
Again,
I own my own business. I own my own channel. I'm answerable to nobody. Who am I answerable to?
Who?
The people who keep your show on air.
Who?
Who's that? Like YouTube? Like, come on now. That's who he answers to. YouTube, literally. That's like all his channel is on. Maybe he might be on Rumble or something like that. But I mean, Piers Morgan is basically a streamer at the end of the day, or a YouTuber basically now. So, like, who?
Who?
The people who keep your show on air.
Who do you think keeps me on air?
Oh, well, you know much better.
Well, spit it out. Say, give me a name.
Come on.
You don't want me to respond to you. The people that own the people that own the media industry.
Who are you talking about? Who do you think puts me on air?
But all right, because it's going to turn into a petty debate of, well, can you actually prove, since you want to start talking, since you're talking out your mouth now or talking out your neck, like, yeah, come on now. You can't prove that he has any type of foreign sponsorship. I'll be real with you. But all right, let's go ahead and get on to our guy, Joe Kent, on the Megyn Kelly show. Like I said, we're going through independent media. Shoot, I already did the media analysis with mainstream media so about 5 hours ago. So you can go ahead and check that out later.
Let's just talk about how you became a Trump supporter and wound up working in the Trump administration. It goes back quite a ways to, you were obviously a combat veteran, and I believe it was back in 2016 when he was running the first time, you told Sean Ryan later that it was that moment on the stage with Jeb Bush that first, this is February 2016, that first got your attention. We clipped some of it here in S.E.T 3. Watch.
Obviously, the war in Iraq was a big, fat mistake, all right? Now, you can take it any way you want, and it took Jeb Bush, if you remember at the beginning of his announcement, when he announced for president, took him 5 days. He went back. It was a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. Took him 5 days before his people told him what to say, and he ultimately said it was a mistake. The war in Iraq, we spent $2 trillion, thousands of lives. We don't even have it. Iran is taking over Iraq with the second largest oil reserves in the world. Obviously, it was a mistake.
Yeah.
What did that mean to you?
I mean, it's hilarious that he said that because I'm like, well, bro, if Iraq was a mistake, what made you think Iran won't be a mistake? But all right.
It was a breath of fresh air. I mean, I said finally, like someone who has a major political platform, an actual shot at the White House, has been saying what the guys on the ground have been saying for years. I was pretty disenfranchised after the Bush years with the Republican Party, became a Ron Paul supporter, and it actually basically was, cautiously optimistic. I didn't vote for Obama, but when he came in and said that he wanted to end the wars, but I saw in short order that Obama wasn't serious about that either. And so I didn't think that we really had a choice in political party. I thought there was actually no difference. And then Trump came on, and South Carolina, of all places, heavily, a lot of veterans there in the crowd. And he said the thing. He said that we never should have gone to war in Iraq. He said it was based on lies. And for me, I was just like, I knew who Trump was, like most Americans do. I just knew he had like a reality TV show, essentially. And I was like, man, the guy from The Apprentice just laid out our problems with our foreign policy more succinctly than any of the so-called experts that I've ever heard. So that made me a Trump supporter, like in that moment.
That moment with Jeb Bush was so great because I was the one who interviewed him when he couldn't spit out the answer about whether the Iraq war was a mistake. And it was supposed to be one of those sort of puff piece interviews launching his presidential campaign. It was such a basic question, like, was the Iraq war a mistake? It was his brother's war. He couldn't answer it. Meanwhile, there was this, real estate guy with perfect.
Jeb Bush, Lord knows he's gonna get the stink eye at Thanksgiving. So yeah, he knew better. Let's be real. He was all for the neocons, so he knew better than to condemn it.
Moral clarity on it. So I'm not surprised to you. It stood out. It stood out to me too at the time. We noticed in that setup piece that you met President Trump in person at Dover when the remains of your wife were returned stateside after she was killed while in service for the country in Syria. She was the mother of your two young boys. She was deployed at a time right after they'd been born. Both of you had real hesitations about it, but she felt it was her duty to go. And she did go. And then tragically, she was killed by an ISIS suicide bomber. So, Joe, when you saw President Trump at Dover, my understanding is you had a private conversation with him. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so my late wife was killed about a month after President Trump attempted to get our troops out of Syria the first time. So the territorial ISIS caliphate was defeated towards the end of 2018. And that's when President Trump sent out a very famous tweet and started giving orders that, hey, we accomplished our military objectives. We're not going to stay here forever. We're not going to get further entrenched. We're going to get our troops out. So she and her team, they were supposed to be pulled out of Syria on Christmas Eve in 2018. And the rest is, I think, pretty well-known history. The administrative state, the bureaucrats, they drug their feet. They, accused Trump. They leaked to the media why this was a horrible idea. And so they created this stall where our troops were still in Syria. And she was killed about a month after in January of 2019. And so being in the CIA at the time, I had a front row seat to seeing kind of the behind the scenes of how the bureaucrats were dragging their feet. And it's
kind of crazy, like, bro, ex-CIA, ex-military, Green Beret, but for some reason, Lindsey Graham knows more than him. Some reason, Mark Levin knows more than him. Like, are y'all guys really that delusional to believe that? Like, well, he left out of the briefings. Yeah, but remember, he's counterterrorism. He don't need to be in those briefings to get his intelligence. That would be pretty, I ain't gonna lie, that'd be pretty important in those briefings. So basically, as he said in his letter, they kept an echo chamber around Trump, and anybody that knew better, they kept out. Like the head of counterterrorism.
President Trump. And so by the time she was killed and we were waiting for her remains to return to Dover, I really wanted to actually just speak with the president. I didn't think I'd get the opportunity. I just figured he was going to be there essentially to see the coffins off the plane. But before the plane arrived, his staffers came and said, "Hey, if you'd like to meet with the president, he'll meet with you." And Shannon was killed with 3 other great Americans: John Farmer, Scotty Wards, and Gadir Taha. And so President Trump met with all the families individually. When I got an opportunity to meet with President Trump, again, it was just us. I thought there'd be, Secret Service detail or something like that, but it was him and I in the room, and he was very very gracious, very sympathetic, strong leader. And I'd been, in combat most of my adult life at that time, and I'd seen leaders react in different ways. And President Trump, to me, seemed like he legitimately cared. He did not take lightly the fact that these individuals died under his command. And I just wanted to tell him a very simple message that, hey, your instincts, what you're trying to implement, you're correct, but you're actually being thwarted. And I got an opportunity to kind of deliver that in a shorthand way. And then later on got an opportunity to sit down with Jared Kushner and some others several months after that, and to kind of flesh out the way I viewed President Trump's foreign policy. And that kind of started my relationship with the Trump administration. But President Trump's, as you said, moral clarity on how and why we use force and whether or not it's in the American people's interest, I think is something that he's...
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. It was a moral clarity on no new wars. It was a moral clarity on, well, really with economic clarity on what was it? The tariffs, on the whole free trade idea, how it didn't really work out for us, but it's working out for all of our economic adversaries. Like, bro, be real with you. When it came to immigration, the man was speaking the truth. And all of that was America first. And all of it was going to make America great again if he stuck to it. And here's the thing. I believe that he's, like I said, even he's admitted that he's taking a detour. So let's keep it real. He's taking a detour, and all this is doing is walking back all of his progress. Like I said, the faster he hops off this and takes that off ramp, the better for him. If not, and this does get dragged out for months, I mean, he's going to be cooked.
It's always understood at a very instinctual level. And I always really, truly respected and appreciated that about him. And I still do to this day.
Which is why it had to be pretty shocking to you when he launched the war in Iran.
It was, but I saw a lot of the lead up, especially in the lead up to the 12-day war, Operation Midnight Hammer, and then just seeing the way that a lot of key advisors to the President Trump, both informal and formal, and then the media ecosystem created kind of around President Trump to put in different ideas that Iran couldn't have any enrichment, and to make it seem imminent that we had to go to war with Iran. So I kind of saw this happening.
And not much people really noticed this, but yeah, if you do go back to what Trump was saying, he said Iran cannot have a bomb, not Iran can have zero enrichment. So yeah, there was a shifting of the goalposts because Iran, I mean, they've been nipped that in the bud in 2004 with their religious law that says, no, we can't go towards a nuclear bomb because it's inhumane. I mean, we can all agree with them on that, surprisingly. But here's the thing, though, they was always dedicated to enrichment. Now, the problem with that is that, like I said, the goalposts move. We nipped they nipped it in the butt for us, the whole them ever getting a nuclear bomb. What wasn't nipped in the butt was their nuclear enrichment. And the problem with that was that, well, we didn't really have an eye on it, and these guys are bad actors. Come on now. We all know Iran's a bit of a bad actor here, and we didn't want them to progress towards a nuke, and that's all understandable. But think about it like this, then we never should have got out of the JCPOA if that's what we truly wanted. Even if it did allow money to go to Iran through the lifting of the sanctions, we should have been okay with that because what should have been more important was making sure they're no longer a nuclear threat. But apparently it must have not been that important because it was ripped up and it hasn't been jumped back into. We don't even have a stricter version of it, which would be nice right now.
I stayed in the fight as long as I could to try and influence that myself. And I got to the point where the war had started once, so the 12-day war, when Operation Midnight Hammer happened, we had a clear military objective there, which was to destroy the nuclear facilities. So I was skeptical of it because I said, hey, look, even if we destroy the nuclear facilities, the Israelis, who have a completely different...
Oh, I guess, yeah, I got the video shoot. If you could just, send it in a super chat or something like that. kind of don't want to go veer too far from what I'm doing, but shoot, if I got time at the end, I got you.
Strategic objective than us. They're going to come back to us here in a couple months, and they're going to tell us why we need to go take down the regime, knowing that taking down the regime was not in our vital national security interests, and actually would make things far worse and start a larger war.
And like Snow, I hear you. That is a threat, but I'm gonna be real with you. It's not an imminent threat. And son, I'm gonna be real with you. If you're gonna say that an imminent threat, if we attack them and they attack us back, that's an imminent threat. Then everybody's won. And remember what we've been telling people all these years, that if Iran had the capability, they would do it. We've told people in Europe, well, if Iran had the capability to attack you, they do. That's why we got to low-key monitor their ballistic missiles, because they had the capability, they'll attack you. Well, it's been shown that they had the capability and nobody's been attacked. Now, it's either these guys had these missiles like overnight and that's why, or built the missiles overnight, or they've always been there and Iran isn't just this bloodthirsty regime. Well, the media makes them out to be. Or else, if they had this capability for months or years now, they'd have been striking all of our assets in like Europe. Like, shoot, really, they'd have been helping out Putin in the war, because according to the map that's now been drawn out of their missile reach, yeah, they'd have been able to strike in Ukraine and help out Putin. So the fact that they didn't do none of that kind of shows that these guys have more restraint than we give them credit for. And I said, we can't have it both ways here.
Or that was my major concern. And so
when I saw
things heat back up this summer, this fall, in the lead up to where we are now, I had a feeling that it could end up this way. So I wasn't shocked when it happened, because I saw the bubble being created around President Trump. And so that's why I felt like my only means of recourse, my only means of taking action, was to do so from the outside.
There's so much I want to get to.
But all right, though, let's go ahead and get on to the next video here. Let's get over to our guy, Jimmy Dore. Like I said, we're going to all independent media, guys. Let's see here. Oh, guys, make sure we support the stream with a question, comment, jokes, disagreement, super chat, Venmo. Appreciate the support, guys. But let's make sure we support the stream so we can keep it going.
Productive talk.
This exact point in time, the United States of America. President Trump over the weekend issuing a new warning to the Iranian regime. He said on Truth Social, quote, if Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first.
Trump backs off escalation, but Iran goes on amid productive talks. The headlines right now are live updates, Iran war news. Trump delays strikes on Iranian power plants after very good talks with Iran. So the schizophrenia that Trump has had around this war, saying it's over, we won, we're doing it for nukes, we're doing it for the people, we're doing it because Israel did it, and we're doing it to fight. So it keeps going. We don't know what the goal is. We don't know what the end is. We don't know what the purpose of this is. We don't know anything. But here's what we're gonna get. Here's the latest on Trump having schizophrenia. Let's watch.
Now, President Trump over the weekend issuing a new warning to the Iranian regime. He said on Truth Social, quote, if Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Trump clearly, again, coordinating with the Israelis, who are continuing on an hourly basis their air campaign against the Islamic Republic of Iran.
So he said that on the 21st, which I believe was Saturday, right? Yes. Said he's the 23rd. Okay. So Trump to Iran, open Hormuz in 48 hours, or U.S. is going to bomb your power plants. President Trump on Saturday night gave Iran 48-hour deadline to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, or else the U.S. will start destroying Iranian power plants. The threat marks a dramatic reversal from just a day earlier, when Trump floated ending the war without reopening the strait, signaling the Hormuz crisis has become the issue he can't walk away from, even as he looks for an exit. So he was saying that we don't get our oil from the Strait of Hormuz. That's the rest of the world's problem. Why don't they get involved? And the rest of the world said, this is your war. We're not getting involved. On Friday afternoon, a little more than 24 hours before Trump's new threat, the president said he was considering winding down the war without resolving the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. If he does walk away without reopening the strait, the U.S. would be leaving other countries to clean up an economic quagmire. Roughly 1/5 of the world's oil comes from the Strait of Hormuz. With it choked off, the U.S. national average for a gallon of gas hit $3.94 Sunday. I spent $7 a gallon. I filled up yesterday. I spent $7 a gallon in Los Angeles. With it choked off, the U.S. national average for a gallon has hit close to $4 Sunday morning, according to the AAA, more than $1 more than a month earlier. So that seems like a 25% increase. Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, one of the country's top civilian leaders, responded with a threat of his own immediately after the targeting of power plants and infrastructure in our country. So if Trump does that, vital infrastructure and energy and oil facilities across the region will be considered legitimate targets and will be destroyed irreversibly, and oil prices will rise for a long time. So Iran has the ability to shut down all the oil production in Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait, in Bahrain, in the United Arab Emirates, everywhere in the Gulf states. They can wipe out their oil production and their energy production and their desalination plants, which means they wouldn't have oil to sell, they wouldn't have energy to power their country, and they wouldn't have water for their people, which would mean everybody in those countries would have to leave those countries immediately. Not like in a couple of months, right away, like within 72 hours. That's the power Iran has. Okay. So Hans Benjamin Braun says, hey, Mr. President, may I kindly remind you that the content of this post, the post where he says you better get the hell, stop doing that in 48 hours or that content fits the U.S.'s very own definition of an international terrorism as per 18 U.S. Code 2331. So here it is. You can't intimidate or coerce civilian population. You can't influence policy of a government by intimidation or coercion. So that's just
we can.
Yeah. So the Iranian military, this is from Al Jazeera English, the Iranian military has outlined a potential response to the U.S. President Donald Trump's threats to attack the country's power plants.
I mean, and here's the thing. The Strait of Hormuz will be completely closed and will not reopen until our damaged power plants are rebuilt, and they're expecting us to rebuild it. All power, or at least give them reparations to be rebuilt it. All power plants and the energy and information technology infrastructure of Israel will be widely targeted. Well, damn. All similar companies in the region that have American shareholders will be completely destroyed. Oh, shit. Okay, yeah, they're completely trying to wipe us out of the Middle East. And power plants in regional countries hosting U.S. bases will be considered legitimate targets. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, they was definitely about to wipe out the entire energy infrastructure in the Gulf region. They was serious about it. Oof.
If Iran does not open the Strait of Hormuz. And here it is. The Strait of Hormuz will be completely closed and will not reopen until our damaged power plants are rebuilt. All power plants and the energy and information technology infrastructure of Israel will be widely targeted. All similar companies in the region that have American shareholders will be completely destroyed.
They're terrorists.
And we know they can do that. Power plants in regional countries hosting U.S. bases will be considered legitimate targets, which I know sounds like Jackson Hinkle's new show, but that's what they're saying. So that's what they'll do. This is from DropSite. The IRGC says, you struck our hospitals. We did not do the same. You struck our emergency centers. We did not do the same. You struck our schools. We did not do the same. But if you strike electricity, we will strike electricity. We are determined to respond to any threat at the same level necessary to establish deterrence, and we will do so. The United States does not know our capabilities, and we—
You know what? I'll give it to them. I mean, that would be wild as hell if they start striking schools in Qatar, Bahrain, UAE. That would have been insane. Okay, I mean, shit. I'm actually happy they didn't do that.
We'll see them on the battlefield. This is Iran wants that. They're ready. They're not going down without wiping out everybody in the Middle East.
Asymmetric warfare is a bitch.
Here's Here's a Zionist. He says the regime still hasn't internalized that President Trump will out-escalate them if he thinks escalation is required to force de-escalation. He is not a conventional Western politician, and Tehran repeatedly miscalculates because it keeps assuming he is. It's the exact opposite. The exact opposite is we have unbelievably miscalculated, and Trump is panicking so much that he called Putin and asked him to help us. He's panicking so much, he took the sanctions off of Russian oil. He's panicking so much, he took the sanctions off of Iran's oil.
That's because we're doing so well. He's being magnanimous.
Winning. Yes.
He's being a good sport.
Owen Jones says millions of people are carrying on their everyday lives, totally unaware of what's about to hit them. If Trump blows up Iran's power stations, Iran will destroy energy infrastructure across the Gulf. This would be one of the major before and after events of human history. The global
do me a favor, make sure y'all double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation and push the channel by double tapping that screen and liking the video.
Shock triggered by this looming escalation will have ramifications for generations. Completely insane that we're on the brink of this catastrophe with very little widespread understanding of the actual stakes. I've been trying to tell people in my real life what's really going on. They have no idea. When I go to comedy clubs and I talk to other comedians, I talk to club managers and bookers and regular people in the audience. They have no idea of what's coming. They don't. Clint Russell says, if Trump follows through on Monday and hits Iranian power plants, Iran promises to hammer energy and water infrastructure throughout the GCC and shut down other shipping lanes. If Trump has a single non-Zionist advisor, they need to do everything possible to prevent this. We're talking $200 plus oil and global depression, plus what could be the fatal blow to the petrodollar, which will crash our economy.
And here's the thing, though. You know, it's so crazy, though. People get hate just for explaining what the blowback could be. Like, I just want, and all we're saying is that, look, man, MAGA, Trump, if you're committed to this, I just want to let you know that this could be the blowback from this. And if you're okay with that, then all right, well, and if it happens, you got to get ready to receive all the blame. You got to get ready to say, I was wrong. You're right about this blowback. I mean, that's all we're saying. We're not saying that it will. We're not saying that it will happen. We're just saying that, look, guys, if you take these steps, this what could happen. And y'all, I mean, if you're okay with that, then great. If you're not, then I mean, reach out to your senator today and try to get a stop to the war, or let your voice be heard.
Not to mention the loss of life. His current advisors clearly only care about catalyzing a full-on ground war regime change in Iran. They care not about how many American troops get killed. Congress gave up their war powers last week. So he goes on. There's nothing standing between Trump's delusions and the catastrophe it will create if he's not pulled back from the ledge. Sadly, this is the exact same moment we saw in June 2025 when Charlie Kirk spent 2 days lobbying Trump not to do this. He was assassinated, and now no one stands between Trump and his foreign handlers. But don't you dare connect these dots. Here's another one. Friday's press gaggle. This is a funny what is the I can't think of freaking words. I can't think of words. This is a Friday's gaggle, barely exaggerated. At 12:03 p.m., President Trump told reporters he wanted a ceasefire with Iran. At 12:05, he declared victory. At 12:07, he announced he was sending Marines. At 12:08, he said no boots on the ground. At 12:11, he said he did not want a ceasefire. At 12:16, he declared victory again. At 12:17,
you know what's so wild about this? Like, guys, check this out. Check this out. This is gonna blow your mind.
On it. Jennifer Griffin joins me now.
Just in, Pentagon orders deployment of the 82nd Airborne Division to the Middle East. So let's see what becomes of this. That's what I want to see.
Reporting from Washington. Hi, Jen.
Hi, Martha. Fox News has learned the commander of the 82nd Airborne Division and his headquarters staff have been ordered to deploy to the Middle East, an indication that more ground troops could follow. Thousands of U.S. Marine reinforcements are set to cross into CENTCOM's area of operations in the Indian Ocean as soon as Friday, when one of 2 Marine expeditionary units arrive on board the USS Tripoli and its amphibious ready group. But of those 2,200 Marines, about 800 are infantry. The rest are support and logistics. For comparison, when the U.S. Marines stormed the beaches of Iwo Jima during World War II, it took 70,000 Marines and resulted in nearly 7,000 Americans killed and 20,000 wounded. Iwo Jima was 8 square miles. Karg Island is 12 square miles. There is also the issue of getting the 31st MEU, or Marine Expeditionary Unit, through the Strait of Hormuz, which remains in control of the IRGC and too dangerous to pass. President Trump indicated that he is willing to negotiate. The U.S. has struck over 9,000 targets in Iran, conducted 9,000 combat flights, and destroyed or damaged more than 140 Iranian vessels. Yesterday, the USS Gerald R. Ford, one of just 2 aircraft carrier strike groups that the U.S. has deployed to the Middle East, pulled into Suda Bay, Crete for repairs after a fire ripped through the laundry and sleeping quarters. 200 sailors were treated for smoke-related injuries.
A fire ripped through the laundry and okay. I'm sorry, but I'm just gonna call it bullshit. I'm just gonna call it, bro. Did that boat get hit, bro? Because, according to the new Iranian, missile graph, I mean, it'd have been in range. They'd have been able to hit it with a missile. So are we just covering up the fact that Iran was able to hit one of our ships and basically damn near put it out of commission? I'm confused because you're just telling me, and know what? F it. Maybe I don't know, guys. I'm gonna hold myself accountable on this right here, and I'm gonna say maybe, possibly, but it's kind of looking like they might be hiding the fact that this ship got hit. And a fire in a laundry room that just got so bad, 200 sailors got hurt. Like, really? Okay. I mean, you know what? F it. Yeah, sure, that happened. Sure.
The Ford has been at sea since June, taking part in the Venezuela operation. The extended deployment, Martha, of the USS Ford.
Oh, man. And let's not forget to pray for the safety of anybody that is deploying over there and the safety of these soldiers, and that they also have a successful mission as well.
With its 5,000 sailors and 75 warplanes, could take it out of commission for over a year. Martha.
Jennifer, thank you very much. Jennifer Griffin reporting from Washington.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest.
I took a tour. She said those ships are dirty and old. Like, damn, dirty and old. I'll send you some videos in Discord. Shoot, all right, let me know. Because, I mean, hey, a fire popping off in the laundry room, hurting 200 people. I mean, yeah, it's possible. But, I mean, I don't know, 200? Maybe if it was like 20, I could believe it. But 200? Like I said, I ain't inside that ship. I don't know how it's the make of it or the ins and out of it. So it's possible. Like, it's very possible. And you know what? We're just gonna go with the laundry fire. We're just gonna go with that. I don't want to be conspiratorial. But all right, back to my man Jimmy Dore.
He asked for a ceasefire. At 12:23, he told NATO they were cowards. At 12:29, he said Iran was begging for a ceasefire. At 12:31, he said everything was perfect. At 12:36, he said $500 oil was a good thing. At 12:37, he demanded Iran open Hormuz. At 12:39, he said Hormuz was never closed. At 12:41, he said the U.S. was not at war with Iran. At 12:42, he declared victory in Iran. So Trump backs off. He backed off. So he backed off.
Yeah.
So Trump totally backs off what he's.
Now, hold on now. Look, if you ask MAGA, they're going to tell you that no, he didn't back off. He's able to get the Iranians to the table, but not the Iranians that's fighting the war. Some secret group of Iranians that he's negotiating with. I mean, you kind of can see where things are a bit confusing. And I mean, the Iranians that he's supposed to be negotiating with, well, they're pretty much saying that there's no talks going on with the U.S. So yeah, what the hell's going on?
It's been saying.
And like, we can all make our assumptions and all that good stuff, but I mean, let's be real here. Like, we don't know what the hell's going on with that. Like, when one side says that we're talking, the other side says that we're not. I mean, you could sit there and believe Trump, and that's cool. You could do that, but I'm gonna be real with you. I'm a bit confused. I don't know who to believe, because we're supposed to be talking to the Iranian foreign minister and those delegates, and they're coming out saying that, look, we're not talking to the U.S., but we got Trump over here in our face telling us that talks are going down. It's like, this is confusing.
So let me just. Trump backs off escalation, but Iran goes on amid productive talks. So the headlines right now are live updates. Iran war news. Trump delays strikes on Iranian power plants after very good talks with Iran.
Very good.
Beautiful talk.
Fox News says Trump postpones strikes on Iranian energy infrastructure amid constructive talks. So that's what they're saying. So Trump has
Did they read Iran's note and they were like, "I better not do this"?
Yeah. So Trump announced Monday that he was postponing his threatened military strikes against Iranian power plants for at least 5 days, hours ahead of his deadline for Tehran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. He said U.S. and Iran were in productive talks toward a complete and total resolution of the war through Tehran.
I believe we're like 2 days in now, so we'll see what happens. We're 2 days into this 5-day pause. And like I said, Iran is still striking Israel and the Gulf states, and Israel's still striking Iran. So where's the ceasefire happening again? Who is it between? Because I'm a bit confused. Because I don't think they're going to want to talk to guys who are still attacking them.
Though Tehran denies that they're even talking.
Excellent.
Trump's reversal delays what many feared would mark a significant new escalation for the civilians across the region. Iran's foreign ministry appeared to counter Trump's version of events, though, saying in a statement published by semi-official news agency Mer News that there was, quote, no dialogue between, so they're not talking. So I believe Tehran when they say they're not negotiating with Trump, because they negotiated with Trump twice before, and in the middle of those negotiations, Trump bombed them.
Exactly. And I always just say, like, bro, that's going to come back to bite us in the ass. Now, let's be real. It does seem like Trump is ready to sit them down and talk. And they're like, bro, we're not talking to you. Like, there's been too many times we sat down, talked with you, and you bombed us. I mean, and they're not wrong. I mean, especially like Midnight Hammer, bro. We were in negotiations with them when we carried out Midnight Hammer. Oh, when we strike them the first time with it, when Israel pretty much strike them first, and we followed up. We just left negotiations with them. So why would they want to sit down with a country that don't negotiate in good faith? And this is why I said I don't think we should be bragging about this whole, oh yeah, we shouldn't have, and oh yeah, this is why we don't negotiate with terrorists. Yeah, we shouldn't be bragging about that now that we're like in. I'll be real with you, when we're trying to actually get to a peaceful resolution, like that whole we don't negotiate with terrorists attitude, I'm sorry, but you got to take that somewhere else if you actually want to end this conflict. Because guess what? We're negotiating with terrorists.
Last June, and then Trump also bombed them again, starting this war when they were in the middle of negotiations. And now Tehran is like, we're not negotiating with Trump. This is our demands. You got to leave the Middle East or we're going to destroy it.
Bro.
It said Trump's delay was part of efforts to reduce energy prices and buy time to implement its military plans, while acknowledging there are initiatives from regional countries to reduce tensions. Iranian state media said the president had backed down following Iran's vow of swift. So they did. So so what you just saw happen today, Monday, was Trump backed down. Though markets responded positively to Trump. So when Trump turned around, markets went back. So oil went down. It was swiftly followed by a new round of Israeli.
Because Israel's bombing civilian locations in Iran. So it's kind of like a tit for tat. And both of them should be held accountable for it. Both of them are breaking international laws by bombing civilian locations. So that's the reason why UN ain't sounding off at the alarm right now, because, well, they'd have to sound off the alarm on the US and Israel at the same time.
Strikes in the heart of Tehran. And then the Islamic Republic has so far shown no sign of capitulating to the American-Israeli assault, despite the killing of its supreme leader and other senior officials. Speaking with reporters on the tarmac in West Palm Beach, Trump said Iran had called the U.S. in a bid to make a deal and resolve the war diplomatically. That didn't happen. I'm going to tell you that didn't happen. The president said 15 points had been discussed, including Iran never being able to attain a nuclear weapon. We'll be right back with more of this story after a brief message from our sponsor.
All right.
Give him a call now at 888-253-0418. And here he is.
What are you looking for in these talks, Mr. President?
We're looking for all of the things that we've been talking about. We want to see no nuclear bomb, no nuclear weapon, not even close to it. Low key on the missiles. We want to see peace in the Middle East.
Low key on the missiles. What? Okay.
We want the nuclear dust. We're going to want that. And I think we're going to get that. We've agreed to that. Yeah, we've agreed to that.
You want the enriched uranium before you can end this.
And we want no enrichment, but we also want the enriched uranium. If this happens, it's a great start for Iran to build itself back, and it's everything that we want. And it's also great for Israel, and it's great for the other middle.
Oh no, the hell it ain't, bro. Israel, first off, like Trump, that's great for us. I mean, he's talking right. That'd be great for us to take that off ramp. But for Israel, I mean, remember, Israel's still bitching about their ballistic missiles and their proxies. And if we just take care of their nuclear capabilities, which would be great for us, but Israel, they probably won't stop. They're probably going to keep going.
Eastern countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar,
different
all of
goals
them,
here, man.
Kuwait and Bahrain in particular. So it's great for all of them.
Mr. President, do you still need 200 billion?
So what Trump is just signaling there, if you don't know what he's signaling, is that he wants to go back to the Barack Obama nuclear deal with Iran, the one that he ripped up. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying.
That's exactly what he's saying, isn't it?
And so all this was for, so he's pretending like this.
It's crazy that's coming out all over too. Like, what was it? 10 hours ago, U.S. expected to deploy 1,000 to 4,000 troops from the 82nd Airborne to the Middle East for Iran war. I mean, on Tuesday, March 24th, 2026, the Pentagon prepared to deploy roughly 3,000 soldiers from the U.S. Army base, or my bad, the U.S. Army's 82nd Airborne Division to the Middle East, with a formal deployment order for Operation Epic Fury expected within hours. The reinforcement expands a massive military buildup initiated after the conflict with Iran began in February 28th, following last week's deployment of 2,500 Marines and sailors aboard the amphibious assault ships USS Boxer. And that's what's going on right now.
This is still about the nukes. This is about Israel wanting to destabilize the region. That's what this is about. So he's pretending this is about the United States and Iran, and it's not. This is about Israel and Iran and Lebanon and Syria and Turkey and Libya.
Oh,
I appreciate Trump demonstrating.
Oh, hell no. All right. And I got some more breaking news for you because now it's even worse. So, man. All right. So we took out their security chief. Yeah, we took out Iran's security chief, and now they got an even worse guy. So Iran names hardline ex-Revolutionary Guard commander, ex-Islamic Revolutionary Guard commander to replace slain security chief. Yeah, Iran appointed former Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps commander Mohammed Baherd as security of the Supreme National Security Council, replacing Ali Larjani, who was killed in an Israeli airstrike earlier this month. And we got an even more hardline guy as Ayatollah, and we got a more hardline guy as security chief. Boy, this is tough.
What a bitch the position of president of the United States is, because people wouldn't understand it unless you were watching it. You know, you wouldn't be able to explain it to people as well.
There's got to be a good deal, and it's got to be no more wars, no more nuclear weapons. There's not going to have a nuclear weapon anymore. That's what Trump said. He said that Israel would be very happy with such a deal. Trump declined to say who the U.S. was talking to in Iran. They asked him, well, who are you talking to? Who are you getting these negotiations done with? And he wouldn't say who he was talking to because he was afraid that they would get killed. He said his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, and son-in-law Jared Kushner were leading the talks. Now, Jared Kushner is not, he did not get confirmed to be a part of the government.
Yeah,
no,
he's got a shiny face, and he's Trump's handler from Chabad.
So here, watch this. Is funny. Mario Nafal put this out. He said, journalists asked him, who was Steve Witkoff speaking with in Iran? Let's watch.
Who is Steve Witkoff speaking with, Mr. President?
Who is Witkoff speaking with?
A top person. Don't forget, we've wiped out the leadership phase 1, phase 2, and largely phase 3. But we're dealing with the man who I believe is the most respected and the leader. It's a little tough. We've wiped out everybody.
Is that the Supreme Leader?
No, not the Supreme Leader. We don't. Well, nobody heard of the second Supreme Leader, the son.
Are these direct?
Nobody. We have not heard from the son.
We've heard written statements from him, but we don't even know if those could be written statements just to save face. The regime could be trying to save face. We haven't seen this man in person or be shown. Intel is that his legs is messed up, or he's over there in Moscow getting medical attention. Like, we don't really know what's going on with the Ayatollah right now, or the new supreme leader.
Every once in a while, you'll see a statement made, but we haven't. We don't know if he's living. But the people that seem to be running it, and they seem that based on really fact, because things they've said have taken place.
Mr. President,
again,
Mr. President, I know you've deployed.
Because I don't want him to be killed. Okay, I don't want him to be killed.
Mr. President, you deployed.
Nobody wants to be that. Nobody wants that job right now. You know, nobody's exactly looking forward to being the head of that particular country. But perhaps we'll be able to solve that problem.
Mr. President,
So what Trump just said, again, I'm going to tell you what he just said, was nobody wants to be, he's not going to tell you who they're negotiating with inside of Iran because he doesn't want them to get killed.
Well, now Israel's just going to kill everyone.
And so what does he mean by that? He means Israel keeps killing their leaders. Anybody who tries to negotiate a peace deal, Israel kills them.
I mean, that's true. That's the reason why they bombed Doha, because they were trying to kill the Hamas negotiators and keep Trump away from getting a peace deal or getting to a Israeli Gaza peace deal. Like, bro, Israel was trying to stop that every step of the way and was literally trying to kill negotiators to the point where they bombed Qatar, a U.S. ally. Like, these guys, they don't care. I mean, let's be real. Yeah, as soon as we try to call out somebody that want to work with us, they're going to bomb them because they want to keep this war going, it seems.
So I'm not going to tell anybody who we're talking to because Israel will then kill them and kill the peace negotiation process. He's admitting that Israel is killing every peace negotiator inside of Iran, which is what they're doing.
Guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation. Let's push the video. Let's break this shadow ban by liking the video.
Yeah.
When they killed Larjani, their defense minister, because Larjani was the guy who was kept giving an off-ramp to Trump. He wanted to negotiate a way out of this war.
Yep.
And so Israel killed him because they don't want this war to end. Israel wants this war to keep going forever. They want to wipe out, they want to turn Iran into Libya, a failed...
Larjani was, Ali Larjani, he was the security chief. Yes, the Supreme National Security Chief. And the problem is that, yes, he was trying to give Trump a way out. He was trying to actually talk to us. And, well, Israel bombed them. And now they have this hardline guy who's an ex-Revolutionary Guard commander. So you think that guy's going to want to talk to America? That guy, of all people? I hope. I'm praying, but it's not looking likely.
State where there's civil war and they want to wipe out the United States in the region. Israel does.
And Netanyahu wants to not go to prison the second this is over.
Asked on NBC News, Meet the Press on Sunday, whether the U.S. was scaling back the war against Iran or escalating, Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, said those two things were not mutually exclusive. Sometimes you have to escalate to de-escalate. Listen to these people. Listen to them.
What?
Asked whether Washington could use troops to secure the Strait of Hormuz or for any other reason, he said Trump would not give away what we're going to do. He also warned that all options were on the table to secure Karg Island. Now, Karg Island is a critical hub for Iran's oil production, which was bombed by the U.S. last week, including the deployment of troops. So they're saying the idea that Trump is now sending Marines, they say they're going to send the Marines to take over Karg Island, which is where Iran sends their oil to then be loaded onto tankers. It's a place called Karg Island. Yep. So if they could, so the idea is
a lot more than just oil. That's their entire trade hub. Like all of their goods go through Karg Island. So for us to take off Karg Island would be completely cutting off Iranian trade. So if you don't think Iran's going to crash out over Karg Island, well, you're wrong. And they're going to do everything in their power to make sure we don't take it. But we'll still take it, though. I mean, if we put enough manpower into it, we will take it.
If the Marines take over Karg Island, we'll stop Iran from being able to send oil to the rest of the world. But the problem is Iran will then, those Marines will be sitting targets, sitting ducks, and Iran will wipe them out. That's the problem.
Yeah,
the region will.
Yeah, there is that problem too, though. The fact that, I mean, the journey there, bro, Iran could just shoot like drones at these guys all day. And then when they land, these guys are going to experience what the Russians was experiencing in Ukraine, like getting hit on by drones almost every hour of the day. And that's going to be the reality if they step onto Karg Island. And they could possibly take it and be real. Most likely they'll be able to take it. It's just are we ready for those casualties just to take Kharg Island? And that still may not put an end to the war. And that would be pretty much boots on the ground.
The Iranian attacks on shipping in the area effectively closing the strait. Oil prices have rocked globally, blah, 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 blah. It remains to be seen how the conflict consuming the region will now play out in these days ahead, including what Israel's response will be to Trump's sudden shift toward a deal. There could be, now an off-ramp to completely de-escalate and end this conflict, at least between the United States and Iran. Decoding Iran's foreign policy, the guy who was the author of Decoding Iran's Foreign Policy told NBC News in a phone interview, or it could be a trap, said Harrison, who is currently in the region, with Trump possibly looking to buy time to prepare for expanded U.S. operation as Iran. So he might want this 5-day pause to use that as a trap so the United States could build up their military to take over Kharg Island. Ultimately,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. And let's be real, it's kind of crazy that, oh yeah, let's do a 5-day pause while we build up ground troops in your region. I mean, like I said, is Trump really talking to Iran? Like, come on now, while building up troops in the region. Like, let's be real, that doesn't sound too likely, but you never know, anything's possible.
Harrison said it was too soon to know exactly what might be behind the dramatic turn of events, with details on who was invoked in talks and what, if anything, has been agreed. Still,
well, guys, and I went ahead and posted the call-in link. I do want to hear from a couple of you guys, give you a quick little 10 and 15-minute segment, then I'll get back to the show. But I do want to get your guys' analysis on the situation. So, guess, dude, if you're still in here, or Qatar, Qatar, if you're still in here as well. Not Qatar, Couture. If you're still in here, please come on up.
Unclear. So here's Trump saying Iran wants to make a deal. No kidding.
Tomorrow morning, sometime, their time, we were expected to blow up their largest electric generating plants that cost over $10 billion to build. It's a very good one. There was no dearth of money. And one shot, it's gone. It collapses. Why would they want that? So they called. I didn't call. They called. They want to make a deal. And we are very willing to make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. And it's got to be no more wars, no more nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons anymore. They
never had nuclear weapons, bro. And if the whole goal was to make sure they didn't have nuclear weapons, they nipped that in the butt for us in 2004 with the religious law. So, like I said, it's like Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. And if the goal, let's be real. Even if they did have a nuclear weapon, wouldn't it be kind of dangerous to commit ground troops to where they could just fire off a nuclear weapon at any moment? That's kind of the reason why we don't attack North Korea, even though we don't like these guys.
Agreeing to that.
Again, he wants Barack Obama's nuclear deal.
Did Israel give him like a toy phone and he thinks he's talking to Iran?
I think so. I don't think Iran called him. I think he's making that up.
Oh, okay.
What?
Yeah.
I am pleased to report that the United States of America and the country of Iran have had, over the last 2 days, very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East based on the tenor and tone of these in-depth, detailed, and constructive conversations, which will continue throughout the week. I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings and discussions. Thank you for your attention to this matter. It turns out Iran's foreign ministry, there is no negotiations whatsoever between Tehran and Washington. The statements of the President of the United States are within the framework of an attempt to lower energy prices and buy time for the implementation of his military plans. So Iran knows what's going on. Trump is just saying these.
Nah, King, and I just seen that you dropped that. I was like, oh, nice. Really? About damn time, man. We all knew that Epstein worked for the Rothschilds and it was helping them move money. We knew that. And he was helping the Rothschilds move money. But the Rothschilds are caught up in all types of shady business. But shout out, though. Shout out. About damn time.
Things to temporarily lower the price of oil and to give the United States military time to get in place to try to take over Kharg Island. They know this. They know that Trump's doing this. And so they're not negotiating. They're not I don't believe that they called him. I think Trump's making this up for those two reasons, those exact two reasons. Daniel McAdams says Trump is flat out lying. and doesn't even seem to understand that everyone knows he's lying.
That's why I'm like, does he have a fake speak and spell phone or something from Israel, and he thinks he's doing business? Because why would he not? It's so like he doesn't. It's so not a lie in like, where the guy seems unaware that anyone would be able to see through this to an absurd amount. Where it's like, is he also fooled? What's happening?
Here, talks are happening between the United States and Iran. U.S. strikes against Iran energy infrastructure are now delayed 5 days, according to President Trump. Let's listen.
Major development, President Trump taking to Truth Social, not only to say there are very good and productive conversations taking place between the United States and Iran, but he goes on to say he's ordered the Department of War to postpone for at least 5 days strikes against Iran's energy and power infrastructure. This comes after the president issued that ultimatum over the weekend about opening the Strait of Hormuz.
So Iran knows he's lying. We know he's lying. We know that's not happening. Shortly after our report, Iran state media denied that direct or indirect talks were taking place. U.S. officials say talks are happening. Iranian officials say they aren't.
Well,
who are you going to believe?
Maybe it's so that Israel doesn't know who to kill, and they're both working together to try to keep Israel from killing yet more people. I don't know.
So there you go. That's the story, ladies and gentlemen. That's Donald Trump's what he means today.
$1 million.
We don't know what he means tomorrow. He's all over the map. Because, you know why? Because there's no point to this war. It was not done with prudence. They didn't plan for this. And there's no reason for us to be involved in it. And there's no goal. There's no end game. There's no reason to be there. There's nothing. There's nothing. And if you'd like to hear my jokes about this, come see me in San Antonio, Albuquerque.
I'm crying. Shout out to the plug. The shameful plug. You got to love it. All right, though. Let's go ahead and get over here to, Myron did react to that. What was it? Adam Salsonic versus Dave Smith. I reacted to that last video. You know what? I mean, F it. That ish was funny, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. Bro, this man Adam literally embarrassed himself at this point. Like, oh my goodness. Like, bro, instead of debating Dave Smith, he sat there and glazed another debater that Dave Smith debated. Like, it was embarrassing, guys. It was embarrassing. I never seen such glazing in my life.
This just looks like a catastrophe. And the best we can hope for at this point is that it only.
Some more. Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem, a libertarian who backed Trump in 2024, and Adam Sosnick, who's the Valuetainment host and PBD podcast regular, a former liberal who backed
Zio Nemesis, thank you for the gifted.
Trump in 2024. Well, welcome to both of you. Dave Smith, we'll come to the tsunami that greeted your last appearance on Uncensored, led by Ben Shapiro a little later. But first of all, this sort of quaint notion. Now,
I got a big debate coming up too, guys, on the on the Iran war.
Really?
Big debate coming. So you guys will find out about it soon.
Man, who?
Being peddled by people in the mainstream media that the podcast world is irrelevant. No one's ever heard of any of the podcasters or we YouTubers or anything. And we should all just be ignored. I don't think that's true.
Oh, I mean, it's patently absurd on its face. I mean, again, I'm not trying to overstate the influence that any one podcast or show has. But I mean, lots of people listen to shows. They don't necessarily agree completely with the host of that show. But again, to say, look, I mean, Pierce, if you look at the polls, what the polls tell us is that this is the most unpopular war in American history.
Epstein Handler, appreciate you.
History going into the war. And CNN is going to read you.
That's a crazy name, bro.
These North Korea numbers. Actually, in fact, I think it was better than Kim Jong-un did in his last election, 100% of MAGA. But what does that really mean? I mean, the truth is, Pierce, you kind of nailed it here in your opening, right? Even when Joe Biden was clearly senile and was forced to pull out of his reelection campaign, the majority of Biden supporters still supported him, and like there was still going to be like 40-something% of the electorate would have voted for Joe Biden. Now, that wasn't enough, though, and that's why they forced him out, because you need a coalition to carry you here. So this comes down to like how you're defining MAGA. If you want to say Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn and Andrew Schultz and all these guys, they're not MAGA. Well, okay, but they were relevant enough for Donald Trump to go on all of their shows in the campaign. And
Andrew Schultz is a fucking bitch.
And the point is that the coalition that got Donald Trump elected in 24, Donald Trump to go on all of their shows in the campaign. And
Andrew Schultz is a fucking bitch.
And the point is that the coalition that
But he did vote for Donald Trump, and he was an avid, like, I'm be real with you, was an avid supporter of Donald Trump during the election. And like I said, these guys with millions of subscribers, millions of followers, on and off YouTube, and for some reason now their opinion don't matter no more, or they was never with Trump, or they're just un-American. Like, it's insane. It's insane. The cope is real.
Donald Trump elected in 24, that got him for the first time ever to win the popular vote. That coalition has been destroyed. And the final thing I'll say is this, Pierce. I made this prediction on my show the other day. But right now, you kind of have these two, broadly speaking, camps, say Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, maybe people like me, who are saying the coalition has been destroyed. And then on the other side, you have people like you played Bacha, Ben Shapiro, who are saying, no, the coalition is fine. What we've learned is that Tucker Carlson doesn't matter. Give it a couple months, Pierce, and I promise you, everyone on that side will say the coalition has been destroyed and it's Tucker's fault. This is going to tank Donald Trump's presidency. We're already past the point of that. The Democrats are going to win the House and the Senate. It's going to be impeachments and subpoenas and investigations for the next 2 years. And I don't think anyone from this administration can win the presidential in 28 at this pace.
Man.
Right. Well, Adam, you're part of a very...
I agree. At this pace. I mean, he's very careful with his words. He says saying point. He's like, oh, no, they're cooked. He's like, no, they keep going. And I've had the same opinion. If they keep going down this path, they're going to lose it all. And Trump is going to be facing impeachment for the rest of his presidency.
Successful podcast.
Guys, OSS 300 guys, I'm giving you badges right now. Shout out to Lavelle 22.
And they better not blame us, bro. They better not blame Tucker. They better not blame Candace. You better blame Lindsey Graham, blame Mark Levin, blame PBD, blame them. Okay? Not us.
Red Pill Clippers, Breeze King, DC Badass, Hey Itchy, Egoist Chris, Taco XD, Jerza Liz, Egyptian Menace. I'm gonna give you guys VIP OG badges right now. So
Patrick Bet-David's been a regular on this show.
Shout out to One Chest for giving me the list.
As have other members of your great team. And, I would say just from a personal, you can only judge it personally, I guess, but I've been on some of the biggest TV shows, mainstream TV shows you could think of, right? America's Got Talent for 6 years. Britain's Got Talent. I replaced Larry King at CNN. They aired my show 3 times a day in America and around the world, and so on and so on. And what's been fascinating to me in the last couple of years is I get more people come up to me in the street, wherever I am, whether it's New York, LA, London, Sydney, the Middle East, whatever. More people come up, and they're a bit younger than came up when I did any of those shows. And they're all coming up about my YouTube show, and they're all watching it avidly. And they're watching other shows like yours, like Dave's, Tucker, because they talked to me about all this. I had 2 guys last week from Denmark, 19, I think they were, stopped me in the street in West London. Passionate viewers of Uncensored, right? It was really fascinating to talk to them. So I just think this idea that people who operate away from mainstream media now, like you, like me, like Dave, like others, that we're kind of irrelevant and no one knows who we are, is completely contradicted by reality. I just see it in the streets. So
yeah, when I was walking around with Louis, not one person stopped him, dude. Not one person stopped Louis when I was walking around with him, but I got stopped a million times. Guys, I get stopped a lot. And I'm not saying that to brag or anything like that, but I get stopped a lot. It's a reason actually why I don't go out so much. So yeah, bro, nobody knows who these fucking mainstream dinosaurs are a lot of the times.
So I don't know whether it's self-preservation going on, that the mainstream media doesn't want to accept there's been a shift in power. But what do you think?
So we're talking about the mainstream media. So how much trust do you have in the mainstream media? But so let me answer that. So number one,
see, I don't like that argument. Well, how much you got in the mainstream media? Well, when the mainstream media leans into your argument, you're quick to bring it up. So I don't know. I don't like hearing that mainstream media argument when you, and trust me, if the mainstream media goes along with your argument, you'll be quick to bring it up. So, and I ain't gonna say that the mainstream media doesn't lie or doesn't have the most atrocious spin on things. They do. But I'm be real with you, there's sometimes the mainstream media is reporting accurately. And I always just say it's not that they report lies, is that the spin that they put on their reporting is absolutely crazy. And basically it'll make you believe a lie.
it's great to be with you, Dave. Good to see you. It's been a little while, and thank you for dressing up, Dave. The question that you're asking is, are young people watching social media and they're watching YouTube? Obviously, duh. My mom still watches the news at 8 p.m. and if she misses it, that's it. She doesn't see it. She hasn't figured out how to get on social media. She still tries to ask me how to find me on YouTube and on Instagram. But yes, the 35 and under crowd is on social media. And I'll tell you an anecdote. I'm a registered independent. I never would voted for Trump.
Okay, I got you guys all your OG badges. One chest. Jers, Alex, I don't know if you spell Clippers. You got an OSS 300 badge.
Hold on,
vote for Trump, who might be brutish and an a-hole, or you vote for a weak, feckless, I wouldn't even call it leader like Kamala. And obviously the choice is pretty easy. But I would debate with my liberal friends, one that was very, very, very tight with the Clinton people, part of the Hillary campaign. And he noticed as I was starting to become more, let's just say, less Trump hating. This is in 2023, 2024, run up to the election. And then he goes, dude, I don't even know what happened to you. You're like full on MAGA now. I go, no, I just have common sense. I see what's going on the radical left. And it's so un-American to me.
And I brought this up last video. I was like, it's kind of crazy how they have this cognitive dissonance of how they treat anybody who's against this war. It's like, oh, bro, what are you? You're not MAGA no more. You're un-American, Mr. Doom and Gloom. It's kind of like, yeah, you don't see how you're doing the same thing to guys in your own party, which is insane, by the way.
And he goes, yeah, you're just in your little YouTube
hey, man, hey, look, if it didn't work for the libs, then why are we trying it over here in MAGA?
World. I'm in the real world with the real politicians and the real polls. I got the real stuff going on. I go, hey, buddy, his name is John. I go, John, this is the real world now, guy. Yeah, well, we'll see. So obviously we see what happens in the election. This is not the type of person that likes to apologize, right? Comes up to me and he goes, Adam, I was dead wrong. You're right. This is the new YouTube world. Congratulations on all your success, Pierce, and welcome to the YouTube world. It is what it is.
Okay, well, we're sort of in broad agreement there. Let's get to broad disagreement, I suspect, which is the way this war is playing out. I mean, Dave, I've really struggled to work out the upside for Donald Trump from the start of this. Doing this so close to the midterms, doing exactly what he said he wouldn't do, which is he was going to stop, attacking Middle Eastern countries. It was all going to be America first, a premium on sorting out American problems in America. And then suddenly he launches a war on one of the biggest countries in the Middle East, certainly one of the best armed. And all hell has broken loose, what he said, not least to the global economy, which is inevitably going to have, and already is having, a very detrimental effect on living standards for average Americans. If I'm an American that voted for Trump, I'm like, I don't get this. I might in a poll say, I get it, but I don't think I really get it.
Yeah. And
okay, interesting.
Then you also have to consider.
I think me and Dave Smith pretty much agree in lockstep almost with this Iran war.
There, Pierce, right? Like there's a sizable percentage of people who support Donald Trump, who approve of the job broadly that he's been doing, who maybe, look, we're 3 weeks or whatever into this.
Also, guys, if you're a brokey, type in the chat. I put the fries in the brown clown, fries in the bag. Shout out to Josie. She made a bunch of them that are hilarious. They're all for subscribers only. I don't have any badges for non-subscribers because, yeah, fuck you, brokies. So, yeah, so for the real niggas, if you can't afford it, just say, hey, I put the fries in the bag and somebody will probably gift you a sub. The OSS Army is very generous.
Let's go. All right, I'll kind of give him a chance. We'll see. But if this doesn't turn into any type of win, and if it turns into a clear disaster, which it already seems to be, that's only going to hurt him more and more and more. I think Look, Pierce, it's despite the fact that it is not in my incentives in some way as like a political commentator, like I hope this whole thing just works out great. And then I know that all the people who don't like me will say, ha ha, you were warning that this would be a disaster. I hope that I would much rather take that deal and live in that. But Pierce, the other element there is that, right, we had the 12-day war in the summer, and I've certainly heard, I heard at the time, some on debates that we did on your show and others, and I've heard nothing but since then on social media that, oh, you guys were so stupid. You were warning about exactly what we're seeing right now, which is what all of us were warning about who are critics of the 12-day war. And Iran didn't do that. And they were like, look, we got away with it. One and done. No Americans dead. And that's it. We don't have to do anything else. They spent the following 6 months bragging about how the nuclear threat had been totally obliterated. Now we find ourselves, Pierce, back in this same situation. And as I mentioned last time on your show, the big picture here is that clearly the calculation changed for Iran. They no longer feel that it's in their incentive for self-preservation to not strike back and kill Americans or not do maximal damage. And now, clearly, with a younger, more radical Ayatollah who has not promised to not build nuclear weapons, they've made the calculation that actually they can't not give us a bloody nose, that they have to really make this cost us. Otherwise, we'll be back in another few months doing it again. And of course, at the beginning of this war, Donald Trump said this was a full regime change war and called for the people to rise up and overthrow their government. And the people did rise up, Pierce, in support of their martyr Ayatollah and in support of this regime. I know you saw some of those aerial shots. There must have been hundreds of thousands of people out in the streets in Tehran, in the most liberal part of the country, supporting the regime. So I'm sorry, at this point, this just looks like a catastrophe, and the best we can hope for at this point.
And this could just be, right, that could be, you know, regime propaganda, and most likely it is, but it goes to show that these people are willing to die about their way of life. They're out there and they're out there supporting the regime while shells are being dropped, like while they're like literally missiles are hitting the ground, and they're just out there supporting their regime, yelling Allah Akbar even louder. Like, and you think we're just gonna bomb these guys into submission? I mean, and this is what I'm saying. Like I said, where's the off ramp here? And of course, everybody's confused with the goal because we have guys like Lindsey Graham that'll go out there and say we want regime change. Then we have Trump who's saying, well, it's just about their nuclear capabilities. And then of course we got Israel over here talking about, man, look, man, it's all three. It's about their ballistic missiles, nuclear capabilities, and regime change. And it's like, all right, well, which goal is honestly achievable and which one's at the top of the list? Because I'm be real, we're all sitting here confused because it just seems like this war gets only worse and worse. Well, for United States and somewhat for Israel, somewhat.
Is that that's involved in this? What can you do
on big time? Do you still feel that? I mean, do you still feel, Guy, social media?
Yeah, 3 weeks in, we're already there.
Right. So, Adam, you've had a little spat with Dave on social media. When he called it an illegal war of aggression on X, you said, come on, Guy, read the room. Dave responded, let's not pretend you read, Adam. To which you replied, I'm able to read scoreboards. You are losing big time. Do you still feel that? I mean, do you still feel that? Because I would argue that the scoreboards militarily absolutely would show that the United States and Israeli combined forces have inflicted enormous damage on Iran's military capability. I think that's inarguable. However, what I don't think has been properly factored in by the Americans and Israelis is the ability of Iran to wage an economic war in parallel to a military war. And that by controlling the Straits of Hormuz and by attacking, as they have done, their neighboring Gulf states.
Hey, Stone, thank you so much for that. Jay Diaz, shout out to all you ninjas. Jay Diaz again. So, all you fry baggers, Jay Diaz is blessing all you ninjas.
Both oil refineries and tourist hotspots and so on. They've managed to freak everybody out and they freak the global markets. And this is incredibly damaging to Donald Trump because every day that Strait of Hormuz is shut, then you will see the impact for the next few weeks and months coming through the US economy and the global economy, but the US economy. You know, when fertilizer, when the impact of that being stopped comes through in a couple of months' time, it takes a while to cut through to the actual people of America. But it will, and when it does, it's going to be very damaging. Do you not think that the longer this goes on, the more of a miscalculation has been made here?
Look, I'm not the Trump is the all B MAGA guy. I'm the guy that was like, yeah, I'm not so sure about this Trump guy. You know what? Oh, I got the fake news. Oh, Russia, Russia, Russia. Oh, it turns out, yeah, you know, he's way better than the other side. So I had to use logic and a measured approach to get me to the point where I'm like, he's the guy. So I'll ask you another question. Let's say Trump wasn't here. What's Kamala doing?
Oh no,
They're probably going to war with Russia. So I mean, that's a decent point. What Kamala's doing, but I'm gonna be real with you. But the Democrats ain't really working here because let's be real. I mean, Kamala would have got us into war with Russia, and it seems like the right one to go to war with Iran. We thought Trump was going to be different, but hey, we'll see. We'll see. It's too soon to call right now.
But don't get me wrong. I think Kamala Harris would have been a terrible president. I thought Joe Biden was a terrible president.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that Kamala, we can't have a woman in office. I think we can all agree on that. Even the Zionists, pro-Zionist people, you know, would agree on that. Well, actually, they know that.
And I've always said with Trump, I find myself agreeing with some of the things he does and disagreeing with.
Like Snow, I feel you, bro. You want the Iranians to be punished, but we can't. Like they already got sanctions. And then here's the thing, bro. They're already purchasing oil in Chinese yuan. They're selling their oil in Chinese yuan, and they're not letting you through the Strait of Hormuz unless you pay them $2 million and you buy your oil in Chinese yuan. They're trying to threaten our petrodollar. So yeah, and they're already sanctioned to hell. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is why I don't believe in sanctions, because honestly, it caused distrust in our dollar, and it doesn't really help us out at the end of the day. Like, all it does is push people towards bricks. So I'm sorry, but nah, that's the reason. And let's be real. I mean, if we're gonna put sanctions on Iran, then we might as well start throwing sanctions on Israel as well, because they're also bombing civilian, places in not only Lebanon but Iran as well. So trust me, it's really hard for the UN to come at one country for doing it to another when the other country is doing it to two other countries. It's kind of insane to ask that of them.
Others, which I think is the right way to deal with Trump. I think if you just judge him on what comes out of his mouth.
Well, that's just like with anything, Piers. You're not going to agree with everybody and disagree with that.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
and look, when I came on the PBD podcast, I loved it because we disagree about stuff, and you guys come on, we disagree, we agree.
Hey, guys, do me a favor on YouTube. Smash that like button, guys. I'm back on here for y'all. We're going to move you niggas over to Kick, man, very soon to the dark side. We're literally just farming YouTube because it's the worst platform ever. So Kick is way better. No ads, by the way. You don't need YouTube Red to watch me on Kick. And everybody loves it on Kick. You guys see the fucking chat.
I ain't gonna lie. Like I got Kick too. I stream on Kick as well. I think I got like 125 followers. Shout out Kick. But bro, when I watch on Kick, it be going like switching out, green screening on me, stopping and pausing. So I'm sorry, but Myron, but it's not the streaming platform that it's supposed to be at this point, because it's actually getting popular. So there should be some improvements.
And I think the capacity I think this is a massive gamble, and I don't understand the timing. And I think the capacity for this to go badly wrong is very high. The longer it has gone on, because Trump originally was like, this is over in days, then it's over in a couple of weeks. Then everything started changing. Then the regime change he said was going to happen with people rising up. None of that has happened. There are lots of reasons.
Yeah, even though they tried. They tried. Jay True says, how many cars have you had? I remember you talking about a Toyota Prius. No, I never had a Toyota Prius. Hey, Myron, I don't think you're April. Okay, let's go WRGC.
What?
I'm ready to see footage. Americans.
All right, doing the little chats right now. But all right, guys, let's make sure you double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. Appreciate you watching through the shadow ban. Y'all the real ones. So shout out to y'all.
Because they were not going to get killed doing
Couldn't do this without y'all.
In January, when people protested against the regime, a lot got killed. And obviously there are bombs flying around all over the cities of
Yo, Breeze, you already got OG badge, bro. You already have one. You're good.
Iran, which will also put people off, I guess. So there are lots of reasons, I guess, why people are protesting or not protesting in certain ways. But to me, the justification for this war has changed so many times. It's made me think, I don't think Donald Trump has any clear idea of what victory looks like. Do you? I mean, if the regime remains intact and they keep their enriched uranium, for example, and they maintain control of the Straits of Hormuz, is that victory?
Well, look, this was not an easy decision. You think, these guys have been in power 47 years. Everybody in our microwave hustle society wants this done in the next 4 to 7 weeks. It's going to take some time. We've already, I was talking to a good Navy SEAL.
No, because the reason why people are like, what the fuck, is because Trump expected it to be quick like that. That's the reason why people are having problems, is because Trump himself thought it was going to be quickly. And the thing with Trump is he's the commander in chief. He has all the intel. He has people with, the top clearances briefing him every day. So
whoa. I mean, man, I wish, Myron, I wish. But remember, after he kicked Joe Kent, the head of counterterrorism, out of his briefings, we can no longer say that he was working with the best of information. Like, that's out the window. And he did it to himself by kicking him out of those briefings. I think he did the same thing to Tulsi Gabbard as well. So it's kind of funny when somebody disagrees with the war, the way they kind of throw shade on them as well. You know, they're not in the briefings. But yeah, they don't get their intelligence from those presidential briefings. They get their intelligence outside of it. But a lot of people don't know that for some reason.
if there's anyone that had a good lay of the land better than anybody, it'd be Donald Trump, obviously, right? So he really thought that he was going to get this done in a couple of days, and he failed.
A buddy of mine, Navy SEAL, he said, dude, we've taken out 80% of their military capacity. Not bad in less than a month. So let the guy cook a little bit. So you also talk.
Okay, but here's the thing, right? So this is.
I mean, the bro been cooking for almost a month. But I'm still gonna let him cook, though. I'm still gonna give Trump his full month. I'm gonna let him cook. I'm gonna let him cook.
Deceptive. He said we removed 80% of their capacity.
90.
Okay, you destroyed their Navy. Great. You destroyed the Air Force. 80% of the capacity gone. But what's the most dangerous capacity they have? Oh, the ballistic fucking missiles. Like, bro, like it's like you're stepping over $100 bills to pick up quarters, then bragging that you have the quarters. Like, what's going on here? You know, now to a retard that doesn't understand how the Iranian armed forces operate, right? This sounds good. We destroyed 80% of their military capability. Oh my God, this is so awesome. That's not the point. You didn't destroy the most important part of their military capability, which is actually causing you guys a great deal of damage, which is their ballistic missile program. And the ballistic missile program is deep underground, where you guys can barely hit it with bunker busters, and you don't even know where they are because there's hundreds of them all over the fucking place. So that 20% can really still fuck you up.
Talk about, Dave, that, oh yeah, they had people out there pro-regime. Yeah, nobody's denying that 10 to maybe 20% max of the country is pro-regime.
I don't know about that, man. Like I said, according to the 2024 elections, we got 61 million people that could possibly pro-regime. Because, I mean, if you hate the regime so much, then why are you participating in an election that they control? Why are you registering to vote in an election that you know all candidates are picked by the regime? So I think it's safe to say that those 61 million people who registered are in some part okay with the regime being in power.
But what about the 80% of the country?
And I mean, that's out of 93 million. So trust me, that's not 10, 20%.
That's like a date at a comedy show. There was 100 people that magically showed up to Dave's comedy show. Oh my God, he has so many fans. Dude, there's 100,000 people outside that didn't go to the show. I'm not being like brutish or sarcastic, but just you're taking a small sample size and extrapolating that for the entire country. We all know.
That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing, my friend. You're taking a small sample size from a survey that only surveyed 500,000 Iranians, and you're taking that 500,000 Iranians' words as gospel to what the Iranians are, or what their political positions is in Iran. And bro, you're doing exactly what you're accusing Dave Smith of, taking a small group of people and saying, oh, this is what all Iranians must think. When I can find you a bigger group, 61 million, that literally is okay with the Ayatollah being in power and controlling their elections. They're okay with it. They're registering to vote in it. So no, you're taking a small group and extrapolating it out to the rest of Iranians. I'm actually looking for some numbers here.
To be clear,
this regime
oh,
is.
hang on, Adam.
We all know that this is a terrorist regime.
Just to be technically correct on that argument you're making, if 100 people turned up to watch Dave's show, then technically over 8 billion chose not to.
Correct, and that's pretty uniform at this point.
This is really making me feel.
Bro interrupted him to make a bad joke. Like,
yeah.
Piers, just moderate, nigga. Like, yo, put the moderation in the bag, bro. Just put the moderation in the bag, man. All right, niggas aren't here for your takes. Let the Jews fight it out.
Bad about my numbers on the road.
It doesn't necessarily mean that 8 billion people.
Yeah,
it doesn't mean there are 8 billion people who don't like Dave Smith.
I used to own a couple. No, it's fine. I mean, I actually do like Dave Smith. Let me tell you a Dave Smith story. I actually have respect for Dave Smith, but I realized who Dave Smith is, and I would say this to his face on camera. Dave Smith is a radical.
Yo, Gaming, what you talking about, brother?
Libertarian. Don't take my word for it. You've said this multiple times. Have you not, Dave Smith?
Said what? That I'm a radical libertarian? Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Yes. Okay, perfect. So,
okay. And he got identified as a fucking tortoise. Does that matter? What does that have to do with the argument that this war is retarded? Like what?
When you're something, when you're radical. What's another word
I
for?
believe in? Well, what I believe
What's
in is
another word
true
for
Americanism.
radical? Extremist. Okay, this
These
is
are
why
all- these are
you
all
call
relative
America.
terms.
This is why you call.
It's like you can't debate his point, so you're trying to call this man an extremist. A libertarian extremist is funny, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. He's calling them a libertarian extremist. I mean, all right, bro. Like, I don't think that's a real good argument. I don't think you're really answering his question or tackling his arguments. But okay, that's cool. Libertarian extremist. It's funny to hear, but you didn't address any of his points.
Sure. This is why you call the U.S. military the greatest terrorist organization on earth, right? Because you're a true American? Because you're a true patriot? Is that why, Dave? Because something tells me you have what is known as clickbait of the mouth. And you're using these instances, these wars, to garner attention for.
I mean, the thing is that Dave is kind of right about that because we've been involved in perpetual wars literally since World War II. Okay, you go Korean War, Vietnam, War on Terror, war across the Middle East, all across the 80s and the 90s, all the intervention that we've done in South America. Like, look, I know it doesn't sound good to say that, but yes, the United States has conducted enormous amounts of terrorism, right? Like, we just have to be very honest here. The definition of terrorism is, participating in acts of violence to push a political ideology. I mean, bro, what are we doing all across the world projecting power? We're pushing our political ideology, aka democracy, allegedly.
No,
Right? We
true.
literally call the operation.
I mean, imposing sanctions on a regime because we want to impose our way of democracy, our ideals of how a government should be ran. Putting sanctions on a regime because of that is terrorism. I mean, we may support the terrorism, but it's still terrorism.
Iraqi freedom invaded a sovereign country on faulty intel that had nothing to do with the original issue, which was 9/11. So, it's just a fact, dude. I hate to say it. The United States government and the foreign policy absolutely fits the mold of terrorism. Let's be honest, dude. So I don't like that, right? I don't like that at all, but it's true.
You're calling, you have the American flag behind you, yet you have the hypocrisy of saying the United
Like,
States.
Snow, it don't matter what you think. I mean, you can go ahead and send me that article if you can find it, if you can find where you got that from. But I mean, bro, there is really no debate on it. In 2024, 61 million people, you could look this up too. So what I'm saying, you could look up. What you're saying, you can't. So when I'm saying that in 2024, 61 million people registered to vote in an election that the Ayatollah controls, yeah, that lets you know that 61 million people is okay with that. And most likely are supporters of the regime. Even if you want to say, well, I mean, and what was it? About half of them actually voted, all about 30 million people. That's still 30 million people that actually participated that we got to worry about as well. And the IRGC, that's 1 million people strong. So I'm sorry, but this 10 to 20% support, I mean, it's a fantasy. Maybe it's 50. It could be 50-50. Maybe for 45-55. But no, it's not no 80-20. No.
Military. United States is the greatest terror organization the world has ever seen. I mean, I don't understand what's going on here. This is why you're radical.
I didn't say
so, by the way,
I tell you what, hang on. Just to be fair to Dave, let's replay what he actually said on this show, which caused all the furore, led by Ben Shapiro. We'll play what he said, and I'll play what Shapiro said about it, and then we'll come back to Dave for a response.
Okay, hold on. I'm about to cook a fucking retard in the chat. Hey, Milk the Young. Okay, you have been selected to get roasted. Okay, you're gonna fucking stand on what you said. Your dumbass says I can debate you. I'm just because you are making young people don't mean you smart. Like, what are you talking about, bro? And he said he's from Sweden, so that's already an L on your end, my friend. Bro, you're a fucking Swede and you're talking shit to me, but it's fine. Milk Young, how am I wrong, retard? Let's see what you got to say in the kick chat. How am I wrong, retard?
Hey,
let's go. Chop, chop. Type it up. We don't got all day for you, bro. Type it up quickly. Because a lot of you motherfuckers like to troll in the chat, and then when I call you guys out, you guys, oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Oh, perfect. I found it for you.
So let's
bro.
go,
I
retard.
found it for you.
What do you
I
gotta
got
say?
you. I found it for you, Snow. I found it for you. Yeah, right. It says right here, senior cleric Mohammed Abdasam, whatever, revealed that roughly 5,000 or to 50,000 or Yeah, 50,000 of the 75,000 mosques. Yeah, estimated that 50,000 to 75,000 mosques are currently inactive or closed, highlighting a major decline in public attendance. And I mean, you want to say it's because of Islam, but it doesn't say it's because of Islam. It kind of says, well, aren't they kind of going through a financial crisis right now? And, people are kind of conserving their money, so they probably not going to be able to travel when their currency is going through hyperinflation. So that could be a reason too. I mean, you could be right. It could be because they don't like Islam, but we're talking about 88 million Muslims in a Muslim majority country. So I doubt it's Islam, and it's most likely economic factors. Like, think about it. Church attendance went down in 2008 because people were what? Going through economic turmoil. Like, trust me, I know, because my mom had to stop going to church because she had to save gas to go to work because of the economic fallout. So when economic fallouts happen, yes, I mean, attendance in public places go down. And that's what they're going through right now. If you didn't know, and if you look past your hatred of Islam, it's kind of clear to see. But
how am I wrong?
Yeah, but you're basing that off a closure of mosque, not any real numbers. A closure of mosque doesn't really relate to the support to a regime, especially when they're going through a financial crisis and they've been going through rapid inflation for years. So, like I said, when there's an economic like downfall, there's usually a low attendance in all public places across the board.
As expected. As expected.
The IDF is the worst terrorist organization in the region.
Bro, that's like me saying, oh, wait, that mean, nobody's like Christianity no more because nobody's going to the churches, and churches are closing down because people aren't going because they have no money. So everybody's turning away from Christianity then? You kind of see how that's crazy? And COVID is a good example. Yeah, it's like going through COVID and being like, well, there's no church attendance. So, I mean, I guess everybody's turning against Christianity. It's like, wait, what? Like, it's COVID, right?
Real. The United States of America is arguably the worst terrorist organization in the world. If you want to look over the last 25 years, how many innocent civilians we've slaughtered.
It doesn't matter, it turns out, how many times you appear on Joe Rogan's show or how many times you hide behind your title of comedian who holds the Guinness Book of World Records for
And I'm gonna be real with you. Like, people don't like what Dave Smith said, but he got a solid ass point. We have committed violence to push our ideology all through the Middle East. And then we call Iran the biggest supporter of terrorism. And I'm just like, dog, we support terrorists, warlords. I mean, this is why the head of Al Qaeda is running Syria right now, is because of our support. So, I mean, who are we to talk? You might as well let bygones be bygones at a certain point. Let's not talk about proxies and supporting terrorism, because we both do it. Iran and US and Saudi Arabia and the UAE. We all do it. One big, happy, proxy supporting family.
Jokes told, or how many times you spew puerile analogies that demonstrate nothing but unbelievable, willful ignorance of the nature of war.
Family,
I'm
I don't want
sorry,
to be
but
a
you
part,
hate the
but
country
we
if you say America is the worst terrorist organization in the world. You just do. Now, I know that.
Okay. When you slap your kid, right? Does that mean you hate your kid? When you yell at your kid, does that mean you hate your kid? No, you want them to do better.
Yep.
When your basketball coach makes you do suicides for an extra 20 minutes because you didn't hit the buzzer beater you were supposed to, does that mean they hate you? No, they want you to be better. Okay? Valid criticism is how you grow. Now, the problem with Ben Shapiro is he can't take any criticism when it comes to Israel because he knows he's in the wrong. The only people that can take criticism are people that understand that self-improvement is important and actually want to improve. But the reason why Ben Shapiro loses his mind anytime someone talks shit about Israel is because he knows the Israeli position is indefensible.
Okay, maybe.
It's an indefensible position. So this is why he rage quits.
I don't know about that, Snow, because you got to remember, I mean, like I said, it's like, I don't know, but you just can't get down in your mind that there's actually a large support for this regime. Like, think about it like this, dog. Like, you're like, really, just think about what I'm telling you right now, because I'm going to break it down. It's like, I don't think Islam is discouraging participation in the mosque. Okay, then. All right, great. I think the government being repressive is turning people off the religion. No, like I said, you're trying to blame it on the government and, well, their religion, but nah, people support the government because it's an Islamic, I mean, it's Islamic Republic. Islamic Republic. Oh boy, Islamic Constitutional Republic. Hilarious. But in all actuality, it is the fact that they're going through economic turmoil. And I mean, there's also the fact that, well, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you, guys. I don't think there's a low attendance in mosques because of the repressiveness of the Islamic regime. I truly believe it's because of the economic fallout that's going on in Iran. And if it was because of the repressive regime, then I'm gonna be real with you, the regime would have been out of power right now. And we got to deal with the fact that there are 88 million confirmed Muslims in that country out of 93. So trust me, it's not the religion. I don't think it's even about the oppressive regime, because as long as you're a strict Islamist, as long as you're all about Islam, the regime leaves your ass alone. Maybe it's the younger generation that the regime kind of fears because they're a little bit more liberal Muslims, or they're still Muslims, but a little bit more liberal, a little bit more moderate, instead of the strict, the strict Islam that the clerics practice, that they forced upon the people of Iran. But there's people in Iran who actually like their life that way. It's crazy to think about it like that, but they do. It's like, bro, it's crazy to think about how people want to live under socialism or communism, but they do. This is what it is. It's hard to imagine living like that, but people live like that and they love it for some crazy reason.
Or it calls them names. Here's the reality. Israel illegally occupies the Palestinians. Israel illegally occupies the Golan Heights.
I get it, though.
The West Bank settlements are illegal. Their prime minister is wanted by the international community, the ICC. There's a warrant out for his arrest for war crimes.
Yeah.
Several genocide experts have concluded, to include B'Tselem, an Israeli-based human rights organization. Human Rights Watch.
I think, bro, I ain't gonna lie, I think the UN and international courts is kind of playing a sick game right now. Because let's be real, that they did just sat by and watch Israel commit all types of war crimes, and they spoke up, but nothing was ever done. And now that there's war crimes being committed against Israel, you know, like my man Snow said, yo, why isn't the UN getting involved? Well, because the UN didn't get involved when Israel did it, so who are they to get involved when Iran do it? Even though I wish they would, like they should. But they also should have got involved when Israel was doing it as well. So it's kind of just like, I got to be consistent here. If UN didn't do it for Israel, they're not going to do it towards Israel. They're not going to do it towards Iran.
All of them concluded that what Israel did after October 7th to Gaza was a genocide.
True.
As of right now, we have roughly 70,000 people dead, many of which were under the rubble and not identified. By the time we actually get through everything and do all the numbers and tally up the casualties, we're probably going to be looking at hundreds of thousands. So you can clearly see why Ben Shapiro gets so angry when people talk shit about Israel. It's one of the few debates that attacks him from his blind spot. He could debate retarded college kids on culture war stuff. He could debate retarded liberals on things like feminism or transgenderism, right? All the culture warrior topics that people love. But when it comes to this topic of Israel, even though he's a skilled debater, because I will not, Ben Shapiro is intelligent. Let's be clear about that. He is intelligent. Okay.
I mean, yeah, he's too intelligent to be making all these dumbass arguments. That's the problem. That's how you can tell he's like extremely biased, because it's getting in the way of his intelligence.
He's not stupid whatsoever. This guy's a Harvard grad. I think he got his JD.
Smart guy.
But even someone like him, with his intelligence, still can't manufacture a coherent, strong, and sensible argument to support Israel. And really, none of the Zionists can. This is why they get so angry.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie, though. It's crazy, because I talk to the Israel defenders, and it's really hard for them to defend Israel without dehumanizing another group of people. It's like, well, damn, if you got to dehumanize a group of people to make your argument, then you're obviously on the losing side here. You're not on the right side of history, guys, if you got to dehumanize to make it right.
Dave Smith is super duper excited that his name was mentioned here. And he's sitting there shouting at his TV screen in his basement, "Debate me, bro." To which I answer, nah. I don't debate with trolls who claim that America is the...
Yeah, then shut the fuck up, dude. Then honestly, like, shut the fuck up then.
Yeah, low-key.
Like, honestly, like, just shut the fuck up. If you're going to sit there and criticize him, and I'll be honest with you guys, I think Dave Smith gives a very, I don't want to say watered down, but he gives a very palpable, normie-friendly version of Israel criticism. There we go. He's able to criticize Israel in a politically correct manner that normies can accept. He's also Jewish himself, which gives him an an additional layer of coverage and protection. So Dave Smith is good. And let's be honest here, a lot of people bring Dave Smith on to argue this stuff because he's Jewish. I'm not. Look, I like Dave. Let me be clear about this. Like I like
on
Dave
God though, they do, because he could say all the stuff without them saying you hate Jews. Well, let me be real with you. Dave Smith argues, and they still call him a self-hating Jew. So I mean, like I said, when you can't really debate it, you got to sit there and throw insults. Sit there and call people, whoa, you're a self-hating Jew, like because what? He's Jewish and he's killing you in this argument against Israel. Like, I'm sorry, but y'all gotta come up with something better. It just can't be that we're all anti-Semitic. I'm sorry, but everybody's getting tired of that. It's like when black people was calling everybody racist for any criticism of black people. Y'all got real sick of that shit. I know, I get it. Shit, I'm black and I got sick of it. So what makes you think that we're not gonna get sick of this? And y'all pushing harder than black people are.
I think he's smart, right? But we have to be painfully honest here that Dave Smith is simply going to get more looks to debate Zionists because he's Jewish himself. It's a layer of protection for the hosts that bring him on the show.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I'll give you guys an example of what I mean by this. If I was debating Adam Sosnick, right, instead of Dave Smith, Pierce Morgan would get 10 times more hate. Even if I said the same exact things as Dave, I didn't talk about any of the more controversial topics like world Jewry, any of that stuff. Let's say I stayed away from all that and I just went the Zionism angle. He would still get an enormous amount of backlash for hosting me debating Adam, who's Jewish and a Zionist. So what he's able to do is bring Dave on, have that cover. He's Jewish too. He can't be anti-Semitic because he's Jewish himself, and he can make those arguments. And I've seen many people do this, bring him on for this purpose. And I'm not saying that to take away from what Dave Smith is saying. He's very sharp, smart guy. But we must be honest that to some degree, we must acknowledge the fact that when hosts pick people for panels on this topic, that is absolutely a component into their thinking of who they're going to select. I want to have this debate. It's on a racy topic from a group of people that have enormous amount of power and influence on social media. Let me bring in someone from that group to debate that group's ideology.
And I can't even get mad at that, because that's a smart move. It's like, yo, like, shoot, if you want to debate a black person on reparations, like, why not bring me up? Especially if it's a white guy and they're going like, look, I don't want to look racist, Set. So can you come on up here and debate this black guy on why we don't want to give them reparations? It's like, sure, I got you, bro. I got you. I get it. And shout out to my man, Backyard Gaming. Whoop, there you go. What's going on, brother?
Ew, what up? I got a lot of mixed emotions about this whole Iran war. I think personally it's a stupid waste of time at this point.
Turn your mic up a little bit if you can.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, way better.
All right. This basically an Israel war. Because there ain't no way that we really get any benefit out of this.
Man, I mean,
not realistically. Like I'm not bandwagoning or anything. I wasn't jumping on the bandwagon when the war first kicked off. I just gave my perspective from being on the ground in that area for a little bit of time. But ultimately, this entire war is kind of stupid. And Trump trying to get out of it, and even out of his mouth, he's refusing to say who it is, should tell everybody something. Because what I say, like the last time I was on, it seemed like the U.S. is like doing the main mission and trying to be reserved. Meanwhile, Israel just shooting bystanders left and right.
Not giving a shit. Like I said, 81,000, at least 81,000 civilian homes, infrastructure, public facilities have been struck. And I'm just like, okay, like how is this going to help us get towards peace, or how are we going to seek an off ramp with these radicals if we just keep doing this relentless bombing of their facilities? And here's the thing, I think that we're the ones targeting military targets, and Israel's going after the civilian infrastructure.
Yeah,
Like they're the ones
that's
who bombed that
100%.
who bombed that, what was it, with the oil or the power plant or something like that? They're the ones who
Yeah,
did
that
that.
was them.
I
That
mean,
was
I'm just
them.
like, yo, what the fuck? You guys are trying to, and even Donald Trump had to come out and be like, yo, whoa, you guys are trying to escalate things a little, like way too far, like way past like redemption at this point.
No, you're right. It was the U.S. only hits military targets because we understand how big our blast yield is, and we don't want to sit up here and be accused of doing war crimes. So at least, no matter what anybody can say, if under any president, because I served under Biden and I got friends that served under Trump, and both of us concluded that most U.S. presidents are really reserved with what we target and what we hit. Israel, on the other hand, if it moves, it's a target.
Bruh, I mean, bro, the problem with Israel is that, bro, they'll wipe out a whole block to hit one target and not give a shit, not give a damn about the civilians around them. And then they'll say, well, you know, that he was hiding behind, he was using well, my bad, he was using human shields. It's like, bro, you supposed to get this one guy in this one building, you blew up the entire block. Well, he was using them as human shields. He was using the whole entire block as a human shield. And that's literally what they're hitting us with.
All right, so check this out. I'm going to tell you something that that I personally was told, and I stumbled upon some of it by myself. It's public record now, or at least it should be. So during when October 7th happened, you know, the U.S. warned Israel about that under Trump's first administration.
Yeah, and so did so did Egypt. Egypt also warned them.
They said, "Hey, these Houthis, they're digging tunnels under your city. You should do something about
Hamas.
that." Yeah, the Hamas. You should do something about that. Hey, these people are getting like smuggling weapons, and they're using civilians as shields, and the civilians are trying to tell you maybe you should listen to them instead of thinking they're all sleeper agents.
I mean, here's the worst part about it.
2022.
You know, so funny. Instead of, you know, stopping them, they sent money to them.
Yeah, right. That was the crazy part. It was like, bro, what are you doing? Do you even care?
Like, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, whoa, you're sending money to Hamas, the one that you're saying that is just this big threat, and this is Israel under Bibi Netanyahu. Put his signature on it. Gave it to the Qataris and said, give it to Hamas. We know you got a good link with them. Like, wait,
they
what?
They said, tell them it's from Israel with love.
Did it? My bad. Go
ahead. But I said, tell them it's from Israel with love,
bro.
But yeah, in terms of that, so, and to touch on another thing, when you were talking about like the population and who they sway toward, I was like, nah, me and you and Monty had already covered this, because I found that one article that the Iranian government had done themselves back in 2022, 2021. No, it was 2023 to 2024, and they were like, yeah, on just under half of the
I pulled up all of them. Remember, that's where we got the 500,000.
No, those were Monty's. Monty is the one that was sending you all those.
No. I looked it up. No, remember, I looked it up. I ChatGPT'd it. I grokked it. I said, give me all the studies that's been done in Iran on the support for the regime. And he gave me every single study. But still, though, you can't sit there and think about this. What was the sample size of those studies?
Let me finish my point. The sample sizes of those studies, this is from the Iranian government, actually. So what they did was,
I can show my numbers. You got to show yours.
Let me finish.
I'm sorry.
From the Iranian government, they kicked out all the ineligible voters. So people who were convicted and people who obviously are kids. After that, they did a poll, and of the people that they got, it was roughly like a 47 to like what is it, like 52, almost 55% split. So, and that's what I told you. I distinctly remember telling you that day. Because
Yeah,
even when
I
I
mean, you may have told me, but what you're saying still doesn't beat 61 million. That's
there's
the problem.
93 million. There's 93 million. Now,
Yeah.
granted, could some people have gone back? Yeah. Could some people have fled to the other side? Also, yeah. I mean, it's a dynamic situation.
True, but I mean, I
let's
know
be
61 million people who's willing to participate in an election controlled by the Ayatollah. You have surveys that we don't know the sample size of, and the last time we went over this, it was 500,000. So, I mean, if you want to add to that 500,000, you're still not going to reach 61 million, or not even 30 million. That of people that we know supports the regime at this point. Like, that's the hard part about it. It's hard to beat the election numbers because that literally proves that you're okay with this regime controlling your elections and picking who you get to choose as president, which is a wild thought for us. But this just goes to show that, all right, well, obviously there's more support for the regime because you're okay with this controlling of our choices or their choices.
Technically that same thing happens here, but then that would just be us splitting hairs.
Yeah, true. But I get your point. I get that you say, look, there's more people to add into it. But like I'm saying, I'm not saying that it's flipped the other way around. I'm saying that, bro, there's just no way it's 20% max that they only got 20% support of the Iranian people. I mean, we're talking about a country
saying. No.
Oh, okay.
If that's what you think I'm saying, that's not. What I'm saying is it's actually closer to an even 50-50 split.
I can agree
with the remaining, like 10%. Like, if we want to make the numbers nice and even, it's a 45-55 split. So that remaining like 5 or 10% is like the fluctuation. Like, sometimes it's against the regime, sometimes it's for the regime. These are the people that don't know what temperature they want to have their house set to at night.
I'll say it, but I will say this. Like, it does look like there is a bit of like moving away from the. I mean, there was a moving away of the hardlining side from in Iran. Why? Because, well, the current president, the guy they got now, was actually the guy who actually believed in close relationships with the West. There was other guys who just said, no, we should just treat the West as the threat that they are, but they voted in the guy who says that, we don't want war with the West. So, you know what? It does seem like the Iranians as well who voted have an anti-war position.
Right. And that's why I said ultimately this war was kind of retarded because it did nothing. I mean, yeah, I can understand why Trump did it. He said that they were a catastrophic threat and that we should deal with them as soon as possible. Okay. So, one can agree with that.
All right, but hold on. There is something I do want to pass by. You seen the new map where, it shows Iran's new, capability range, right? With their missiles.
Yeah, Cielo Garcia.
Yeah, so yeah. And now, how long you think they had that for? Because like I said, if they just built that maybe like in the last couple of weeks, all right. Like, maybe my theory goes away. But if they didn't have that, then that means all that propaganda about, Iran will attack us if they could. If they have the power, they'll attack Europe and all that good stuff. Well, apparently they had the power and they never did it. So what are we supposed to think about that? And like, doesn't that mean that we've been pretty much been fear-mongered?
No, that situation is still evolving because we genuinely don't know how long they had it. And that's why I have left that situation as far alone as I could, because everybody's going to come out with their own theories about it. But at the end of the day, you got to take that with a grain of salt. This is a whole nother country. We don't know what their capabilities truly are. Just like Iran and Russia seem to tout that they know what ours are. No, they don't. Hell, we don't even know what they are.
Exactly.
No government is going to reveal their hand all the way. They're going to give you just enough so that you can see what they're working with, but not so much that you get the picture.
All right, agreed. We definitely do have a way of hiding our hand. All right. I don't know. I feel your perspective on it. It's like, let me just like step back on it. It is a bit sus, but I had to take the both sides. I had to look at it from both sides. I'm just like, hold on here. So like, if they just made this within the last 2 weeks, then okay, we got an effing problem because now they have the capability, and now y'all theory is about to be tested. Now Iran has the capability to strike. Will they do so? But if they always had this, then that mean that, well, Iran was only going to strike if we was to attack them, and then they were going to start showing off their true missile reach.
Right. I mean, it shouldn't. If anybody's freaking out, I think it would be Israel, which is why they keep killing people that Trump tries to negotiate. Now, I want to say this publicly.
Mhm.
If people's takeaway from this war is Trump never tried to back down, or he's stalling for time, then y'all missed some of the stuff that happened with Venezuela. Same playbook. It's the same playbook. Okay, I'm giving you opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. This is if I'm going in one direction. Okay, he's trying to give them opportunity to back down before he just cuts loose and starts doing whatever. On the other hand,
yeah, all
hold
right.
up. On the other hand, every single time that Trump tried to meet with somebody from Iran, specifically, they were dead.
True.
You can't ignore that.
True.
Like, this dude is trying to have a peace negotiation because they were willing to come to the table, and he's trying to honor his word. And they keep turning up dead.
I mean, bro, the guy that we were trying to actually have peace negotiations with, bro, well, Israel killed him, and now we got an ex-IRGC commander. I was
And
like,
here's the
son of
and
a
here's the crazy
bitch.
part. If this doesn't tell you how much Israel is kind of deliberately shooting the U.S. in the foot, I forgot what his name, John Curacao or something Curacao.
Oh, yeah, John
Dude,
Kiriakou or something like that.
Kiriakou, yeah. He and a bunch of and this isn't the first time I've heard this. There are a lot of people in the intelligence community that hate, and I mean each letter of that word with all the emotion behind it. They hate working with Mossad. They
I mean,
hate
bro,
because they don't care.
they don't, bro. They'll try to recruit. They'll try to leave tracking devices. They'll try to leave listening devices. It's like the thing about the Mossad agents is that they don't ever turn off being an agent. Like, it's always going with them, no matter where they're
And
at,
it's
no matter
and
what they do.
from what I've heard, it's not just that. It's situations like these where they just keep shooting their allies in the foot until they get their way.
But here's the
So
thing, though,
yeah,
bro. They're about to walk themselves off the cliff with this whole agenda. Because I'm like, bro, if we back out and we leave you guys alone with Iran, it's gonna be you and Hezbollah. It's gonna be like what, a 2v1.
right.
Like, it's gonna be Iran and Hezbollah versus Israel.
And if I hope, and everybody should want this. Nobody should want what I'm about to say. Nobody should want gloating rights. Everybody should, regardless of who they are, to do well at their job because they represent us. I hope that Trump is able to at least get somewhat of a negotiation where it's only the U.S. ships that come through, or a certain portion of U.S. and European ships that come through, and then just say screw it to like the Israeli troops. Because at this point, bro, you have to be left on your own. You have to be.
Yeah, at this point, bro, we can't even trust you. But you know what? Actually, let's go ahead and, well, you know what? Do I still want to do this one? Nah, he went past it. I think he's done with the debate. Because, bro, Adam Sosnick got his ass cooked. And it's like he didn't even try to debate. He tried to pull what Douglas Murray did on Joe Rogan, and it didn't work for him. So why think it was going to work for, I mean, it didn't work for Douglas Murray. And Douglas Murray's bigger than Adam Sosnick. So why did he think it was going to work out for him? It's crazy.
I have no idea.
Man, but let's see here. No, let's go into Alex Jones. I do want to cover a little bit of him before I sign off here. Got a little bit more time.
Well, it was the weirdest ultimatum because I think everybody has figured out that when Trump says things like that, he's not actually serious.
Right.
The Iranians certainly don't believe it because they're sitting there going, well, you could have done this to us, years ago. Why haven't you? You could have done this to us in January. Why haven't you? Well, it's because everybody knows that it's an unserious statement by Trump. He's just trying to reset. What he's doing is Trump is more interested, because he's a media guy fundamentally. He's more interested in managing the perception, and he's more interested in trying to smooth the markets because he understands that that's going to have real impacts on his political fortune here at home than he is interested in actually obliterating anything in Iran. And so all of this is for show. The Iranians have called his bluff. Also, the very key thing here is Trump was floating this morning, hey, we're going to do negotiations. And the Iranians are saying, we're never talking to you again because the last two times you wanted negotiations, you started a war within the day that you said you wanted them.
Yeah.
I think
and I always did say, man, these bad faith negotiation tactics were going to come back and bite us in the ass. And I know I had some of my other guys that were saying, well, we don't negotiate with terrorists, so F them. And I'm just like, I don't know, man. It's kind of crazy. We're trying to burn that bridge and now we're trying to rebuild it back, like with our tail between our legs. Like, that's not a very strong position. But I mean, here we are having to rebuild that bridge back to Iran because now we got to negotiate with terrorists.
Here's the crazy part is we actually don't need the oil or anything else. We have all the materials we need here to tap to sustain ourselves. The only reason why we're allowing this to affect us is because the idiots in Europe.
Man, it's great. Actually, Couture, I think this might be an interceptor, but let me see.
Going on is Trump is again using negotiations as a ploy to try to buy time for the markets to not go crazy and also to buy time for U.S. Marines to get into position where he will then in the coming weeks, I believe, order the next round of escalation, which will probably be a horrifically failed U.S. Marine landing in one of three places along the coastline of Iran. And I'm beginning to suspect it's the naval base in the southern part of Iran that's along the Persian Gulf, because it's the only part of Iran that is exposed to U.S. naval power, because Harrison, our Navy won't go anywhere near the Strait of Hormuz, which is one of the reasons why prices are so high for oil and why ships can't get through unless they're Chinese flagged. This is not being decided by Trump. He's going along with it for multiple reasons. Some of them above board, they're just a very close ally, and some of them not so above board that we don't have to get into here. But ultimately, the president of the United States is not the one driving the ship. He is at best a co-pilot, and he is deferring a lot to the people who are driving this thing, which are the current government of Israel. And unfortunately, the current government of Israel are deeply fanatical ideologues. Right. They are no different, in my opinion, Harrison, than the fanatical ideologues in the Islamic, the Islamist world. They're two sides of the same coin at this point. And you ask where it's going. I think that the IDF has assessed, my understanding is that if the Americans did try to land troops in Iran, it's going to fail under current conditions. Trump is going to get cold feet then. He's going to try to end the war. And at that point, the Israelis are going to either threaten or follow through on dropping some kind of nuclear weapon or weapons on Iran to end the threat once and for all. And we will have in America no say over that. And we will have in America no capability to basically deflect from the fallout, both literal and metaphorical, from those Israeli actions.
See, that's what's so troubling about this is like they be going to war and then they're eager to just drop bombs on anything. Part of it is like, oh, we're God's chosen people, even though y'all killed the Messiah 2,000 years ago and he told you cut you off from his vine branch and then you didn't believe him and now you're cut off and your butt hurt about it. The other problem that I'm having with this is y'all got these spicy bombs and then now y'all think that y'all are entitled to just swing it everywhere at anyone. The US and Russia have more nuclear warheads than Israel will ever see in its life. And we don't even do stuff like that.
Exactly. But that's the problem with Israel. They don't care. And the problem is, bro, they're not under any type of proliferation act or anything like that, bro. They have their nukes are literally illegal. They have an illegal nuclear program, not inspected by the IAEA or anything. So it's like it's really rich to sit here and get on Iran's ass when Israel's literally over there with illegal nukes.
I mean, even North Korea, which is crazy to say. I never thought I'd be giving North Korea props, but at least they let the IAEA come in and do it every once in a while inspection, just to put people at ease.
No, I think they do it to flex too.
Yeah, right. But at least they do it. That's that's an issue. Israel, no, won't do it. Refuses to do it.
But they're the greatest ally, bro. So we can't talk too much about them.
The Brandon on X. His website is weichertreport.com. And of course, Brandon, you've been everywhere providing analysis for the Iran war, and you've been right a heck of a lot more than you've been wrong. I don't even know if you've been wrong so far, which is very different. Most analysts are having to reestablish their stance every couple of days or so. How have you been able to predict things so successfully in the latest iteration of the Iran conflict?
Well, I like to think my Christian faith informs me. I know the fallibility of man, in particular,
I'm weak. Christian.
Are the fallibility of our politicians, and I just assume they don't know what they're doing based on that, as well as my years working in government and all the time I've had briefing the military and all the experiences I've had professionally dealing with the national security state. This is not a group of particularly competent actors. And unfortunately, I think the president has been snookered also by our allies in Israel. And here we are.
It's troubling. That does absolutely seem to be the case. Unlike almost any other time during Trump's administration, you could always kind of tell, like, well, okay, here's what he's actually going for. Here's what his real intentions are. He might message it kind of strangely, but I do get the sense that they're just completely unmoored and have no idea what they're doing. So you're saying that's not just a strategy of keeping them all guessing and it's actually 5D chess. They actually are just underwater at this point, have no idea what's going on.
They're underwater. Yeah, they're underwater. I just saw when I was waiting to come on, Trump apparently just said that he doesn't refer to this as a war. He refers to this as a special military operation, which of course is very similar language to what Putin was saying at the start of the Ukraine war. And also, by the way, Obama renamed the war on terror to the Overseas Contingency Operation. And whatever you want to call it, guys in DC and gals, it's a war. And unfortunately, we're losing that war at the strategic level, which is where it counts.
That's what it seems like to me as well. Why do you say we're losing the war?
Please.
Well, it's very simple. And I think I said this to you the last time I was on the show, but I'm happy to repeat it because it's worth repeating. Warfare is an extension of politics through other means. That's what Clausewitz has always said. And it's true. It's a political act inherently. The policy we have set forward, the strategy, what are we trying to achieve? Well, regime change is one, but then they're saying we want to denuclearize, and then they're saying we want to get rid of the ballistic missiles, and if we can get rid of their support in Iran for terrorism, that's great. And by the way, we can also get rid of the Iranian Navy and Air Force. That's like 6 things we're trying to accomplish with a very small force that's highly restrained because it's an aerial force only that's already being strapped. Meanwhile, the Iranian regime, their strategy is just to survive. That's all they have to do. They win by clinging on in power and in control of the situation. And they know also the United States in particular has a finite amount of critical weapons stockpiles. There's about 14 systems in particular that are very key that we're running out of, air interceptors and some of these standoff munitions. And then also they know the Americans and the Israelis and the Arabs cannot handle economic pain. So the Iranians are imposing a very comprehensive strategy to prolong the war because the time will give them great capabilities to maneuver and then also to hurt us at the economic global level. And it's working. We're not achieving our goals. The Iranians are. The longer it lasts, they win by default.
All right. What you thinking?
So, the U.S. isn't beholden to the same kind of constraints that the rest of the world is. I really want to drive that point home. We aren't. Everything, let me put it to you like this. I was doing like some research or whatever And I figured out that the one thing that makes supercomputers work is only found here in the United States, and we have a monopoly on it.
Now,
So,
yeah.
So it's not just Taiwan. We have the silica and the other stuff to make, and the one key ingredient to make microchips and supercomputers work. We have tons of oil here. We have tons of wood and raw materials and potash and pig iron and all this other stuff.
Yeah, but I think the key point here was the fact that why is Iran low-key getting their way in this war in a way? And they're playing the asymmetric warfare game with us. And I think his key point is that, bro, I mean, I don't even think the chips really matter at this point. It's really about them being able to control the Strait of Hormuz and getting oil sanctions lifted. I mean, for some reason, we're not able to. I mean, we're putting all the force, I guess we can, outside of a nuke. Outside of a nuke, we're putting all the force we can on them, and it doesn't seem we're getting any closer to the end of this conflict. So I think the main point he's trying to hop off in is that, like, why does it seem like Iran is winning? Why does it seem like Iran is getting their way and we're just straddling the line here?
Yeah, that is true.
And you know what? Yo, Sid, how you doing, dog?
Yo, what's up, guys?
Oh, it's all good. It's all good, man. How long you been here?
I literally just got here and saw the call-in lines were up and just want to pop in, say what's up.
Oh, man. All right, bro. So what you think about because I never heard your opinion on it. So the 48-hour warning and everything that proceeded after. What do you think about all this?
Well, ultimately, I think it's a total mess, and this is not the way that anything should be ran. Whether it's actual negotiations going on, which seems kind of likely, or not, this whole thing is a mess that we can never make any sense of because Trump likes to contradict himself constantly. This is a war. This isn't a war. We need our allies' help. We don't need our allies' help. We don't need the Strait of Hormuz open, but actually, if you don't open the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to start committing war crimes en masse. And then, the last two times that we were negotiating with Iran, actively and publicly, ended in attacks. So I don't know why there'd be any sort of reason to believe that even if we were engaging in like negotiations with them, that it would be something that we or Iran should take seriously because we haven't really achieved any of the goals.
I was just
the goals that were go ahead.
No, I would just say that MAGA should have condemned those bad faith negotiation tactics in the first place instead of just saying that, oh, we don't negotiate with terrorists. I'm just like, well, how do you think this war is going to end? We're going to have to negotiate with these guys. And all this bad faith negotiation tactics then came back and bite us in the ass right now. Like, we're kind of paying for the two times where they came to the table in good faith and we came to the table in bad faith.
And it's going to bite us in the ass when we try to negotiate in the future with other countries and other actors. Like, if someone always thinks that maybe this is just a front to make us seem like we're not going to attack or go on the offensive or whatever, why would anyone expect that we're negotiating in good faith? Like, I know Iran allegedly is saying, or apparently is saying, they want like J.D. Vance instead of Witkoff and Kushner, but how is that any different, really? You know,
because J.D. Vance, I don't know, because J.D. Vance hasn't been as vociferous for his support of the war, so I would say that. And we all know,
yeah, but if there's that much like discontent or disconnect in like the administration about all these like huge policies, like I do agree, the administration wasn't even on board with itself when they launched this war. They didn't consult the world, they didn't consult the country, and they didn't even consult themselves. And that's why we see people like Joe Kent, who resigned, and people like J.D. Vance, who has gone out of the public eye, somebody that was always arguing with like Twitter randoms and shit. But now he's just been silent, basically. I mean, he's had a few public appearances and tried to like justify it, but I don't know. It's not smart in general. It's caused a lot of pain. It's caused a lot of problems, a lot of lives, and it seems like it was not thought on at all. And
here's the
if
thing,
it does get resolved,
yeah,
I hope it gets resolved. But
no, me too.
I have no reason to believe that it will. Like even if it does in the moment, it's like Yeah. Like,
I mean,
So
you know, I feel you on that one. Everything you just list off is how well all in we are. Like, we got lives in this, we got money invested into this. So, I mean, let's be real. Anything less than a complete win is going to make a lot of Americans mad. Like, sure, me and you will be okay just hopping off this, but there's going to be people on the right and the left going like, well, why is the regime still in power? I mean, bro, like, why are they still able to fire ballistic missiles? I mean, they're still got their drones. Did we secure their nuclear stockpile? No. Then this will be seen as an L if none of
yeah, it's
that,
because
or at least 2 out of like 5 things.
the win condition was never accurately defined. Like, it was never accurately defined, no matter
I
what people
mean,
say. You still
they
ask
do say
people,
that
they'll
it's
still
about
give you 10
grinding down
different
their
answers.
Yeah, my bad. But
The
they do
win
say it's about
condition
grinding
was
down their military capability. But I'm like, bro, if that's the case, you want
no,
to just take that away. We're gonna need boots on the ground. Y'all want to tell us
no.
that's not gonna happen. So what?
The win condition was set and predefined by Israel. That's why they had that grocery list of stuff that they wanted the U.S. to hit. But here's the issue with that: the U.S. already had their qualms and we showed you a couple of videos set of historically why we had our qualms. So, but we achieved our goals though. Let's call it what it is. For the most part, we've achieved our goals. There's really no reason why we need to be over there. Everything else that we're doing, sad to say, is for the benefit of Israel, and that's why even Trump is halfway trying to figure out a way to come out of this.
I'm gonna be honest with you though. If we wanted to just wear down their military supply and weaken them militarily, bro, we could have did this through proxy for way cheaper and without any American lives being lost.
Hell no.
Plus, also, it's the same regime. They can, once we stop doing this, they can just rebuild what we have taken out. Like, we haven't stopped them, meaning even from pursuing a nuclear weapon, we haven't stopped them. So,
okay, so I'll
in the
go ahead and
moment,
correct
we've destroyed their missiles that they only were deploying after they were attacked. But
anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and say this: that you're wrong on that proxy thing. We tried that. That was half of the reason why we were over in Afghanistan for as long as we were.
No, I'm just saying that it could have been done a cheaper way. I mean, it's way cheaper than putting boots on the ground, spending $20 billion.
No, hell no. Because
I mean, we're not involved, and that's what we've been doing this whole time. Like I said, I'm not in support of it. Trust me, I wish we didn't. But if you gave me an option of, well, do you want to get involved directly or get involved through proxy? I'd have chose through proxy.
Well, yeah, we did that with South America in the 80s, and look how that turned out.
Yeah, but
look how Afghanistan turned out, boots on the ground. I mean, the Taliban runs the country and is at war with Pakistan. So,
yeah, and see, here's the crazy part. I'm glad you said that. This wasn't a Trump era war. This wasn't a Joe Biden era war. That was a freaking Obama Bush era war.
True. But like the lesson still stands that look, what we do in the Middle East never really works out for us through proxy or through like direct action.
For any country, any
country, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, Russia tried that. Russia tried that in like what, the 70s, 80s, and
yep, didn't work out for them.
Right.
The only people who ain't tried was China, unless I'm missing something.
China can't even beat the Viet Cong, Thailand, or Burma.
I'm done. All right. All right. But I did want to get into this. What was it on PBD here? They was discussing, what was it? Lindsey Graham being an Iranian war hawk. And you know, PBD is the talk of the town right now since Adam Salsnick went in and embarrassed himself on Piers Morgan. So, I mean,
what a foolish person. That guy is such a joke, man. Like,
bro, you seen that debate, right?
Yeah, I've always hated Adam, but
bro, the glaze on Cole was crazy.
Yeah.
Like, I'd never really liked Adam all that much either. Actually, I kind of like him when he was doing his dating thing and he had his own thing. But when he switched to PBD podcast and he started getting all warmongery, all pro-Israel and all like Israel can do no wrong, that's when I was just like, all right, bro, what is going on here?
Yeah, I know him through the PBD podcast, and I kind of knew some of the dating stuff he was doing, which he was doing still a little bit when he first joined the show. But I'm not a big fan of PVD in general anyway. I was always kind of hate watching, but no, he's like one of the like PVD's a joke in his own way, but Adam is something totally different, dude. He's total embarrassment.
I mean, bro, he spent the whole time glazing some other debater, but I'm like, all right, bro, if you're gonna glaze this man, can you at least use the same arguments then? If you're just gonna glaze him, all right, cool. Just use the same arguments Cole Hughes did instead of just talk about, oh, he did this and that. He put you in the body bag. I'm like, bro's putting you in the body bag. You just doing all this theatrics here. It's like you're not doing anything. You just make yourself look dumb.
And on Piers Morgan, Dave Smith made him his bitch basically on the last episode. And I don't like Dave Smith either. I disagree with him on a lot too. But
man, I mean, trust me, you can disagree with Dave Smith all you want, man. And you look at that debate, you're like, yeah, Dave Smith won that.
Yeah, easy. He he destroyed him. So
and here's the thing, like it's kind of crazy how guys who I suspect to give Dave a hard time be the ones that be letting him off the easiest, but they be so focused on trying to insult him than actually trying to debate him. And that's all.
And Dave is a comedian, so he's used to that sort of dynamic of like shit talking and stuff. So I don't get why people try to do that with him, but
literally, it's like, bro, if you're gonna debate a comedian, bro, just stick to the topic. Don't try to let's not try to joke around because you're not gonna beat a comedian in a roast. Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like, unless you're just that funny, but 9 times out of 10, this man does it for a living, so you're not that funny.
Yeah. Adam had like thanks for dressing up for this or whatever. That was the only thing that he had that was kind of like maybe kind of funny, and Piers and Dave just kind of laughed it off. But also Piers was more on Dave's side of that whole thing too. And I think whoever Piers agrees with more gets more time to talk and gets to prove their point more. But
it's true. No, that's true. Piers do be hella biased like that.
That's a good observation.
Yeah, but all right, though, let's get over to our guy PBD.
Guys, not a lot of people do I go to their desk where they have like 40 different pictures of an individual. Typically, you'll go to Tom's desk. Like Tom has pictures of some interesting people there, right? In his office. Very, very interesting people in his office. But you go to Vinny's desk. I don't know if it's 40, maybe it's 50 pictures of Lindsey Graham, John Bolton, some of his favorite people in the world. Now, the pictures may be upside down or, put up in a different thing, and he prays for them. He prays for them a lot. Here's Lindsey Graham, what he said should happen, okay? And you tell me how you feel about this. Go ahead, Rob.
They're running out of money. So here's what I tell President Trump. Keep it up for a few more weeks. Take Carg Island, where all of the resources they have to produce oil. Control that island. Let this regime die on a vine.
Is this going to, though, take Carg Island? Is it going to involve U.S. troops on the ground? Let me just read you something from The Atlantic. Does an assessment on that. They say U.S. troops may well take Carg Island. We believe their ability to do so, but only to endure ballistic missile strikes, drone attacks, petrochemical smoke, all without a reliable means of obtaining logistical support. The result could be a grinding war of attrition. They talk about how far away they would be from resupply.
I'm sort of tired of all this armchair quarterback, and this has been amazing.
Bro, we're talking about people who know way more than you on the subject. You're like, I'm tired of all this armchair quarterbacking. Look, if you don't agree about how I want things to go, if you don't agree with it, if you don't see things my way, well, you're just an Iranian sympathizer. Like, bro,
yeah.
Man.
Also, he's literally on the show to armchair quarterback. Like,
bro,
what the fuck's he doing? Is he like real quarterbacking? Is he a fucking general out there commanding the troops? Like, no, dude, this guy has only been an armchair quarterback his whole life when he got us, or at least helped, sell the last 5 wars that worked out terribly for us. So, fuck this guy, dude. Fuck Lindsey Graham.
Crash out on Carg Island. Let's crash out on Carg Island and what? Risk it, like pretty much this, because American lives will be lost if we just try to crash out on Carg Island. The Iranians are not going to give that up without a fight. And if we take it, they're gonna start attacking all types of energy infrastructure in the region because we're pretty much just cut off their trade. So
yeah, they have leverage. They have leverage, which is something that you and I can admit, and gaming can admit. Probably they have a lot of leverage. The administration will not admit that, but Iran, while losing military assets, huh?
Israel. A lot of, if you've been paying attention to everything in deep detail, a lot of these decisions really are guided and directed by Israel.
No, I agree with that, but I'm saying Iran has more leverage than the United States wants to give them credit for.
No, they have more leverage because they have the home field advantage. Now, if the U.S. wanted to straight up be Israel 2.0, but better and more thorough, we could just indiscriminately kill people and go on about our day. But we're not, and that's what Israel keeps trying to push us into.
Yeah.
All right, let's get back to
military operation. God bless the fallen.
But it's a difference when we talk about troops on the ground.
I trust the Marines, not that guy. I trust DOD. We got 2 Marine expeditionary units sailing to this island. We did Iwo Jima. We can do this. The Marines, my money is always on the Marines. I don't know if you take the island or you blockade the island, but I know this. The day we could.
I'm not saying that the Marines ain't one of the coldest like military forces out there. I'm not saying that, but I mean, they're not infallible, bro. Like, bro,
But they also look at this dude's talking about it like he's like analyzing a football game. These are fucking human lives, dude. And he's not even describing why it's important to take Karg Island. He's just saying it as something like should be done and comparing it to Iwo Jima, where thousands of Americans lost their lives, thousands were wounded in combat, and it was for a greater purpose. This, there's no explanation for.
Control that island. This regime, this terrorist regime, has been weakened. It will die on a vine. And here's what I want to do. I want to get with Chris. I want to sprint to peace. As the war winds down, I want peace to ramp up. The reason we don't have Saudi Arabia and Israel making peace is October the 7th, 2023. Iran through Hamas attacked Israel, stopping normalization. I want to take up and complete what Biden started. As soon as we get Iran defang.
Well, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, one of the main reasons why Hamas did commit to October 7th was because of Saudi Arabia, and they were willing to go into the Abraham Accords without answering the Palestinian question, and that was like Hamas wanted main leverage to get their 2-state solution. And once Saudi Arabia pretty much just said, "Well, F you guys, I'm joining the Abraham Accords," without answering that question, Hamas was like, "All right, then I guess it's F you too." And then, of course, there's the second reason of destroying the Alexa Hamas and all that good stuff. And the third reason, well, they've been living in an open-air concentration camp.
Yeah, and moving the embassy to Jerusalem as well.
Those are like surface reasons. So I think one of the main deeper issues has to do with what's happening in Oman and Yemen, where all their brethren are being slaughtered by the thousands because Saudi Arabia has a pissing competition with Iran.
Well, remember, it's a 3-way proxy war between the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Iran and Yemen.
Yeah, and Yemen isn't like an act. Like, yeah, that doesn't help the way Saudi Arabia has treated Yemen specifically. But.
Oh yeah, but yeah, I really, and when I said I don't want to go back to the sandbox, this is kind of what I'm talking about because it's such a quagmire.
I agree.
Like if we were fighting against China or something, or like, China decided to be big man with Taiwan, okay, yeah, I can get behind that. We've had a long-standing agreement of keeping them safe and protected. They're a close ally of ours. If we had to get into a fight with China, okay, that's a bit more understandable. That's what the U.S. military has been prepared for. Not this BS.
All right, hold on, get back
to so they can never do another October 7th. I want to start up peace talks between Saudi and Israel this year. I want a peace deal between Saudi and Israel, normalizing, ending the Arab-Israeli conflict.
I mean, if tell me he is not the biggest bloodthirsty cheerleader right now. Just FYI for people, in the Battle of Iwo Jima, Tom, do you know how many Marines we lost?
6,000 approximately.
6,800 Marines.
Almost 7,000.
Almost 7,000 Marines, and over 20,000 were injured. By the way, Lynn, when you talk about this is the problem, Pat, with everything that's happening with the war and Israel and this and that. These are the type of people that they should just tell as an administration, shut up. Like what I said about when Israel, what Israel, not Israel, just Rabbi Shmuley. He should never speak about anything about Israel. It turns people off and it makes people hate you. Okay, this is the same
I'm with
guy
you on that. I condone that.
Oh,
message.
he's the worst. By the way, Lindsey Graham's the same guy that
You hear
said,
that,
I'm going to go
Shmuley?
back to South Carolina and I'm asking them to send their sons and daughters to the Middle East. Of course, because it's not his kids, okay? And when talking about Gaza, he said, and I quote, just flatten it. We flattened Berlin, we flattened Tokyo, we flattened Germany, we flattened Japan. That tells you everything you need to know about this guy, okay? He has no kids. He's pleading for everybody else.
Thank you. Like, bro has no kids.
Who said that? Who said that?
Lindsey Graham.
First of all, Lindsey Graham, let me correct you on something. We flattened Germany because there were Nazis committing an act of genocide and going to war and conquering multiple countries. And that was kind of the only way we could stop them. We flattened Tokyo because they were not going to stop had we not flattened them and dropped the nuke on these people.
And they declared war on us. Also,
yeah. They went into this ready to die. You have to flatten somebody that comes into war with that mindset, which technically everybody should be. This really didn't have anything.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it did historically to a little bit. Like, we could have done some other things to quell those historical issues that we do legitimately have, but everything else we've been doing is solely because of Israel.
Yeah, man, we hate to admit that part of it. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get into the next one right here, because still PBD, but is Iran bluffing? Iran launches long-range missiles in war escalation, or was it them? Well, who knows? We'll see.
Here's what Scott Besson had to say, Rob. If you want to play this clip with Meet the Press, go for it.
I was on the phone with President Trump a week ago. He told me allies were on the way to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. Has the Trump administration abandoned that strategy and now chosen to go it alone?
Again, what we have done, there has been a campaign to using military assets to soften up the Iranian fortifications along the strait. That's going to continue until they are completely demolished. And Kristen, let me tell you, whether it's this network or the mainstream press, the American people do not have good framing what is going on here. If you were to read what is happening, and I'm sure when Senator Murphy is on, he has come out and said, we are losing the war. That is wrong. We have demolished the Iranian capabilities. Their Air Force is completely destroyed, Navy destroyed, and every day we are taking out their missiles, their missile systems, and the factories that build those missiles. And now the General Kane, Secretary Hegseth are leading a campaign to destroy all the fortifications along the Straits of Hormuz.
There you go, Adam.
The biggest takeaway that I have from that is he's basically saying the Democratic establishment party, the media party, is going to start claiming that we're losing the war. That's a lie. Where you have the IRGC.
Pause it.
Go ahead.
This has to stop. The media, the establishment, the Democratic Party. Bro, all of Trump's friends own the biggest media in all of the country. The Ellisons now own CNN, CBS, TikTok, and Fox News, the biggest cable media company in the country, is a Republican-friendly station. It's just such this whiny bullshit of we are always the victims. The media is just against us. It's you. They fuck up.
It's a combination of both. Both parties do it.
I don't know. Here's the thing, though. I just don't like the discrediting of mainstream media when you're willing to take on what mainstream media is saying when it goes along with your point. So, I mean, look, bro, like you can't criticize mainstream media while also using it to, boast your argument. Like,
most alternative media people, and I'm sure you recognize this, set wouldn't have a job without mainstream media.
Yeah,
because most of what they do is react to mainstream media. So.
Yeah, sometimes we gotta do a little work in between, but yeah, mainly we're listening to what mainstream media gotta say and taking the spin out of it. And maybe whatever we hear that's funny, we investigate it a little bit more. That's how we become independent media.
Yeah.
But you're right. We take what we hear from mainstream media and try to, well, honestly, break it down, take out the spin, and try to give a clear view of things.
And plus, let's not deny it anymore. It's totally just the truth that the Ellisons are completely Trump friendly. They own fucking everything now. They are buying Warner Bros. They have CNN. They have CBS, and
Yeah, you're
the
right.
other big news conglomerate is Fox, which is also friendly to Republicans and Trump. And then there's also Newsmax and all this stuff. Like, I'm sick of this being like, oh, the mainstream media is just down to get Trump. Like we're in 2018 again. Like we're in 2017. Like, wake up to the reality we live in and stop trying to do this like manipulative victim narrative. Not you, Seth, but
Oh no,
Adam.
I know. Trust me. I already know. I've been speaking out against it. I was like, bro, you guys are trying to sit there and say, well, oh, you got this from mainstream media. You're taking up the talking points of CNN. I'm like, no, bro. It's happening right in front of our faces. And just because CNN is reporting it doesn't mean that it's wrong.
Right.
Here's what I'm saying. I'm just gonna go ahead and shut that whole he's Republican or friendly around. Let's just pin it like this. These are people who are completely out of touch with the U.S. public. They don't care nor share our struggles, and regardless of what wing of the political spectrum they're on, they're the same damn bird. From this point on, I'm kind of sick of hearing the, oh, what's the Republican fault? Oh, it's the Democrat fault. Bro, these people conveniently change the news cycle because we started catching on a fraud.
Actually, but you know what you said? What you said remind me of when Sean Hannity was like crying about Joe Kent and all this crazy stuff. And they're like, oh, these people get paid to say a certain position. And I'm like, bro, you have $1 million contract to do exactly
Yeah.
that.
Didn't
Like,
Bongino literally say, like, oh, I used to get paid to say what I was saying back then with defending his Epstein stuff? He's like, now I have to tell the truth because I work for the government. But back in the day when I was spreading all the Epstein conspiracy stuff, I was getting paid to do that. So, of course, I was lying. But now that I work for the government, yeah, I'm going to come out and say that he killed himself. And
that's what I'm saying. So, like, I don't care about who owns what. We all know they're full of crap. So let's just stop beating around the bush.
No, it is important. It is important. I disagree. This is lazy. Oh, who cares who owns what? No, we do care. We do care when it's like one guy that has a monopoly on all our media. That is bullshit. It does suck, and it creates a worse media environment. Like,
I mean, so does George Soros. I mean, we can nickel and dime.
well, what station does George Soros own?
George Soros did for a long time own almost, what do you know? CNN, CSNBC.
No, he didn't.
No. Wait,
Yeah.
George Soros was the guy who bought like 200 like Republican or conservative radio stations.
George Soros?
More than
Yeah,
that.
George Soros. Let me look that up. Let me make sure, because I know I heard him buy conservative radio stations. Radio station. Let's see here. Let's see. Soros-backed investment group has secured FCC approval to acquire a major stake in Inc., the second largest radio network in the United States, which operates over 200 local radio stations across 40 markets. And so pretty much, a Soros-backed investment group has secured FCC approval to acquire a major stake of Audacity Inc., the second largest radio network in the United States, which operates over 200 local radio stations across 40 markets. And they're saying that these radio stations are mostly all conservative, but
he secured that under Trump. That's still going through.
I mean, actually, I don't. Let me see when did this was in.
That's February.
Oh no, last month it was in under Biden, 2024 in April.
Mm-hmm.
No matter who it is, I don't like one guy owning all these channels and having so much control over. Like, I don't like that Larry Ellison is buying up all the media right now. I don't like that Rupert Murdoch has such a hold on so much of this country, and he's a fucking Brit, dude. He's from the UK.
Bro, did you see what he did TikTok?
It's
cooked.
TikTok.
Yeah, it's done.
I mean, let's keep. If we're gonna do that, I mean, I work for all three of them. I can tell you, Amazon, UPS, and FedEx have a trick a triopoly on the U.S. Parcel industry.
Yeah, they do. And
So this is why I said it does not. When you said, "Oh, it's just lazy to say it doesn't matter," actually, it's not. It's very analytical. You have to kill the entire bird. Stop picking at its feathers and choosing what wing you want to pluck a feather from.
no,
And kill the damn
we've
bird.
trust busted before. We've gone after monopolies before. We could do it again. Like,
Right, but that means that you need to remove political affiliation out of it, and quite frankly, the American people aren't ready for that conversation.
well, no, under Biden's administration, they did go after left and right media conglomerates, but also just companies in general. And I'm pretty sure
Small business.
Biden's DOJ
No.
prosecuted more Democrats, like
No, they did not.
high-profile Democrats, than they did Republicans. Yeah, they did. They investigated and prosecuted Bob Menendez, Swazi. They investigated Hunter Biden. They investigated Joe Biden himself.
No.
Obama's administration investigated Hillary. Like, yeah. So.
Yes, their party investigated their own party and found them.
No.
All
That's not true. No.
It's a bit shady, but-
Obama's FBI announced an investigation into Hillary days before the election. Something that was off policy. Usually, the FBI doesn't announce public investigations like that, and something that probably cost her the election, honestly. But
she wasn't going to win anyway. Too many people remember Benghazi.
All right, guys. Hold on.
Nobody cares about Benghazi.
Let's get back to the video, guys.
Ayatollahs claiming that they're winning the war. That's also a lie. So there's a war going on here, just so you understand. There's bombs, there's missiles, there's energy, there's oil. The most important war is the war for your mind. Don't fall. There you go, Vinny.
I believe it.
Don't fall for the nonsense. I was talking with a friend of mine. He's a Navy SEAL, good buddy of mine. I talked to him yesterday. He goes, buddy, I don't think you understand how good we are at war now. He goes, we've already decapitated 80% of their offensive output, of their boats and their ships and their planes and their defense mechanisms. All they have left is this hostage situation with the Strait of Hormuz. But meanwhile, this whole endless wars thing that they've been talking about.
All they have left is the entire dynamic of the war, is what Adam just said. The entire dynamic of the war is their control of the Strait of Hormuz. That is the escalation they have. That is what the leverage Iran has. And it isn't really even about, their conventional navy, even their military. Like, I'm sure they also still have small boats. They obviously still have sea mines. And that's the whole thing that's causing all this hang up. That is the leverage. He just hand waved it like it was nothing. It's totally, what is this analysis?
Yeah, that's what kills me. It's just like, so you don't want to talk about the fact that they successfully closed down the Horde of Hormuz. And
so let me give some military analysis on what he's saying. Tactically, terms of manpower and objectives. Notice his word usage. The U.S. has hit all of its manpower and objectives. Tactics.
Yeah. We killed a lot of people in Vietnam, too. Still lost that war.
Please stop.
No, I understand. Me and Seth both understand what he's saying. We're not
I don't
retarded.
need you to interpret for me. Okay?
Yeah, well, you don't need to explain stuff to us that we understand that he's saying. He's saying that we have hit a lot of military targets. What we're saying is strategy-wise, we are fucked. What I'm saying is strategy-wise, we are fucked. And we are not. We've killed a lot of people. We've hit a lot of targets. Same thing.
Let Gamer respond to that because you hit him with a lie.
Yeah, this is why I said, like, bro, you gotta let me answer one at a time. Y'all hate when I do that. Here's the thing. Number one, militarily, the U.S. completed all of its objectives. I kind of already know what most.
If open up the Strait of Hormuz isn't an objective, then shit. But go keep
the militarily wise, like I told you before SIG came on, we already had qualms with what Iran dating back to like the 80s. We already had
And real quick, the same regime is still in charge, right?
Anyway.
Yes.
Like,
Yes, it
you
is.
jumping in and doing all that isn't going to make your point.
Cry harder. Keep going.
Anyway, we had qualms with Iran based off of some military assets that they had that were given to them by us and then used against us. Oh crap, Sid ain't got nothing to say to that. That's crazy. Anyway, we destroyed pretty much all of those. So anything that they're using now is pretty much them is what is it called? Homebred. It's stuff that they made. So there's that. And then
hold on. Homebred? Wait. You mean their missiles? Like, what you be talking about?
So, like, anything they develop themselves, because believe it or not, there's a significant portion of their missiles that they did acquire both off of the black market, and they had an emergency reserves from when they were partnered with the U.S. that they were actively. Yes.
I don't know about that, bro. The reports out of Iran proves that they've been producing 300 missiles a month for like before the start of the war.
They burnt out their initial stockpile.
Nah, they've always had a decent stockpile of missiles. Like, think about it like this: they've had nothing else to do but make missiles. And let's be real, they still have their underground launchers that we have yet to get, and we've taken out all the on top, sure, but this is where people are going to catch up a little bit. They're going to be like, well, why are they still shooting missiles wherever they want to?
That's gaming's problems. That's gaming. That's your problem.
Don't try to tell me the problem. Don't try to tell me the problem.
I will speak for myself, and I do listen. But here's the thing: you keep saying we hit all our military objectives when our leadership can't even describe our objectives adequately. It changes day to day. Like, it changes hour to hour.
You're expecting a bunch of people,
and then you try to get into history and start talking about some shit that nobody else talks about.
No, that's not what I'm doing at all. But that's what you chose to hear. Good to know you're not really.
Yeah, you said, oh, we go back to the 80s, and we actually had a problem with Iran, and so yeah, that's how you sound. That's how you talk.
You didn't really listen to anything.
That's why I thought you were a boomer, because you get into this thing about like you don't know how to talk to people. You just want to
hear what you want to hear, and you need to stop doing that. It's impossible to tell somebody something when they won't stop talking.
A lot of people have the same issue with you.
That's
a lot of people have the same issue with you.
What you just did is a side effect of what I just described.
All right.
Even people that agree with you, have the same issue with you. Like Monty, for example.
You're talking about. Hold on. Let me address that. So you're talking about how, like, I was just trying to describe my point, and Monty kept interrupting me every 15 seconds, sort of like how you're doing, and then selectively picking out words that I said to try to assume that you know what my point's going to be, sort of like how both of you do to each other.
If we just shut up and didn't talk, you'd probably just talk for the next 3 hours.
No, that's not what it'd be. Because before you came up,
it probably would be.
I would say my state. Hey, Set, before Sid came up here, wasn't I just saying my statements and then being quiet after that?
Yeah. Well, I'll give you that one. But let's try to let each other finish, and let's make sure we don't drone on too long.
So basically what I'm saying is, militarily and tactically wise, we hit some of our objectives. Now, Karg Island is a big U.S. objective, and I'm intimately familiar with it, not just from laying eyes on it, but also being described what that objective would look like should we ever find ourselves in this particular situation. And lo and behold, it's playing out exactly how it was described to me. That would be our biggest objective. It's not actually clearing the strait or doing all this grandiose stuff. It would be taking Karg Island, because that's pretty much like a gateway. Now, that would be the point at which Iran would officially, quote unquote, go to war with the U.S. and subsequently drag in like all of its other neighboring states and states that kind of owe it, have the IOUs in place.
I ain't gonna lie, it's making it sound like my bad, but it makes it seem like we can't get our military's objectives without popping off World War III then.
That's basically what it is. And so this is why I keep harping on the fact that Trump is trying to like exit or is like asking Netanyahu what the hell he's doing should tell people like just how bad the US really is trying to get out of it without seeming weak.
All right, guys, let's get back to the video.
Yeah, nobody wants that. But look at the flip side. That means we've been training for 20 years for this moment. And you saw what happened when we took out the nuclear bombs in what part of
During
Iran was
summer,
that?
in the summer.
And they said, how long did they say they were doing those flights for? Or pretended 20 years. So imagine we're pretending to do this podcast. And we have 20 years to practice a podcast. I think we're going to nail the podcast. That's how good our military is at this point. Again, we don't want endless foreign wars. We don't want that. We want to get in. We want to get out. We want to be precise. We've learned from the George W. Bush debacles. And here's Trump basically saying, it's been 47 years. Can you give us 4 to 7 weeks before you breathe down our throats? And that's where we're at now.
And by the way, this whole thing about, what Iran's capabilities were, this weekend, there was a story that came out with Iran having the capabilities of long-range missiles, Rob. I think you have this clip, right? Iran ballistic missile hits Israeli city in terrifying strike near top secret facility that is key to country's atomic weapons. That's one story. But the other one is the long-range, Rob. Do you have a clip on that to show with the long-range missile?
Yes.
Trying to see what page that was on.
Right here, it's Fox
Atomic
News.
weapons
Okay, go
they
for it.
shouldn't even have.
One of the things we hear a lot about in these conflicts is an escalation ladder. And when Iran fired the intermediate range ballistic missiles at Diego Garcia that Trey mentioned, 4,000 kilometers from Iran, that was an escalation that not only stunned the U.S., but the entire world, because Iran had not publicly stated that they had anything that could go more than.
And well, remember, Fox News, you sold to us for years that if Iran had the capability, they would do it. You think they wouldn't do it if they had the capability? Well, guess what? They have the capability and they ain't do it. So what? Are they this homicidal regime that you make them out to be or not? Because, I mean, apparently you're showing that they got the capability, and be real with you, they could have struck every base in NATO that were involved in when it comes to NATO, and they didn't. Shoot, honestly, they could have helped Putin out when it came to Ukraine, and that's an ally, and they didn't. And that'll really work in their favor when it comes to going against us.
So, they helped him out in some ways, but
yeah, but I mean, according to
they
this
helped them
graph
with
here, they could have
drones
sent a couple missiles their way.
yeah, and
So,
they used to send pilots over there and shit like that. But
the more I think
them in
about
North
it,
Korea.
the more I think about it, the more I think they might have recently developed those missiles after.
I mean, if that's what you're saying, then bro, expect some coming strikes in Europe coming soon. Then, if that's the case, because like I said, they got it now, and as they've been telling us for years, if they got it, they will use it against you. So Europe, watch out. That's all I gotta say.
Than 2,000 kilometers. And yet here now we know they have two 4,000 kilometer range intermediate missiles that fortunately did not impact anything, but it's a warning. It's a message that they have these capabilities that they didn't publicly state. In fact, under President Obama's JCPOA, there was no restriction on Iran's missile capabilities. They said they weren't building it. Now we know.
Gotcha.
What kind of military would have capabilities that they don't state to the public? That's so fucked up. I can't imagine a military doing that. By the way, Israel doesn't have nukes, and by the way, all our military capabilities are public.
Oh
right?
man, the double standard is crazy.
We already covered that Israel wasn't supposed to have nukes in the first place.
Yeah, but nobody ever takes issue with that, especially not our government. Like,
it's the Holy Land.
Holy Land, you still gotta follow the rules, bro.
I mean, what you mean? If they're in the Holy Land, you don't got to get under any type of proliferation treaty. It's the Holy Land.
The non-proliferation treaty was because of the situation we're currently in, bro. You still got to be responsible.
But they're just such holy people. How could they ever do such an atrocity?
Shut up, you goyim.
I know, right?
Yeah, I gotta go. I'll tune in. Good talking to you guys. Bye.
All right, man. Peace out, man. Shout out to my man Sid. Shout out to Sid. All right, though, let's get right back to it.
What is the danger? Why is the world on notice? Because look, from Rome, Munich, Paris, London, Berlin, Oslo, all now within this radius, these capitals, in many of these capitals in these countries do not have the missile interceptor technology like we have and like Israel has. So should a nuclear tipped intermediate range ballistic missile be fired at one of these capitals, it could change the trajectory.
Nuclear tip, bro. Oh, come on now. Nuclear tip intermediate ballistic missiles. Oh my God, the moving of the goalpost is crazy.
My first question is: you guys don't have the interceptors. Whose fault is that?
Exactly.
Crickets, crazy. It's almost like for the last, I don't know, 54 years, the U.S. been trying to get you to do your part so you wouldn't be in the crosshairs. I don't know, Seth. Maybe I'm crazy.
A possible intermediate range missile, but that Fox News got to put their spin on it. That could possibly have a nuclear tip to it. So once again, here we go with the propaganda that if they got it, they'll use it. They'll nuke all of us. Okay, man. Okay.
Again, whose fault is that for not taking?
Actually, you know what's so hilarious about this? Didn't Donald Trump say they should increase their military spending?
Literally both terms.
Both terms. And I mean, look where you guys are now.
Hell, even Obama's last term, he was like, okay, you guys really should be stepping up your military spending. It shouldn't just all be on us.
But here's the thing, though. This is going to work out for Iran, though. And this is why I'm saying this, because now this is going to make the European countries, one, either rush to get U.S. defense and be like, well, you got to defend us, NATO. Or is going to rush them to make us stop it because they're like, bro, you're putting all of us in danger now that we know that Iran has this capability and they can start striking NATO sites. So, bro, we might need you to chill this the F out since now we'd be considered military targets.
I don't know. What I would say to them is, I don't care. You guys should have stepped up your defense spending when you had. You guys should have stepped up your defense spending when you had the chance. Deal with it, nerds. Maybe if you would have actually helped out when we went into this, you wouldn't be in this position.
Oh shit! Well, I feel you, but damn.
Got too many Pakistani rape gangs and doing all this other stuff. Y'all make hating America a whole personality, but can't defend your country. Tell me how that works.
I mean, that's a really good point. But all right, I did want to get into this one before I close on out. Because this is vital, man. We need to go ahead and get into this because what the F is going on with these negotiations? Bro, I've never been so confusing about negotiations going on in my life. But let's get into it.
Reports that negotiations are under U.S.
You're a negotiator.
Huh?
I said when
negotiations are underway. The U.S. and Iran have failed to stop attacks across the Middle East. It's been nearly 4 weeks since the U.S. and Israel attacked Iran, launching a war with global consequences. While all sides initially said there was no room for diplomacy, President Trump now says the U.S. has been negotiating with an unnamed Iranian leader, a claim that Iranian officials have once again denied.
I'll be real with you, it does sound kind of crazy. It's what do you mean a new Iranian leader? I mean, bro, if there was a new Iranian leader, then why is the Ayatollah's will still being carried out across the Gulf region and in Israel? What are you talking about? But I mean, maybe it's possible. It's just highly unlikely.
Well, overnight, airstrikes hit.
I don't know, unless the Ayatollah turned Christian and starts talking about, look, man, I came to Jesus. I'm a new man. But I doubt it.
The Iranian capital of Tehran again.
That would make
the Red Crescent there says a resident.
Oh, my bad, bro. You trying to talk?
Yeah, I was going to say, if they came to Christ, that would make the Jews want to kill them more.
Bro. Come on, gaming. You can't say that. But all right.
Residential area was attacked.
I mean, they killed
them. Was Iran announced.
I mean, you're not wrong, but come on, dog. People ain't ready for that much truth now.
Tell me where to lie at. I'll wait.
Man, there is no lie. I'm just telling you, man. People ain't ready for that level of truth right now. You got a lot of Christians defending our people out there in Israel. So I'm just saying, like, they're not ready for that type of truth at all.
It's like, bro, trying to talk to Christians about Israel. It's like I really want to stand in front of a Mack truck, bro. Read your Bible. Just read your Bible, bro.
Man.
Denied. Attacks across the Middle East. It's been nearly 4 weeks since the US and Israel attacked Iran, launching a war with global consequences. While all sides initially said there was no room for diplomacy, President Trump now says the US has been negotiating with an unnamed Iranian leader, a claim that Iranian officials have once again denied. Well, overnight, airstrikes hit the Iranian capital of Tehran again. The Red Crescent there says a residential area was attacked. That was as Iran announced former IRGC commander Mohammad Bagher Zolgadar as its new security chief. He replaces Ali Larijani, who was killed in a US-Israeli strike last week. And these were the skies over central Israel early on Wednesday. Missiles and interceptions have been seen across the country. Iran and ally Hezbollah have been launching daily waves of strikes there. On Tuesday, they killed at least one person and injured more than a dozen. Well, Iranian officials have responded to Trump's latest comments about negotiations with defiance. In a new statement, a spokesman for the armed forces said Iran would never compromise with the United States.
Do not call your defeat an agreement. The era of your promises is over. Today, the world has two fronts, truth and falsehood. And every freedom-seeking person will not be deceived by the waves of your media. Has the level of your internal conflicts reached the point where you are negotiating with yourselves? There will be no sign of your investments in the region, nor will you see the previous prices of energy and oil until you understand this. Stability in the region is guaranteed by the powerful hand of our armed forces. Stability comes through power.
Well, Tahir Asadi joins us live now from the Iranian capital.
Yeah, this is why I kind of wish we would just focused on our region and get the hell out of theirs. I mean, they got us on that one.
So what more response have we heard then from Iranian officials?
But that's wild, though. He says, so what? Like, you're so delusional, you're negotiating with yourselves? It's like, all right, bro, first off, watch your damn mouth. And second off, hey, we're over here trying to figure this shit out, too, okay? Okay, bro. Because I'm wondering who the hell he negotiating with, too.
About Trump's.
Nah, for real though. I do be hating when these like IRGC spokesmen start talking crazy. It's like, all right, bro, first off, watch your damn mouth. And second of all, look, we're trying to figure out the same thing you are. And we low-key want the same results, but better on our side, of course. I mean, we kind of want you gone and us controlling the Strait of Hormuz. But I mean, a bit more better relations with y'all. But still though, I mean, like, come on.
Don't be talking crazy as if we ain't about that action, bro. We just trying to figure out what's going on so we can move forward.
I know, like we're a bit kerfuffled, but we'll get it together.
Claims of talks to end the war.
Well, actually, except for the statement that we just heard from the spokesperson for the joint military headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya, publicly speaking, we don't have any reaction to that, except, and of course, it goes without saying that we just heard from the Speaker of the Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, as well as the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ismail Baghai, both coming out to say that right now there is no negotiation taking place with the United States, but still we know that Iran is engaged in actually a trajectory of diplomatic engagement, not with the U.S., but with the regional countries and beyond. We know that Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has had different phone conversations with his counterparts from Egypt, from Pakistan, from Oman, and from different countries. And that is indicative of the continuation of a sort of diplomatic engagement. However, even when it comes to indirect messaging between Tehran and Washington, regardless of the reports about the 15-point proposal by the United States, we don't have any official confirmation in that regard, and we don't know whether something is going on behind the closed doors or not. But still, we are we have to keep an eye on the context in which these reports are coming out. First, there is this complexity element, juxtaposed to the previous time when the two countries were engaged in negotiation once back in June last year. And the second one was actually taking place when all of a sudden, just very much similar to June, the country faced a campaign of airstrikes. Now we see a more complicated situation. And of course, a second element is this cloud of mistrust that surrounds the atmosphere when it comes to Iran-US deteriorated relations. And it goes without saying also that Iran says as long as the airstrikes continue, it's not relevant to talk about any diplomatic engagement.
Yeah, meanwhile, Tahid, attacks have continued across Iran. Tell us what's been happening briefly.
Well, over the past 24 hours, I can say it's the continuation of the campaign of airstrikes that Americans and Israelis began. And here across the capital last night, we heard sounds of massive explosions. And of course, air defense activation is also reported not only.
Bro, this man cannot help himself, bro. Bro, Sid, really? Like,
what do you
why has
say?
Grandpa Simpson been our president twice? Like, bro cannot help himself. I'm not even gonna lie. But I'll give it to you. That was funny.
Not only in the capital, but also in other cities. But beyond the capital, we know that in different cities, such as Isfahan, we know that it has been reported that there are other after sounds of explosion being heard. And of course, added to that is Shiraz and areas in the vicinity of Karaj, located in the western parts of Tehran, as well as Qazvin. We are receiving reports about the continuation on the one hand, and of course, on the other hand, we know that Iran is talking about the continuation of its retaliatory strikes. The 80th wave of which IRGC says has been started, and that means basically, since we're dealing with this exchange of fire, we are at any point not close to de-escalation.
Tahid Asadi in Tehran. Thank you.
All right. And all right there. I think, you know what? I think I'll go ahead and call it a night on that one. We're almost like 5 hours in. I said I was only going to do 4, but we did damn near 5. All right, guys. Shout out to my man, Gaming Man. Bro, appreciate you for coming up on this one. And shout out Sid. Appreciate y'all for coming up and helping me cook up here. All right, guys. I'm going to go ahead and head out on this one with a word from my partner over here at Kalshi. You know what? I think I might start doing 2 types of lives. You know, one to cover, you know, mainstream media and one to cover independent media. That's fun. But all right, guys, let me know what y'all think about that. In the meantime, double tap that screen and like the video. And if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to the channel and also follow me on Facebook, Twitch, X, Kick, Rumble, all. All right. All right, guys, S.E.T Media, and we are out. Yo, this is S.E.T Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market. People trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code SETmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who will Trump nominate as Fed chair? Will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader? And will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027? So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi, go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use Set Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from Set Media, and shout out to Kalshi.